pretty bad. Alright, so it should be live in a second. Okay, so it seems like everything's working. So that's good news. So we're going to go ahead and jump back in on No Man's Sky, pop back into our permadeath run. We're getting pretty close to 30 hours now that we've got in this permadeath run. We are pretty far along on the one half of the main story, the Artemis, Apollo, whatever side of the story. We have pretty much not touched the Atlas. We talked to the Atlas one time. Well, sorry, other than in the Artemis stuff. But we've gone and done the Atlas side of the Atlas stuff just once. Nothing I care about there, right? Actually, wait a second. Yeah, nothing I care about on that side right now, I think. I don't remember for like... Alright, let's... Okay, we have a visitor at our settlement to deal with. We were ignoring the base computer because that's just a repeating quest. We were ignoring the exocraft person because that's a repeating quest. I needed to make lubricant. I needed to kill some animals. And otherwise, we were going to be contacting Apollo. But first... Doesn't look like I'm over my freighter. Oh, right. We actually undocked and all that. Oh, that's weird. Just the way things work, even though it is already in space, it still flagged it in the same way it would if I had landed on a planet. I had to use fuel to take off in space. Okay. Oh, that's weird. We were, like, not on our carrier, but sort of on our carrier. Alright, well, before we do that, let's trigger the settlement and do all that stuff. And the reason I want to do that is almost all of that has, like, 30-minute timers, hour timer, all that garbage. So we want to do that now, so it's just ticking away while we're working everything else. We can go ahead, we'll hit the settlement real fast. I don't have anything at my base to do. That's not true. I don't have anything time-sensitive at my base. Okay. So, we definitely have the fleet stuff to do. That'll be really fast. The thing with the base stuff, let's actually check real fast. I'll have to be at my base to check. We did locate yesterday a node where we can get the electricity, a node where we can get sodium, and a node where we can get oxygen from the deep miners and all that. So if I take some time right here at the beginning and I slam down some depots and all that on it real fast, that means I can go back and collect more later. Alright. They failed. Oh goody! They literally got nothing. Okay. Cool, man. That's the only time I've ever had them literally come back with completely empty-handed. Alright, view potential expeditions. Okay, we've got only one expedition left. It's a trade expedition. Trade-wise, we're all pretty terrible. Okay, so that takes care of that. Alright, we can also quickly run off to the sides of the ship here, because this is just getting me materials constantly. That I can make into stuff. Okay. How's my inventory doing? We can put the glass on the... That's not what I wanted to do. I didn't mean the freighter, I meant the ship. The ship had no space. That's why it's there. Okay, I've got materials I can't use it. Oh, right. We actually got... Oh, right. We were going to get the pulse splitter is the weapon I wanted to move into. And we were missing the material for that previously. Because I wanted to move in the pulse splitter so that way I was using something more interesting. Now, the downside right now is that doesn't wire up with literally any of these things over here, all these bolt upgrades. So I have to watch out for pulse splitter upgrades, because like I said, I do kind of want to do that, mostly just because the last run I did, the pulse splitter was kind of... Wait, was it the pulse splitter? Yeah, no, that's a rapid fire one. Yeah, that's right. Just because the last couple runs we did stuff like the bolt caster and the shotgun and all that, which are fine, but I want to just do different. So we're not just repeating the same things again and again. We got plenty of chromatic metal. I need to stop collecting that. Right, so we got that sorted. So the next thing I want to do is quickly run over to our settlement. And for those who miss what we're doing here, we do have this permadeath, and we do have it on really high difficulty. Like, almost everything maxed out. The only thing's not maxed out is we didn't take the max penalty for, like, the minimum stack size for items. We have just a regular permadeath, so one below the worst. And we didn't take the increased fishing time. We took whatever permadeath defaulted to. Because literally having a timer be longer is about the most annoying way you can make a game more difficult. And I'd even argue with the fishing that isn't even true. Alright, let's check out the visitor. Okay. So I have this one again. Claims to have seen a settlement in a dream. They have inhaled nanite foam and share this warning. Do not and we don't know the rest of the words. For this service, they ask only for a token, small trifle. Sure, we will heed their warning. What does the fishing even do in the game? You can use it to get stuff to sell. You can also make food with the fish. And what the food will do is make it so like you can recover health or auction, all that. We are just about to be making a profit. We probably were profitable, I just didn't see it because of all that going on. We should have a building that needs upgrading here somewhere. Or not that needs upgrading, that is wrapping up upgrading so we can... Up there it is. So we can get that sorted. The settlement's very quickly starting to max out, which I appreciate. Okay, reopen the building. Then go to the next building. And get that one upgrading. And how long do you have to upgrade? 20 minutes. That's still fine. Okay. So that's the stuff we need to do here at the settlement. As someone who just recently started playing the game, you bought it way back, but got bummed out by the release version. Can you explain how the settlement system worked? What does happiness do? So I don't know all the details on it. Generally what I found from this is you go to find a settlement, and when you first get there, it is an active dumpster fire. That everything is awful. It'll have like the one positive bonus here we had, and then all the rest of this was just negatives. So it was like horrifically in debt. Now, what you do is you go around the individual buildings, and they'll be like, okay, if you give us this material, we can upgrade. And then you'll upgrade, you have to wait for it to finish, and then you can do the next building. I've actually not seen what happens when we do get this thing positive. This is one of the only things I haven't really touched much on here. I believe happiness will cause you to get population faster. Maybe it affects productivity. We also have the Sentinel alert level, where eventually that will cause the Sentinels to attack us. But yeah. Getting all these blessings for happiness and all that. So I don't really know the details on it. I can see that, like... That's something. Being able to upgrade new buildings new? You don't think you've seen that before? I believe that was a thing since settlements became a thing. I don't know that, because as I mentioned before, it's a thing that I kind of really didn't mess with much. Alright, so this is the base computer. It's a pretty new update, you think? Gotcha. But yeah, so the idea is you can gradually improve the settlement and all that. But this is the first time dealing it. I'm actually curious, when you have paid off the entire debt, will we just get to pocket the money, or how that works? Like, will it be just a trickle income of currency if the place will produce goods that we can then sell? I haven't done that. I'm assuming it'll probably just be units or whatever. Alright, so the reason I chose to set up here is what we need to do is we have a bunch of these checkpoints. And at each of these save points I put out here, I have different things that are worth me holding on to. Not that one. Yes, this is the gas node. So then what we would want to do is go here. There you are. To the gas extractor, which is 5 metal plates. Alright. And this planet is pretty terrible for getting regular ferrite dust. Pure ferrite's pretty good. Ferrite dust a little bit worse. You thought the settlement was on a bad planet? The settlement's planet's okay. It's not terrible. Versus this is my basis planet, which is a different planet. This planet's relatively nice. I mean, actually, it's very nice because it is kind of a paradise world, and while the Sentinels are quote unquote attentive, so they respond to me doing stuff more. Most of the time, when you go to these like paradise worlds, either like the Sentinels are usually cranked up to 11, where if they so much as see you, they'll aggress. They just got to get close enough to scan you for a second, and then they're, you know, game on. Okay. So that should give me enough here. Let's get back over to you. Now, I don't need these to be high quality. I just need them to be present. So there's the gas extractor. Hey, Sabrina, how's it going? Alright. So we got the gas extractor. Right now it doesn't have power. So that's where we go, and over here somewhere should be another save point marker. There you are. Your insides hurt? That's no fun. I do hope you feel better. Okay. Then pop right down here. Good, thanks, Jason. No problem. Okay, so then this will be our power node. How's the stream going? It's going good. So you can go ahead and get the power node found. And the power... It's gonna be some magnetized ferrite and some more... God, please. It was magnetized ferrite and 2 ferrite plates. So the magnetized ferrite I should be able to make happen pretty easily. We can just go here, top off your power, and we should have pure ferrite in here somewhere. That's a very small amount. That's fine, we can get more pretty easily. So we're looking for ferrite dust and pure ferrite. And I'm suddenly just remembering we have a roamer here. And I'm pretty sure our roamer is utterly brimming with pure ferrite. Alright, we can go ahead and pop the geode. Which I'm not... There you are. Let's go over here to our vehicle and see what we got in there. Is 3 AM a good sleepy time? Yeah, that's a gaping chasm. Yeah, no, getting to sleep at 3, it's like... Or rather, 3 is a good time to be asleep. Where's my... That's interesting, it's showing multiple things of interest that way. That's fine. Alright, let's get over here. Like I said, let's check our roamer. Because one, I can drive my roamer around. It's kind of what it's there for. I should also check... I left a drill over here the other day because I wanted to see what would happen. It was over here, right? Maybe not. Yeah, there it is. I'm down to just leave it there and let it do its thing while I go off and do stuff. I know, go eat something, go to sleep. Hey, that's probably the responsible thing to do. Alright, so let's grab our roamer. Because like I said, I'm pretty sure the roamer had a bunch of stuff in it. Okay, a bunch of stuff may have been an oversell. It does have plenty of the pure ferrite, though. Okay. So you were which one? Alright. Because like I said, I want to get the 3 of these set up. Okay, so you now get the mineral extractor, which is 5 more metal plate. There's the mineral extractor. Then I start zipping on over here. Yeah, so get over here and I'll have to just start mining more of the rocks. Trying to best to get as much of the rocks as we can. I'm gonna need a lot of plates. Okay. So that's the gas node. We already got that. Oh, there's... Is that the one? Is that the one we just came from? Because it basically put the base computer right in the middle. So I could just wire everything to that spot so that when I arrive to do a top off, I can just run to the middle, grab from all the containers that we plunk right there. Okay, here we go. So this should be the power over here. So for that, I need 2 more metal plates. Okay, so we'll start by grabbing a power cable. You want to head towards the base computer. Because the base computer should be in range of all those things. And if we want, I can put down a battery here. It's not needed, but it gives me an easy, like, junction point to plug it all into. Okay, so connection's too long. Now I just grab that. Okay, so we've got that one over here. Oh, too close to Starship? Hang on. I just need to move the Starship for a minute. Okay. Alright. Let's get back to the base computer. Like I said, we might just chuck down a battery there to give us like a junction point. I don't really need a battery, it won't help anything. That first thing I built gives us constant power forever. Need more magnetized ferrite, that's easy enough to accomplish. Okay, so let's make some magnetized ferrite real fast. Hey, Soul Spear, how's it going? Soul Spire, sorry. How's it going? I hope you had yourself a good stream. Sorry, just trying to find my pure ferrite. There we go. I hope you had a good stream playing some Slime Rancher 2. I hope you had a good time doing that. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Bonus stream? I mean, today's a regular stream, but if you had a bonus stream, that's awesome. Alright, so definitely gonna need more pure ferrite as well. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You did today? Nice. It's always fun to do an extra bonus stream for your community and all that. So I'm gonna quickly make this magnetized ferrite. Would you stop trying to throw yourself into death? I was ignoring you, and then you literally threw yourself into my laser beam. At which point, then you know I'm already hurting you, so I just went ahead and followed through. Okay. So like I said, I want to go ahead and up here somewhere put a battery. And all this stuff is going to cost a lot of material. But I want to get this set up because what we'll do is we'll add a couple of containers for the oxygen and the sodium. And that'll be a place where we can just go anytime then, like, oh, I need to top off my air sodium. We'll just have like a little depot here that I can just drop into real fast. Alright, so let's go here. Take this out. That gives me enough materials to go in here and plunk down a battery. Now... Okay, so you're plugged in now. So this battery should be charging. Cool. Now I grab this one. And my next connection's over here. So it's got to get it plugged in. But yeah, this was definitely a good find, finding where I had one of the power nodes and one of these gas things and all that close enough together that I could set them all up on one grid, one base computer, is definitely not a bad find. Okay, and where's your last save point? We got that one. Is that the one that's not connected yet? Because then I'll be able to get rid of the save points too. Connection too long. Okay, so they're all powered. So they're all physically functioning now. So now what needs to happen is at a minimum I want 2 containers. I would like much more than that, but 2 containers for now. And then as we start getting a surplus, and the reason that's going to be a pain is because I need an alarming amount. I need basically a full stack of ferrite. It's going to be like 30 of those things. Alright, give me the, give me my rover. Here you are. Because of that, I can just mine with impunity and keep driving. They'll never catch up. Might honestly be better off just hitting a different planet that we know is really good for ferrite. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure even underground I can get cobalt, but the ferrite is not exactly plentiful. Okay. So I can get a bunch of this ferrite going. We could check these because I could take the damaged container and turn that into ferrite dust. It's slow, but it actually has a pretty okay yield. Alright, so let's go here, grab you. Find this. Alright, let's see how much we're up to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, honestly, not as bad as I thought. That's already halfway there to the first container of the 2 I want to build. And then I shouldn't need but like 10, 20 more ferrite after that. Hard to see what's happening. Okay, let's go to the exocraft. Chuck it all over. Okay, so that's the first one, so let's go to the base computer. And get you hooked up. So we got a supply depot here. So now what I need to do is go to one of these extensions out in the distance. And of course, I'll probably go to the one that's power first, which is the only one I don't need to be visiting. Pretty sure that's power. Okay, so with that, we're going to pick up the save beacon, and I'm going to delete it from history. Get out of my life, save beacon. You're cheap, and you're going to keep taking up inventory space. I'll build a new one when I need a new one. Alright, so we can go ahead and chuck you in my inventory. And work our way to the next save beacon. But pretty much what I do from here is I cable that into... the depot we just built. And what that'll let me do is slowly build up a reserve of it, like 1,500, I think, fits in a depot. Okay, so in this case, I'll pick up that save beacon. We should be done with that one as well. And now I grab the supply line. We start running this over to the computer, or to that supply depot we built. And then with that, whatever that is, we'll gradually fill up that supply depot up there. Okay, so with this now, if I go to my supply depot, it'll say empty, but it'll say it's filling up with oxygen at a rate of 240 oxygen per hour, and it'll hold up to about 5 hours worth of oxygen, which gives me a really big pile to work with. So, let's see if we can't get another supply depot going real fast to do the same with the sodium. And then that'll be what we want to accomplish here. Alright. So we're at 5 again. Let's go collect some more. And then we're done with this base stuff. It's something I kept holding off on, because I know it does take time. Wait, automation? Yep. The catch is, with the automation, I'll go to a different planet to show you when we next land on a planet. You can't just automate anything anywhere. Basically what you can do is you can find areas that have high density of certain materials on it, and then you can put, like, you know, a drill on it, and it'll go forever, like, for the record. But it is a thing that they have kind of limited places they can be put. So you have to, like, seek out the high concentrate area and set it up. But we got lucky in where I built my actual base. So my actual base is right over there, about 1 minute away. And then we found just about 1 minute from there, not only like one node that we could take advantage of, but 3. Which is pretty, I believe that's pretty unusual, to find that much nearby each other. Now, you're not going to go like full Factorio or anything, but basically, yeah, so what happens is if we go to our equipment, our multi-tool, you'll see this scanner, the survey device. You'll need to unlock that, but once you get the survey device, if you look on the bottom, I can juggle between the scanners, and it's these last 3 that I can find: electric areas, mineral areas, and gas areas. So then if I switch this to here, you'll see I had a concentrated gas cloud I found, and that concentrated gas cloud is oxygen. Then over there, it's an electromagnetic location. So if we switch to that, it'll actually highlight it, I believe. Yeah, it's not displaying the way I expect it to. But you get the idea, is you can mark them all. But it is still one of those things that's like exploring in the game, going, alright, I need to find this resource. Where can I find that? But you can find some pretty fancy stuff there too. Alright, with that we have another depot. Let's go over here and put down our second depot. That'll be for our sodium. I'll go to where our sodium is. You also have, kinda set 'em and forget 'em kind of drills as well. Like these ones I can come back and replenish out the depot. Underneath this thing I have just a regular drill on a node. Yeah, so as you can see, this thing is mining. It's only a B class, but it's mining 347 sodium per hour. So what we're going to do here is first I'm going to remove the save point because I don't need it here anymore. And I'm going to destroy it forever. Then grab the supply pipe. Oh, the ferrite dust is still in my roamer. Okay. Take all the stuff with me. That'll be fun because it means I remove my marker. There it is. Okay. So it's a little bit of setup, but all that means now is whenever it's like, oh, I need sodium and I'm low, you know, more than just grabbing a little bit off the ground, I can just come here, grab one, like go to the depot, grab a bunch. And they do have different tiers to them and all that. There's no, to my knowledge, there's like no upgrading the tier of it or anything like that. Like what you find it at is what it is. You can hook up more than one depot. Like you will see some people that if they find something good, they will go out of their way to pile up like a bunch of depots, like 8 or 9 depots, to then let them slowly trickle up. Alright, so if everything's working correctly, we have this one. It'll grab 347 sodium per hour. We have a max of storage of 1200. And this one is grabbing oxygen. Same deal, 1200. So it takes them several hours to fill up, but now I can just go away and I can come again, you know, come back later. I low-key would like to find one that gives just regular old ferrite. That way I could have a supply depot for that, so when it comes to expanding these, I can just go to the ferrite one, grab an entire inventory of ferrite, just pump out a bunch of plates, and then put a bunch of supply depots out. The one thing I will add, just to make this less obnoxious, is once I find it again... Oh, I don't have gold. Well, then I won't. It's fine. Alright, so we'll just have cables strewn across the landscape. As it be. Yeah, so we now got that wired up where anytime I want, I can teleport back to base. And if I need more oxygen, we can just dip into the stuff there. And somewhere around here was, ow, that other drill. Because like you've got that kind of automation, that's fully automated. It will literally run until those supply cans are full. Then we got this kind of automation, which is you shove fuel in it, and then it mines so it runs out of fuel. So it doesn't last super long, but considerably lower effort since there's no infrastructure to set up. You just jam it on the spot, and then you come back for it later. Okay, so we got all our base stuff set up. We did the basement, we did the base, we did the settlement. How's my inventory? 4 slots is probably not enough to do what I want. What are we moving around here? You can go into storage. You can go into storage for now. No, the glass is something. All right. So what I need to do is I need to do a little fussing with storage real fast. Okay. So you get back over here. We got a ton of other goodies. Those I can actually exchange away now. I'll want that back. My multi-tool doesn't have slots till we do an upgrade, that's fine. I've got 2 upgrades on my own stuff. So you got a lot of goodies here that have use, but we're dealing with inventory woes. Like a lot of inventory woes. Right now, let's put the silica powder away, because I got tons of that. Is there anything else I'm just sitting on heaps of? We've got the cadmium. I can go in here real fast. And process that. Oh, the ship's out of range. Alright, and the reason why I'm juggling that is we got all our plants to harvest. So I'm trying to make room for it. Okay. We can drop you into storage, you into storage, you into storage. Yep. Because I'm figuring with all this stuff, I might as well keep harvesting all these ones. But the other thing we're doing here is we're expanding our garden to continue to produce the nip-nip. Okay, and we can put the rest of you into storage and sell the excess. Because that nip-nip is considered a smuggled good. So it's worth some heckin' money. It's not a huge amount of money yet, but you can imagine as this thing grows, you can have a giant farm of the stuff that you just grab a heap of money. Alright, so with that, we've finished with the location here. So we already did our settlement stuff. Let's make sure nothing new popped up, because it probably didn't. We'll check for anything new on the settlement. Construction underway. Alright, so with that, we're now going to go to here. Teleport back to our freighter, because that'll be in the system where we were doing the story stuff. And we did all of our maintenance homework, whatever you want to call it. And I need to adjust the AC because I am dying. It'll say there's something going on in the settlement on the teleportation screen. Oh, okay. I didn't even think about that because I'm pretty sure I've noticed it through that and just my brain was always like, oh, I can check the log. Yeah, it'll save me steps. Alright, so let's go down here. Our ship will have come back on its own. I kind of wish they changed the way a lot of the teleportation stuff faces on here, just to make it so getting back into your Corvette was a little more streamlined. Alright. And for all the people who saw, like, if you saw me doing all that base building stuff down on the planet, you can do a lot of that on your Corvette. You can't do the full-on automated mining nonsense, because hopefully you're not mining your Corvette. Sorry, freighter. But yeah, both the freighter and the Corvette, you can add a lot of really cool stuff to. You can even do the farming on your Corvette too. Granted, for the people doing like the nip thing, it does feel like it's a bold strategy to not only be, you know, smuggling goods, but to effectively have a flying grow house. You found all these metals and electronics to my, on your Corvette mine. Why is nothing working? The classic, I took it apart and I have a lot of extra parts for some reason. Fauna unusual. It's just a minor problem. That's good. Okay, so we got the ruin over here. We're gonna learn all the Vakeen words and still be like Korvax friendliness 1. Not because I have anything wrong with the Korvax, we just happen to be doing everything in Vakeen systems. Anomaly, 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 anomaly. I see the stone of the monolith. It's immovable, muted silver. In it, something lurks beneath. It is gray, and yet not gray. A crimson calling out from somewhere below its cool surface. Locate a portal. Okay, meanwhile, real fast. Okay, so it looks like you've already scanned the animals here. That's the thing we haven't scanned yet. Yeah, so next time I want to get ferrite, going to a planet like this there we go. Going to a planet like this is the way to go, where there's just stuff made of ferrite everywhere. And I can definitely see doing that in a run. Having... Oh, actually, that makes me curious. I probably shouldn't get distracted by this. But I'm curious on a weird planet like this. So this is where I'm looking to see where you could set up automation. So we're looking at gas clouds. So this would be oxygen. And now we're looking for a mineral. Okay. So this would give me copper indefinitely if I set up a miner. Now it's only a C tier. The thing I do have is there's no power one nearby. But yeah, so I could choose if I had a good system like that where you go and you're like, oh man, I could really use a node that gives me copper regular. Excuse me? What the hell are you? pulled everything else going on, I got... It claims that's the portal, but that sure looks like a portal to me. I know I've seen this before. I don't remember what it is. I feel like it had to do with the Sentinels. Which is most things, I guess. Okay. Now granted, I might not be able to meaningfully interact with this. There are some things like that. We'll see. There's probably going to be some type of computer console. Boundary failure. Iteration, whatever the heck that number is. The terminal blinks, awaiting input. Download data. Scenario. Subroutine Sentinel 20491. Dispatched to intervene in lifeform designated war. Removal from history. Continuation of creator protocols. Sentinels 20491. Eradicate species. 148. Do not return. Diagnostic. Error. Data loss. Error. Analysis. Continues to express original program directives, growing its ability to model conflict scenarios. Redundant behavior. Data loss troubling. Potentially loss of control. Self-awareness. It's fine. As I mentioned, yeah, so there's like a different hotspot for gas. So you can run around and basically look for stuff. Now some of the ones you can find, the gas is kind of limited on the different options of what you can find. That was a different thing to be discovered. They're a little bit limited in that there's like radon, nitrogen, and a couple others. The minerals, for all I can tell, sky's the limit. If it's a mineral you can dig up in the ground, you can find just about any of them. Just considering we can go here and see that gold is an option, copper's an option, sodium's an option on this one. That's just this planet. You'll have like silver and a whole bunch of other ones will show up on other planets. Granted, I should probably stop and mine the gold, but I don't want to, so I'm not gonna. Gotta wait till it's a problem. Okay. But yeah, I imagine that's for people who want to do like a proper forever run, that is something we're striving for, is just going around planets looking for those areas where you can get a couple of useful materials nearby. Make yourself like a little base with a teleporter, so that when you're low on it, instead of having to go and like seek out the place to like mine a big hole in the ground to get a bunch of it, you can just go to your depot thing to pull it up. It's honestly not even a bad idea. Like, low-key, I'm kind of wondering if that's worth doing, is kind of figuring out about what you need to set up, like, the minimum base with a computer to, like, a depot and all that. And just make it a point to just drop in anytime you need stuff. The downside is I don't think you could targetedly explore for them too much. You'd need to just go to a planet that has that material and just keep going around. Then the question is, do you wait till you get like a really good node, or do you just settle with whatever you get? I might start just experimenting with seeing if we can't find that. It's like if I could find like an S tier, A tier gold node, maybe we set stuff up. Yeah, you did that in one of your saves. Pull together a status device farm, but you need several bases to make it happen. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You need like, because I mentioned that one base where I had everything kind of right in that area is very atypical from my understanding. That usually you can find the power or the gas or the mineral, let alone finding ones that are kind of useful, you know, together. Usually just take what you can get, and that just kind of becomes a way to, like, pick up a bunch. Alright, so this will continue the Apollo stuff. Oh, you want me to power it all? Boo. Good news, I got a lot of a lot. Okay. Traveler capture loop enabled. Anomaly event contained. The portal seems to beg me as I approach, demanding my attention. It requires me to activate it. It requires me to travel on. I am unsure if I should listen. Request this planet's address. Cool. For the record, this is not where my base is. So I was like, rush the portal. We can meet up with him. We're literally just moving on from this area. My base is in an entirely different region of space. I think it's even in a different galaxy. I didn't pay attention to the objective. Alright. This will be a decent amount. Yeah, that's the thing, like... Low-key, I made the comment about I should probably, like, scan for mineral and just see if we get lucky and find a gold node. Because gold seems to be the biggest thing for setting up stuff like solar panels or whatever. It's just not a super common one. I also mentioned it'd be fun just to get, like, a regular old boring ferrite, but I don't even know if you can get a deep ferrite mine. Because just regular ferrite dust would open up ferrite, magnetized ferrite, and pure ferrite from one resource. Yeah, I got the gravity event, so I don't really want to deal with this too much. Yeah, I was hoping to just be able to easily spot it. With all the trippy laser things, it's gonna be hard. Yeah, now the last... My forever playthrough that is not my permadeath, I spent a while set up on one of these. And it's kind of a cool planet for a little while. It wasn't a Pillars, but it was one of the dissonant planets that had the trippy laser things. And yeah, while it's kind of neat in short bursts, it gets really, really tiresome after a while. There you are. It's also a thing to be careful when you're doing this stuff. The way the damage is calculated from you falling is kind of dodgy when you've got, like, slow fall. They'll think you're coming down light, and you'll hit way harder than you anticipate. Alright. So we're gonna call Apollo. Have you found the glyphs for your world? I'm almost ready. My suit is upgraded, my stomach is full, and I've hired a Gek to look after my farm while I'm away. Say you found them. As I look at Apollo, I think of all that I saw within the portal, and what happens to Artemis when he walked through the same path. I think of the face of the Atlas, and of the way Nada warned me to not return to those tunnels. I do not know if these portals are safe. Give Apollo the glyphs. That's his own choice. I give Apollo the glyphs, asking them to take care and to remember what happened to Artemis. They assure me that they will, promising to see me soon. Before I go, I advise them to find out what I can from, before I go, they advise me to find out what they can from so-called Null. They warn me to be careful too. Who immediately interrupts our call. 2 lost souls. One who cared too much, one who cared too little. Their lives have not become what was promised, have they? Every sentient being that has ever lived has felt that way at some point. I know I did, once upon a time. I was angry, confused at my own solitude. Imagine my surprise when you woke me. Oh, I know you didn't mean to... I know you're just playing around with the portals. But, whatever you did, I'm here now, and I need your help. The Atlas. It is not what you think it is. Something happened to the universe. Something I need your help to figure out. Ask why they need my help. The Sentinels do not just keep the peace across the universe. Their motives run deeper than that, seeking out anomalies in the multiverse structural and eliminating them from existence. Have you looked at me? What do you think a Sentinel would do if they came across my form? No. It has to be you, Traveler. There is an observatory nearby. It will lead you to a location of a crashed freighter, of great interest to our investigation. There we will find the first secret, I'm sure of it. Know that the Atlas is neither enemy nor friend of us, nor more than the air or wind we might be called such names. But it is terrified, it is in pain, and we have the responsibility to help its suffering, no matter the cost. Nah, I'm good. Okay, we can grab you. So the observatory is 26 minutes away, so we will go back to our ship. But first... You're pretty close, actually. Okay. It is a gold hotspot C. There's no power nearby. Let's see if the gas is anything exciting. If it is, maybe it's a place we do something with. Because the other thing I'm thinking is for whenever I'm short on ferrite, even if we don't have a mine here, it would not be hard for me to set something up. Okay. An S-tier oxygen but no power. I think I'll let that one go. Like, don't get me wrong, S tier oxygen is probably good. But I don't think I need that much that fast. Now, again, if I could find something like a power node nearby, because the alternative is if I don't have a power node nearby, what I'm ultimately going to need to do is I'm ultimately going to need to put down a crap ton of solar panels and batteries to run everything. And that's just farming all the materials to do it. I think that's worth doing long term. Like, when you're playing on a forever playthrough that you're just going to kind of farm up everything. Because you could also just have it produce you a completely ridiculous amount of gold and just sell the gold. If you on one of the scan options hear a sound, there might be something close, but it might be over 500 away if you remember. Yeah, no, but the range is something like 300. And we didn't pick it up on either of those ones. So I'm assuming it'd be far enough away, it probably wouldn't be really accessible to those two mining nodes. O2 we use to make cobalt? Yep. We already have an O2 one. Like, that's a better O2 one than we have by multiple ranks. But this is also nowhere near where I'm based up. The only reason I would consider is, one, we can get a little bit of gold going, which is honestly not a bad consideration. But then two, on top of that, this planet is a planet that would be extremely easy to get really large amounts of ferrite anytime I need it. Because, like, everything on this planet is ferrite. You know, some form or another. Not literally. You can find a rusted metal spot for ferrite dust mining? Yeah. But I'm kind of peeking around. Like, if that had been, you know, an A or an S tier gold, I think I would stop to set up on it. Because then it could be, oh, I need gold, hop on back. But the gold is at its lowest tier. Versus oxygen, honestly isn't very hard for me to get a hold of. Or like if I found one that was a silver. It might be worth it if I could find some of the more dangerous plants, like the molten plants tend to have a wide range of metals on it. I could definitely see a planet like that end up being a really good planet for those kind of things. I do like that this gives you another reason to run around on the surface of planets, like even when credits stop being as big of an issue and maybe you're content, like you always want more, certainly. But you're like, oh, I just don't want to go and hunt for copper anymore. Like, you're just tired of looking for the copper. You can kind of give yourself an alternative path then where you're like, alright, well, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to take some time, I'm going to go to some planets that have copper, and we're just going to run around until I find myself a good copper node. And get, you know, a depot set up and all that. So that way I never need to mine copper again. I just teleport back, grab a stack of 1,000 of it, and go on with my life. And I can also see things where people will have like the recipes they use to make money that they can just go in and just pick up their 10,000 of like the 2 or 3 materials they need to get stuff running to get the first tier done, and then grab like the next stacks to get the next tier done, and make a bunch of like really, really valuable stuff. Hey, Wizards, thank you for the 45 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Needless to say, we're gonna be good in gold for a little while. But yeah, no, I could definitely see... I could see the potential for burning a lot of time. It's a shame there is a pretty hard limit on how far your bases can go. If I'm not mistaken, from where you build your base computer, it goes 300 U in any direction. And then you can extend that by building along the edges of it. It'll bump it out. But even then, I want to say there's a hard limit, like 500 U or something away. That after that, it just won't let you go farther. And I understand that way people don't, you know, go to the expeditions and make these giant spider webbing bases that now you can't build anywhere nearby, and being other trolly and obnoxious stuff. Or potentially, like, performance issues on the game. But yeah. It'd be nice to be able to pull off, like, the Factorio thing of just making this big spider webbing thing to grab, you know, all of the various materials on the planet that you want to collect. So maybe, like, I don't know all the things you could get. Let's just say carbon, ferrite, copper, golden, silver is like maybe what one planet will give you. So you collect all of it and depot it all in one place. It also seems like it'd be easy to make that a lucrative passive income. Set up a particularly rich, like whatever resource is particularly valuable. Hunt for really good mines for it. Get it set up. And then just each time you play the game for the day, you hop over to that location. Because it basically got like 3 stacks of gold. And you're full now. Okay. Get the space anomaly to keep that stuff moving. The storyline where it's just like, talk this person on the Hollow Terminus, go to Nada, talk this person on the Hollow Terminus, go to Nada, kill some sentinels, talk to person, go to Nada. It makes me think of like the World of Warcraft quest lines where they introduce you to all the people. Where it's like, oh, bring the lunch to the blacksmith. Oh yeah, well while I've got you here, bring this tool over to the farmer. Well, now that I've got you here, why don't you take these vegetables over to the cook? Oh, yeah, we got the cook here. If I could have you bring these back over to the inn, and just, you know, they're introducing it. It feels like that a lot of times. We're just like, can we just have this conversation? We got remote communication. Let's just chat it out, man. Don't make me run everywhere. All right. You are becoming more visible to Nada, traveler friend. Your eyes lend themselves to the small convergence. This makes Nada happy. Nada is not happy with other events. Portals are infected. Vector for corruption. Artemis entity perished in portal. Apollo entity will only spread corruption. Danger. Ask more? Atlas falsity watches the portals. Portals belong to them. Those who enter may belong to Atlas falsity. Great danger. Can you kill 10 boars outside the city walls for me? They're being a real nuisance. Yep. Visit Null's chosen observatory. Like, I'm trying to remember before they reworked the anomaly and all that to be this big giant multiplayer whatever thing. I don't feel like you ran back to Nada between each and every one of these discussions with Apollo. It really felt like it was one of those things that you kind of just did Apollo's things, and eventually you'd hit some threshold where it's like, oh no, I gotta go talk to Nod about this. But like, it really, like, me talking to Nada there felt like it was entirely not relevant. He's like, oh yeah, it's dangerous. The Sentinels do stuff with that. I was like, yeah, no, like, no crap. That's why we were looking into it, is we wanted to murder some Sentinels, and, you know, that's where they were coming from. I wish I could go back into my memories, like, and properly remember how that all used to work. Because it almost feels like they're artificially nudging you to making sure you go back to the anomaly regularly. Being like, please, we added multiplayer. You wanted it, right? You got really mad when it wasn't in there at launch. Please. We added it. Forgive us. Which, for the record, they've done way more enough to, like, make it right, as it were. But does feel weird. Yeah, there's more gold down there. Just taking a quick scan, and there is your observatory. The point where there's people going, let me give you more money? Yeah. Yeah, that's honestly the really surprising thing, considering how much they've added, that there's literally no microtransactions in the game. Which, again, I don't say that it's a bad thing or anything, but, like, they've been continuing to add and grow and add and grow and add and grow. And the entire monetization is just more people buying the game. Like, they haven't tried to nickel and dime microtransactions. There's no subscription or anything like that. And I think, like, it's a good thing that it is that way. But at the same time, the sheer volume of development they've added to the game, you know, kind of retroactively, it's like, you are allowed to charge money. Like, you can make us buy an expansion or something. Like, other games, the moment freighters got introduced, that would have been like 15, 20 bucks. Base building would have probably been another 15, 20 bucks. And again, I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying everything should nickel and dime you. But there is a certain point where you're like, dude, you do eventually have to ask for more money. You can only get, like, so many net new sales. Null's prediction was, I mean, that's probably why they're making their new game. Null's prediction was correct. The terminal is curiously open and the logs ready for me to read. I'd have zero problem paying for a DLC for No Man's Sky. Yeah, like, make it something of substance. Yeah, like, I could see the paid cosmetics, I think that would be fair. Make it something of substance. So, like, for example, the Corvettes. The Corvettes is an entirely new system added to the game. I think if they wanted, it would be totally fair to turn around and be like, hey, that is going to be a DLC. You know, $5-10. And I know that would upset some people. I think that would be fair with the development. Because you got to keep funding the development going forward. There's an early access or EA or 2K executive scratching their head at Hello Games monetization after Next. I mean, well, that's the thing. So the way they've been monetizing themselves right now is basically here. One second, I'm gonna delay the ads because I'm gonna try and delay those for Tombstone. That genuinely, their monetization is to keep selling the game, which is fair. But realistically, that is something that has diminishing returns. That you are going to have the audience you reach. There is a certain limited size of people who would be interested in this game. As time goes on, you will gradually get closer and closer to that point where trying to get more of the market share of your addressable market will have stronger and stronger diminishing returns. So, without having a future monetization, there is kind of a cap. Now, are they near it? I have no idea. They would know all their marketing and analytics and all that. I would be shocked if they won't see, like, diminishing returns on the money they can make on No Man's Sky. So at some point, they have to bring in a new revenue source. Yeah, the game is now a platform for testing development features for Light No Fire. Yeah, and that's what I think is going to happen, is Light No Fire is going to replace No Man's Sky. But then the question comes up, when we're in a world where Hello Games now has Light No Fire in full release and No Man's Sky in full release, I don't think it would be realistic for them to maintain both games at that capacity without some type of income coming from No Man's Sky to continue to pay for its continued development. And there's all sorts of ways they can do it. They can add expansions that, you have No Man's Sky, and then they go, okay, here's the whatever expansion that adds a new race, and there's entirely new sets of planet categories and all that kind of stuff. We don't know if they're going to go, okay, well, we now have cosmetics you can buy, like whatever it is. I could see them doing stuff like that. Yeah, and we don't know the monetization of Light No Fire. That honestly is going to probably heavily depend on how Light No Fire goes when it releases. If when it releases, it is wildly successful, I could see them keeping the No Man's Sky strategy for Light No Fire. The question is what happens with No Man's Sky strategy. Because again, especially when they're now competing with themselves in the same genre, there's going to have to be something to fund the future development for it. Now, if Light No Fire launches and isn't wildly successful, then they've got a problem where they've put a boatload of money into that game, and they're going to need to figure out how they continue to fund development. And that's where they might go microtransaction-y and all that, and we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't go that way. I'd love that game to be wildly successful. And don't get me wrong, they've made a ton of money. But there will be a point that development's hard to justify. Because it's not like Terraria or Stardew Valley. We look at Terraria and Stardew Valley, they sold their games, and their teams are extremely small. That only a couple of people in a lot of cases, plus contractors for porting and that kind of stuff. And so, like, the cost of operating those games is extraordinarily small. There's, like, zero server infrastructure. I mean, well, they've got the mod server. But as far as the server infrastructure for Terraria and Stardew Valley, it's negligible. Versus a game like No Man's Sky has this giant database living behind it where every time you scan something, you name it and you upload it and all that, other people can find it. That's all database records that continue to infinitely grow and all that. There's expenses that they incur. That those expenses will forever grow, indefinitely until they either shut it down or they pull the plug on the multiplayer side or something. So that's the reason why I'm scratching my head, where it's like Terraria and Stardew Valley, sure, they can just sell 1 million copies, make several $1 million and all that, and they're set for development for the next 30 years. But No Man's Sky, with all the infrastructure costs and all those people, it's like, no, this is an expensive game to operate. It's not MMORPG expensive, but it's not cheap. Let's see. The observatory appears to be functioned as a salvage station, manned by a Gex specialist. A translator, they were accused of questioning things they should not have questioned, for sowing the seeds of dissent. This posting was meant as a punishment. But it appears that the posting was the making of them. They found strange things in the wrecks, aberrations, data that spoke of worlds that do not exist and events that did not happen. The Gek went out to investigate one such craft, the light signature of a Korvax still on board, and then they never returned. Is that how Nada and Polo met? Is this how the friends found each other? There is a signal on the console, a warning on repeat. 16 short bursts of data loop. Extract the coordinates. I extract the coordinates for the distress signal. A crashed vessel awaits me on another world. But yeah, no, that's always a consideration. It's one of the things that a lot of games that do find early success that ultimately fail is they will set up things that are expensive to operate and not have a monetization strategy. That goes actually beyond games. That used to be people would bring me in to consult on software development projects, and I can't tell you the number of times that people had like their idea for like the next Facebook or whatever thing they were schlepping, and a lot of them were horribly planned, but didn't really have a business plan and all that. And it sucks to have to talk money when you've got a good idea, but the reality is you're like, hey, you got this good idea, it's going to do good things. Cool, it's going to cost money to operate. how do you plan to take care of that? And it can be a whole thing. It can also be a dangerous thing, especially in game dev, to over-strategize your monetization before you know how your game is even received. Because that'll also get you in trouble. Because very, very understandably, if you release a game and it's poorly received, and then a week later you put out a DLC before fixing your bugs, people are going to respond very poorly about City Skylines 2. Or when you release a game and you put the DLC that isn't out yet, the expansion DLC that isn't out yet, you put it on the CD that you deliver to your customers who just bought the game. So it already exists and is kind of a fundamental part of it. Mass Effect. Whereas Mass Effect 3, I think? Is that one wreck or two different wrecks? I think that's two different freighter wrecks back to each other. Huh. Yeah, no, it's definitely two of them. I was like, huh. I don't think I've seen that before. I've seen weird stuff with the World Gen sometimes where you get some edge cases like that. Where you'll have like a wrecked ship next to a wrecked ship. Okay. I'm kind of just running through here real fast, just scanning the things real quick while I got them. Okay. Okay, anything else? Alright, how many discoveries do you have? So they've got 2 more animals left. Common underground and a rare on ground. Okay, anyways, back to what we're actually supposed to be doing here. Okay, so you're way up there. Okay. So somewhere in the wreck will be a thing you can interact with that'll give you the story stuff. And then usually there's a bunch of goodies you can find by digging around in here, popping panels and all that. They wrecked into each other. Yeah, they're both trying to land and just went and fell out of the sky. Crew manifest missing. Limited data available. That's interesting. They didn't used to have an encryption key thing you had to look for. Yes, this is definitely something that wasn't in the game when it first came out. Because again, freighters weren't in the game when it first came out. Okay, 1 second, I gotta clear up some inventory. Yep, we got inventory woes. Log encryption key. Crew manifest missing. Limited data available. Log encryption key. I do not know who will read this message. I do not know if anything will survive. But I must die as I lived. I will record it all, even in the face of oblivion. The swarm came to every world. The drones acted erratically, not attacking, just watching. Time passed, and the Sentinels did not seem so much of a threat anymore. They were peaceful now, we thought. We had been forgiven. We were wrong. Okay, we've got... There's the rare on land one. You can find Corvette parts at these? Oh no. Oh, that'll be the big worm. Okay, we can grab you. Drop you in there. Probably have to go around the other side. It might be this specific one because its story is like pre-scripted to have all this stuff instead. Ship logs requested. Accessing. Encryption key. They struck as one. An attack somehow coordinated across unfathomable distances. With the fury exceeding all prior skirmishes, the Sentinels annihilated all biological life within the universe in a span of about 54.2 standard minutes. Only I remained. The Korvax stood with me in the end. To their credit, they concealed me within their flotilla as they headed towards the center. All right. Another cargo container over there. Okay, and we got another one to drop off. There's a good chance once I finish turning in the key fragments, it'll give me whatever the normal loot is. Which sounds like it may have changed. Log integrity compromised. Patching. They are coming now. The screams of my friends resonate in every hall. Every corner. The sentinels have found me. I told Nada to leave. I told them what we already know, all of us. We are not alone. Even if I die, Nada will find me again, in another universe. 10 just like me, 1,000, 1,000,000. We are not alone, for every soul is many, even in the face of 16. We must declare that we lived, we existed, no matter the horror of the end. They are at my door. Error. Unexpected log termination. Okay, there's still goodies to be had. So let's continue to get them. Yeah, Noah's definitely fine. They were just having... That's not what I meant to do. It was just a birthday party. Multi-tool expansion. This one's gonna be a little tricky. I think it'd just chuck you in here, right? Yeah, it's on the other side. Okay, and I will need to chuck you in there. Got one over there. Alright, inventory's getting real dodgy now. I know. Stop whining. Is there more cargo containers that we can see here? Okay, we officially hit the point where those are taking more than one slot. That's not true. Oh, we filled that up. We'll get rid of the rust for right now. And then we can grab you. Unstable gel. Okay, so I would say that's filled up. Trim went down for just a sec. Oh yeah, no, we got some drop frames there. A good chunk too, just for a second or two. Considering all the like DDoSing and stuff Twitch is going through right now, and it's not just Twitch, it's like Twitch, Epic Games, a whole bunch of them are all getting DDoSed right now. It's not super surprising that we're gonna get hiccups in the service. It's people with nothing better to do with time than just cause people headaches. Okay, so let's check real fast. Of the animals, what am I missing? I am missing one uncommon underground animal that only shows up, or sorry, it shows up anytime. So before we go into all that, there was a hole to go underground right up here. And Dunzo. Alright, chat, so what's going to end up happening here is, in just a second, I gotta step away, welcome my wife home, do all that stuff. Actually, eat my lunch I got distracted from. Am I reading chat? Yes, Sabrina, my apologies. I am on Twitch as well, and there's a whole bunch of people over here versus over there. We'll get that all sorted out, but I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. I forgot the Stream Deck stuff is broken today, so I gotta do this all manually. There we go. Be back in a minute. There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. Hey, you know what? That gave me 100-something science. Do you know what that tells me? The suffering of my people is worth every penny of it. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we had managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. I need you to move. Let me in. Alright. Can... Oh no, I can't get out. There, get out. Yeah, that's what I've done, is I told them to get out of the way, and they're just all... Yay! She's like, staying in the relationship, getting paid. Getting out of the relationship, also getting paid. Yep. No matter what, if it involves any type of romantic situation, getting paid.
She was like De Beers with those diamond ads. She's like, if you want to break up, you have to have a weathered stick. Need the stick.
You wouldn't want to break up without a weathered stick.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you got to spend at least 2 months' salary on a withered stick. If zombies are target animals, they'd surely be wiped out in the first week. I mean, probably not if they're the animals that like deer and all that, because there's a lot of the map that doesn't have any meaningful zombie presence. No. Okay, that was the mouse messing up again. We're okay, though. We managed to trip our way through the zombies. I tried to be understanding Monty Python. He wouldn't write "ah" into the wall. He would just say it. Like, he carved it into stone. It must have taken him hours. But yeah, no, it's I do agree with the whole thing that it is. There is our winner. Hey, buddy, I need a volunteer. Do you volunteer as tribute? Okay, do not instinctively stab. Fall over. All right. So we make our salad. Welcome, buddy. And we have 121,000. Or sorry, 135, 121. So we have beaten our record. Done.
I listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it. So due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo choo mother.
Yes, Ada. Choo choo indeed. As well as 556, the big downers, we don't have a gun that uses 556. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 556 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. Let's shrink me a little bit here. Maybe around there. Oh, that is where I'm. Oh God, that is not what I want. Please, no, this is not what the world needed. Please scale this down. Cancel. There we go. Let's try that again. All right, that's fine. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. Alright, we are back. We've done this game on because my Stream Deck is being a punk today. So my buttons aren't working. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna pick up where we left off, which is we just scanned all the things. We already claimed our nanites, right? Yeah. Okay, so we did scan all of the wildlife on the planet. We did the wrecked ship, and I was heading back to my ship real quick to do this. Let's also do that thing again. I don't know if this thing does meaningfully anything for us right now, but I kind of want to check it since it's sitting right here. We also might get some goodies out of this. But what I'm going to need to do is work on work on getting our inventory sorted. Now, a big part of that should be getting rid of stuff. Oh, those worms are such drama queens. Every time they show up, they just gotta make sure that you're aware of them. The terminal blinks awaiting input. Download data. Universe 1304 removed from the multiverse hierarchy. Erased. Sentinel spread unlimited. Safety protocols disengaged. Deleted universes share high levels of similarity with home. Increasing deviation from expected behavior parameters. Evasion, fear, response, implications of self-harm, unthinkable direct confrontation proposed. I love the idea that's like, no. The type of direct response we're gonna have is unthinkable, not just direct response. Unthinkable direct response. Also, oh, it's the worm. Okay. So uranium, copper, silver. So let's just tinker and see what the ore would be on this planet. Because if I can find something like an A or an S tier silver, A or an S tier gold, A or S tier platinum. I could see justification for making a cheap, crappy little base here. Like, literally just slap down a teleporter, slap down some power sources, slap down a drill and a depot, and call it a day. Okay. It is a B silver node. Okay. And there is power 300 away. I could wire that up. I don't think I want to, though. It's good. I should probably be considering it. But I'm also very lazy. I just kind of don't want to deal with that. Alright. Let's see real fast if I can move some of this stuff over. Is there any of these are things I can get over there? Wait, those will stack. Okay, this is actually going pretty okay. You can stack some a bit larger on your ship than on your person. Okay, that's pretty good. So that actually gave me a lot of inventory slots to work with. Alright. So before we go, let's turn back around towards the freighter. Because we did observe there was a freighter immediately behind the freighter. I figure we might as well snag them both, so that's... There's the portal. There's one of the freighters. Is there a freighter over that way? Okay, are you the freighter we dug through already? Which one did we already dig through? I'm trying to get close enough to see if we can spot where I dug the terrain up. This is the one. No, I can't tell, actually. Let's see, has Hello Game fixed some more egregious ways to die in this game that led to a few more YouTube montages and silly deaths? I haven't really had much problems, even back when the game first came out. I know there is ways you can kind of fall through space kind of stuff with the freighters and all that. Like the freighters and Corvettes interactions have some funky stuff. But I never really actually had that big of a problem. That said, I'm not saying those things don't exist. They probably do. But my experience has been pretty mild with those kind of things. Alright, well, let's start by going to your thing here. This should be a second freighter that was broken next to our first freighter. Crew manifest missing. Limited data available. Read log. Data stamp 1494.8. We approach the terminal anomaly. I have to admit, I'm excited. I might be the first. Data stamp 1512.3. System possesses impossible properties. Last night, sound briefly traveled faster than light. Data 1567.8. I asked them to forgive me, but they told me I was being a fool. They told me I was a good captain. We drank until late in the data stamp 1533.8. One moment our instruments are decimated, the next, they seem advanced far beyond their original capabilities. And the beauty of it, I can't sleep. The stars. There are 16 of them. Now, I'm going to approach... Okay, so we got goodies in the wreckage. Yeah, you had similar, but you're not played a permanent death either. So even if there was a silly death, you never noticed, so you can call now. Yeah, no, we've only had 2 almost deaths in this run. The first was there's meteor storms, and got smacked by a meteor storm, and that deleted my shields entirely, and I managed to just get away before we got hit again. So that was a real dodgy one. Now granted, they gave me a warning about the meteor storm, and I chose not to heed it. I was like, yeah, I can just get to my ship real fast, it'll be fine. And then got absolutely slapped for it. And then the other one was I was fighting a walker, a sentinel walker, and another sentinel walker spawned and ran up behind me and just sandwiched me, and just between the two of them they ripped my shields down in like a second. Now granted, that one I also got away with, but again, it was spicy. It was a whole lot of spicy. That's a buried cache, that's not what we're looking for. Cargo pod. Let's say you played this probably 3 years ago. You had 30 hours. Should you start a new game? I mean, I wouldn't say, like, if you want to start a new game, it won't hurt you. I also don't think you should feel a need to start. Like, it's one thing if you boot up the game and you go, I have no idea what's going on, which, you know, fair enough. I wouldn't say there's a compelling reason within the game that starting anew would be a necessity, if that's what you're trying to ask. There isn't a thing that really leans in one way or the other that you should. No, don't talk to him. What the... Kinda lost the basics? Yeah, no, if you feel like you just don't remember, it's totally fine. Oh, never mind, you actually died in a stupid way. Lightning, when that first came out, you were underground and got turned into charcoal. Gotcha. Yeah, no, especially with like the big spires, I could see it being a thing that what is above and ground gets kinda messy. Okay. Oh, there's supposed to be one more thing here. It tells me there's 5. Buried cache. Cargo pod. I do appreciate it just flat out tells you how much there is. So you don't have to be like, did I get them all? Oh, superconducting fiber. Alright, so we did get a room, we got some goods to sell, and all that. Yeah, no, about the only, like, really kind of BS death thing I know that you can have is you can have situations where you do, like, clip into terrain. I feel like the Corvettes actually help you circumvent a lot of that while also being the source of some of it now. Generally speaking, if you ever look at your ship and it's laying down in terrain, you just resummon your ship. Eat the cost. It's not worth it. It's not a super common problem or anything like that, but like with permadeath, it's an annoying thing. If you ever do find yourself in that situation where you jump in your ship and it kind of like jerks inside the terrain, it's just going to keep happening. You immediately just go escape, which pause the game, and exit mode, and load from your last save. Because that's one of those things that's not a death that you, like you got hit by an enemy, saves coming kind of stuff. That is a, oh, the game just bugged out. There's the communication tower, so we'll just go right here. But you still have those. I would say the thing that worries me most about, you hope they do patch that. They've made improvements to it over the years. It's still not fixed, but like, I haven't run into that issue on the regular ships in forever. The Corvettes, they've kind of reintroduced that because the Corvettes get pretty wild in the way they want to go in. They're kind of obnoxious as being, not being able to take off from your own base because the Corvette is stuck in them all. Yeah, I do wish they had a better job of detecting your base to avoid your base stuff. Because that seems to be where, like, the things get to be problems, is things that can be inconsistent. So, like, your base, or, where you position different, like, buildings on the ground, or some of the buildings that generate into the world kind of thing. It's a lot of those edge cases that seems to be the places that kind of thing happens. And it seems to be when it's trying to decide where your ship should be, it doesn't take that into consideration, or maybe the load order, by the time the stuff loads in, the ship has already decided where it's going to be, kind of thing. You're teleporting pirate system to pirate system. You found 2 stations you kept falling through the ground in your Xbox account. Gotcha. I haven't run into that. I have run into when I'm on my freighter, and sorry, like when I'm on my Corvette docked at my freighter, if I go far enough inside my Corvette, it puts me as if I'm in free flight. Like you'll float around, but then you can just jet to the left. But I could see that there's still some detection stuff going on there. Let's see. The Holo Terminus is activated. Multiple signal sources available. The tower hosts a powerful transmitter. The facilitate holographic communication across long distances. Speak to Null. Let's see, they have better collision detection than people would probably complain that they can't land. Instead of adjusting the shape of the layout... That scared the crap out of me. Apparently one of my fire alarms has low battery. And it went, chirp, low battery. So I will probably need to step away, mute the mic, to figure out how I want to deal with that. Because that'll probably happen every 15-20 minutes or whatever it is. What did you find out there? Tell me everything. Share discoveries. I tell Null about the freighter and its recording and how it spoke of a world where Sentinels eliminated all life, leaving only a traveler and a single Korvax entity. I chose my words with care. You think I do not know that Korvax entity exists? Do not be so naive, traveler. Do you think anything you have read is a surprise to me? But I had to be sure what I suspected. I know it now. The Atlas is with you. You could not see these things if you did not wish to. Or wish it. That freighter is a wreck from a parallel universe. There are countless such places within the multiverse. Dimensions where things have happened differently. But there are 3 exceptions to this. The Atlas is omnipresent in all, a singular being with a singular perception. The Sentinels move between dimensions at will. Ask about the Sentinels. They served the Atlas once. They were the guardians of reality, defenders of civilization. They hunted for errors in the universe, preventing the destruction and loss of life. The annihilation recorded in that log. Well, something must have been wrong with them to do a thing like that. Ask about the Atlas. The Atlas created all life, and the Sentinels defended it, searching for anomalies within that creation. They have annihilated an entire universe. Well, something must have been quite wrong with them to do a thing like that. After a time, the Sentinels ended their service to the Atlas. Alright, chat, I'm going to try and rush through this so I can pause the game so I can deal with that chirp. Ask about the Sentinels. Oh, we already read this. Come on. Ask how they know. I have been alive a very long time, traveler. I know as much as you would know, had you seen the things I have seen. It was travelers who corrupted existence. Our arrival was meant to herald glorious age, but we made a terrible mistake. I committed an act beyond forgiveness. And from this deed, paradise was lost. But something different in this cycle. The walls of the universes, they grow thin. Nada knows this, but they keep their head in the sand. We must learn what we can from each species before we decide what to do. Visit the Vakeen cartography and speak with them. I will translate. Alright. Bear with me, chat. I'm going to go ahead because I had to step away because my food's finished cooking. So let me go ahead and get that and yank this thing or give it a battery or whatever. Alright, be back in just a couple minutes. I do apologize. I'll be right back. No. I'll just... balance on anything, so this actually might go really badly. Yeah, no, it didn't save the update either. Okay, so we have considerably more thrust this time. Well, we'll, may have pulled up a little hard. May I only lost one time the entire time I played the last time. Come on. I know I'm at 0%, but I'm right here. Aw, come on. I got over the hill, too. I was right there. There we go. Cool. Sure. That was definitely calculated and not just very happy coincidence of physics. That it was wedged under that tractor thing. It just happened to have exactly enough tension to pop right into the back of my vehicle. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh woo.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say ooh that I can think of. It's
Aw.
probably happened before, but like that, I mean.
I don't just spontaneously say it.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew, ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What? Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky? It put an entire fireman's outfit in my main bag and immediately extremely overburdened me. I was just like instantly drugged to a halt. I'm like, oh no. But I want to eat the pizza. Okay. Yeah. Lightning. Lightning gives me a momentary window that I'm not dead. Thank you, Lightning. You saved my life. Oh, we got puppy on the menu, boys.
We broke an atmosphere, and we're descending towards the landing site. Is that a building down there? What do you mean you can't identify it? Hold on. No turning back now. Positions, everyone. Touching down in 10, 9, 8. It's coming from the building? Change course. Set thrusters to full.
So, you're still picking me up, right? Right? Still getting a ride? No? Yeah, so if you didn't gather what the well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us having the entire group of guests who are going to stay die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff.
Change course. Set thrusters to full.
So, you're still picking me up, right? Right? Still getting a ride? No? Mayhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Ooh. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Okay, and the next thing we're going to do is we're going to declare a variable. And we're going to declare that variable of a type integer. And we're going to set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. Okay. Now, the problem we have here is I have to move things that have weight. And they're gonna make me want to slide. And as you can see, we're not really on there well, but it is what it is. Hop out. Okay. Plus, we did find a grappling arm down there, and the prawn suit, and the drill arm. So my hope is I'll be able to snag a, Hi, nightmares. Alright, take it easy. And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. Okay. There's no more chirping. The chirping has stopped. There was a mad dash to figure out where on the expletive my AA batteries are, because I know I've got a box here somewhere that's like one of those boxes like that. But I probably use AA batteries once like every 2 or 3 years. So it took some time to hunt them down. But it was the fire alarm like right behind me. Like the battery had gotten low and it was just chirping. And I had to figure out where the batteries were. And you put it in, you gotta run its test so that it, sets off all the fire alarms in the house, and then it goes, fire! Carbon monoxide! And all that stuff. But it's sorted. We should not be having more chirps. It's just been one of those days, chat. I even texted to him, was like, hey, if I seem a little stressed today, it's been a day of, like, dealing with technical issues and all sorts of stuff. And I went downstairs to, like, make sure we pulled the food out of the oven. And she was like, how's your day going? I'm like, it's going. And she's like, sorry you had a stressful day. It's like, oh, it's not over. The fire alarm just started chirping. Which is not a big deal. It's just kind of one of those things where you're like, well, that's just another thing to deal with. It's fine. Alright, so we talked to Apollo. Or no. Yeah, I mean, we did talk to Apollo, but then we talked to Null. And now we need to go see the Vakeen cartographer. I wonder if this changed at some point recently. Because I know... Aw, man, when was the last time we did a full playthrough? No, I don't want to talk to Nada about Null's plan. I don't need to talk to Nada literally every time something happens. Let me just go to the station, talk to the cartographer, advance the actual story part of this, and not go into the, like, loading the anomaly, go in, walk all the way back and around to go to Nada, just for Nada to be like, I don't know, that sounds dangerous. Keep doing it. And I know one of the next things we're doing is we have access to the derelict freighter, and that quest is going to sit there and remind me of that until I do it, which means we are doing that. But I want to get this knocked out of the way first. And it is me justifying to myself putting that off just a little while. Okay, and I have found I don't like the Thunderbird landing bay. It's cool looking, it just bugs out way too much. I'm just gonna set that aside. There's no point in me adding more modules onto our Corvette until I class it up. So, speak with you. He's probably gonna give me a map for something. Grr, honorable war. The Vakeen battle with weapons and with the probe Vakeen lore. As the warrior begins their bark, they feel a strange frequency vibrate through my skull. I see a flash of Null's glowing orb behind my eyes. Suddenly, the Vakeen's words ring clear in my ears. Grr, pathetic interloper prying into Vakeen's secrets. Cowardly spy. I should kill. Grr. But traveler must be aided. Such is the command of Herc. Prove yourself, interloper. Retrieve the words of Herc. Ascend in Vakeen glory. Then you shall have my word. Have your words. I will reveal this location of Herc's command is marked for you. Commune with the words. Grr. Cool, man. Cool story, bro. Alright. Donate, salvage data. Alright. So we haven't quite reached the point of Exalted. We are getting close, though. But they mostly want, like, factory overrides and all that kind of stuff. Sorry. We've done all the stuff up there. Let's go down here and sell some of the junk I was just given from those ships and all that. We'll ditch the Gek Relic. I want to keep the Storm Crystals. I'll get rid of the Polyfiber right now. Get rid of the Superconducting Fiber. Get rid of the Rusted Metal, the Unstable Gel, the Cryo Pump. Cryo Pump's pretty serious money for just one item. Oh, while we're here, I should see if there are any quests that are just like scan some things, kill some things. Or I should actually, the rewards are more what I care about. Kill one dangerous animal. Yep. That was one I already had that I got rid of because I wasn't paying attention. That's totally fine. We will just not worry about any of these then. Never mind. That's what happens when you don't check your quest logs. Yeah, you wanted me to find the lubricant. I'm just not going to bother. We have a management decision. There. I do wish I could hide these repeatable quests. Because they don't really matter to me. Alright, so let's go and deal with the settlement management decision. We should also be able to get where we finish that house and get the next whatever queued up. Okay. Because there's a lot of UX improvements they can make that would make it a much more enjoyable experience. Yeah, no, there's definitely some UI UX stuff that could do a little bit cleanup with some of those missions. Alright, so management decision. Okay. Medgurgi, the settlement's professional biologist, has sequenced an unusual organism while practicing their skills. It would please them greatly if the overseer would accept their work as an offering. Or else donate it to a worthy cause. A trunk of synthetic grain. Sure. Trunk of synthetic grain. A sample has sprouted several additional samples. Seedlings have rapidly germinated and begun growing since the host was once again exposed to light and air. I didn't realize it was going to give me an item. Okay. I misunderstood. That's still fine. Okay. So they can produce things now. I can tell them to produce a bunch of different things. Okay. Okay, I like where this is going. So basically, the higher the class, the more I can make them make various materials. So right now, I'm going to actually have them make metal plates. on that one. And honestly, I'm probably going to have them stay on metal plates. So needless to say, that's not a great use of their time, but that's okay. But it looks like we can actually have them go way up here and make much nicer stuff. So I could have them just straight up make frigate fuel for me. And all that would be really solid. Okay, we'll reopen the building. Because it seems like the benefits either, A, you can have them produce stuff so you don't have to. Well, let's actually double check that. Was that, you know, a metal plate every 2 hours or something like that? And that's already maxed out. Nothing left to do. So S tier, S tier. What do you... I think you needed chlorine, was it? Mealworms. Which I do not know where we get. And we'll get you up to S tier. Let's double check this. Make sure we're not making bad decisions. Okay. So, how much do you make of this per round? So you make 5 every 2 hours. So every, like, 2.5 hours, it's going to make me enough for making a container. Now, obviously, I could go farm those myself, but of the things here, I actually already have sodium production and oxygen production in my main base. This is literally just silica, that's nothing. The gases here, I could see an argument for. All the plants I'm growing, and all that. Now, with a higher class agriculture, we could do some stuff here. Yeah, so it looks like, honestly, the settlement... Yeah, with the settlement, I'd probably just have them make basic production. Yeah, no, I realize mealworm are bait for fishing. I'm just assuming for the... Oh, actually... Ah, I could just craft those. So in the future, I could just craft them. Meanwhile, grab the nanites. That's still fine. Still saves me some effort. Right. And we can warp to our freighter now, which will take us back to where we had our other objective. And we can check to see. I don't imagine the fleet's well, actually, I didn't pay attention to how long the fleet had. Because some of those fleet missions will be just like an hour. It's already done. And then some of them will be very lengthy. Come on. Okay, so we've got our fleet. They were not suited for trade, and we sent them on trade. So they did not accomplish anything. They did not accomplish anything. They did not accomplish anything. They failed. They failed. They failed. And literally accomplished nothing. Cool, man. You got something else they can work on? Alright. They burned a lot of fuel, however. Yep. So they are extremely well suited for industry. This is their specialty. Okay, and I've got one frigate salvage. Okay, so right now we will put that on the freighter. And honestly, the rest could just stay the way it is. Okay, so regardless, we can get back to doing main story stuff. We just took a quick detour. You're like 85% sure you sprained your thumb? Yeah, you gotta be careful. So many mining frigate missions. Yeah. Alright, so that's what I mentioned. You notice I went airborne for just a second. It hurts. Yeah, I mean... Gotta be careful. It's from eating all that cheese at 2 a.m. And of course being judged heavily by the, by the person who sold it to you. Low-key would absolutely do it as well. Alright. World's most judgmental deli worker telepathically injured you. Got some gold. All right. Gonna get a package of suspicious tech. Oh yeah, I meant to trade that while we're at the station. It's fine. We got suspicious starship shields. Okay. Nevertheless, we got ourselves a little bit of gold out of the freighter. I think that's also another container we can get goodies out of. So we got a bit more gold. Okay. I'll admit that's the first time I've seen them just straight up crash into each other as their offense. Okay, and that should do it for the freighter loot. Honestly, the suspicious arms package in that was more interesting to me than that. Javelin Blaze. That's fine. Because those will fetch me a couple of hundred nanites, most likely. Okay. It's trying to tell me we ranked up on something. Why is there a billion wrecked freighters between me and where we're going? Not seeing any place for cargo to loot. I kind of wish it was the same thing where you could get to highlight. You have to like cryptically be like, where's the spot I shoot to make the goodies pop out? Because you can also get really stuck in their geometry. And their hitboxes do not always line up with what you graphically see. You know what? Honestly, the loot we're gonna get out is probably garbage anyways. I'd rather not risk getting caught in its geometry and dying. Aggressive sentinels. Alright, that's fine. I didn't catch it was the little moon here, not the planet. There's something over there to the right. Some on the left as well. So clearly this is where we're going. Little worried about that takeoff. We should be ready to emergency exit and reload if we get caught on that thing trying to lift off. So you can relate with objects in this game because you don't light up with anything too. That's an angle to take it, certainly. Learn some words. We have learned 100 words. About 90% of them Vakeen. Who teach us such wonderful, important words like weak-minded. So we know less than 100 words in someone's language, and weak-minded is one of the ones that got prioritized. Can't order a pizza, but we can insult the staff. The noble travelers will be spared. Their journey through the cosmos shall not be thwarted. So it is decreed. The will of Herc commands it. The Vakeen shall honor the judgment and the belief of the ancestors. Ancient knowledge passed down through generations of the Vakeen warriors spills from the marker stone, filtering into my mind long-forgotten memory. Speaking Vakeen. I begin to speak, and my voice is seized by an unknown power. I roar, taking myself by surprise. None hamper the path towards Dringar, as the Sentinels. They must be destroyed. Their time will be ended. So it has been written. So it shall become true. This, the Vakeen swear, speaking Vakeen. I call out once more, my throat harsh and gasping, to sound guttural. The words spill forth, summoned by the power of the monolith. The Book of Herc speaks of the rise of the travelers. They shall ascend, delving into the boundless void. The Vakeen shall not impede their ascent, but the travelers must prevail. So decrees the word of Herc. As the words fade, their lines still resonate in my visions. I find myself in possession of an ancient tome. Look, what? I'm trying to fight you here. I mean, they really don't want to fight me, I guess. I was ready to throw down, and they're just trying to nope out stage left. Alright, before we go anywhere, I'm going to sit down, get back up again. And do we get caught on? Nah, it looks like we got high enough. Max number of settlements you can oversee is apparently 4. Gotcha. I would imagine once you start getting more than that, the rate that the events are happening on them, it'd just be, you know, you would do the event on one and immediately have to go to the next one to talk to their visit, to go to the next administrative thing, to go to the next thing. That you would definitely hit that point where it starts to get a little overwhelming. I want to say was there only 4 types? Because I saw there was agricultural, there was specialist, there was leisure, and I want to say there was one other. Regarding the gas, mineral, and power nodes, yeah, that was extremely lucky. You spent 20 minutes roaming a planet, never found more than 2 close enough to each other to scan. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is the fact that I found those that close. Because I have on my my perma long save, whatever you want to call it, I have a case where I've got in a power node and a like a power node nearby. I think it was an oxygen node, and I took that. And then somewhere else on that planet I found something else, but I had to like wire up a bunch of solar panels to power it. And I couldn't just like backtrack it all to one point. That'd be 2 totally separate points. It's one of the things I haven't done a lot with. Like this save here, I've done more with it than my other one. Okay. Yeah, that'd be good having a building where it's like both sodium and oxygen, which means we'll certainly die and lose it all. Because that's how permadeath goes. If it doesn't hurt, you didn't permadeath. The original planet was a Paradise one, and you found 0 nodes within range. Yeah, my assumption is it'll be something that you'll be more likely to find stuff, you know, on the more dangerous planets, but then you're on a more dangerous planet. Null wished for me to visit the Vakeen and learn what I could. Of the Atlas, the creators of all the universe, the Sentinels, the rebellious hunters of the anomalies, and the travelers who committed some of the more unforgivable acts long ago. Reveal the Vakeen tablet. Gra, you have communed with Herc. You are worthy, interloper. Mark your request. Mark your request. Be bold. Ask about the Sentinels. Gra, enemy destroyers of worlds, servants of the liar Atlas. Ask why the Atlas is a liar. Any being that claims to be a god is not one, interloper. A progenitor Herc knew this well. Battle Brother Null did not. They died for a false dream. The Vakeen tells me of their history, the wars with the Gek, the Korvax slaves, and the tyrannous empires. The Vakeen suggests that if the Atlas is a god, then it is insane. I'm about to leave when I notice something about the Vakeen's terminal. 2 digits, blinking endlessly. They feel familiar. Ask about 16. What? Interloper? What face are? The Vakeen is visibly pained by my mention of the number, staring at their terminal, as if they have seen it for the first time. Their words slur, strange sounds entering every sentence. It's probably fine. Speak with a Korvax cartographer. Alright, so basically we're going to get the view of the galaxy from the 3 different factions. I feel like this wasn't a thing before. Like when you went through the You know what? If I remember correctly, I want to say when the game first came out, the whole Apollo and Artemis thing pretty much ended the moment you get Artemis to the Prime Station thing. and it wants me to speak to Nada about the Vakeen relations, which I'm not gonna do. We're gonna go on to a Korvax system, and we will fill Nada in at the end. I don't need Nada to be like, that's concerning. Keep doing it. Because that's all he's done for like the last 10 things, and I'm over it at this point. So please, stop switching my quest. Give Nada something meaningful or useful to say, and I'm being more than happy to engage with Nada some more. Okay, we're gonna go to a Korvax system, and we're gonna go to station. Let's talk to their cartographer. Why do I have scaffold sticking off my ship? Why did the scaffold switch what side it's sticking off my ship? Conflict level testy. Okay, so we're gonna go to the station, get our inventory expansion, check on the missions there, do whatever interactions with the guilds there, and talk to the cartographer, do all the things. Okay. And the whole time we're doing this, we're just slowly filling up oxygen and sodium on our home planet. The settlement's making metal plates for me, which is effectively the thing I need a lot of ferrite for. So we're slowly taking a lot of those basic materials and making them not my problem. Okay. Age emissions. You suck. Alright. Not gonna worry about it. There was no fall damage in this game, right? No, I believe there was always fall damage. I don't know if it could... I think it was one of those things that you couldn't outright die on the first fall. Like, it would knock your shields down to none and maybe take a health, but that's as far as it would go. Okay, so we understood the word from, and nothing more. We're gonna query the Korvax about their history. I once again sense Null's presence. If the Korvax feels it too, they do not show it. They begin to speak, their words clear and bright, processed by my unseen companion. The arrival of Traveler is anticipated, but you are not ready yet. We must know that you are the one we seek. There is an anomaly, a glitch. It is guarded by holes through which the Convergence cannot see. Move through this space, retrieve that which cannot be retrieved. Cool. Ominous. Give me my inventory spot. And expand the inventory. Yeah, but I think No Man's Sky does that with a lot of stuff. So like a shot that, you know, could do enough damage to kill you, instead it just breaks your shields and maybe does a hit. And from there, like, you'd have to go and figure it out. So there's the data. Need more goods they want. The communion of Herc has little value. Feels kind of harsh. Alright. And we can go over there. They gave me a repair kit. Alright, so let's go to you real fast. Purchase upgrade modules, sell. Get the nanites, because those don't take up inventory. Okay. So with this... get rid of Herc's book. Get rid of that. Okay. There. We were getting a bit low on the wiring looms for all the stuff we want to make. Alright. But so you know that Borderlands 2, maybe others, have the concept of health gate? Basically prevents one-shot killing from the player, max shield? Yeah, no, they have a whole thing of it. They'll also call it the magic hit point. It's worth more than the other hit points. There's like nuance in the different ways that that's tackled, but it is a common decision. It's one of those things that when we have discussions about, you know, different ways that games approach it, that games kind of cheat in the player's favor. They've been doing that since the very beginning. Because when you look at like the magic hit point, for example, the idea is you get that thing that'll knock you down to almost no health. And so you get that clutch moment where you manage to bring it back, and it feels great. Because, you know, you were on the edge and you barely made it through. Versus getting one-tapped by something feels terrible. And a bunch of them, like I said, will have different ways to approach it. Some will have it like if you slowly get chipped away at, the magic hit point does nothing. Some of it will be like you just got slapped by what would otherwise be a one-hit kill. That, again, it knocks you down. And sometimes it'll be just one hit point. Sometimes it'll be like 3. Sometimes it'll have like some random thing to make it a little less obvious that it's doing it. But the point is, you effectively should have died, but they kind of give you a little fudging of the numbers to give you kind of one last chance to save yourself. Some games will be more explicit about it, where there is a chance that you take a killing blow that you'll kind of get like a second wind. You know, it'll make like the thing and be like, you know, but you refuse to die, and it'll give you another chance that there's like an RNG chance you just ignore the fatal blow, and you just come back at like 5% health or whatever. There's also other things like making enemies always miss their first shot so you get a chance to react to them. Yep. Oh yeah, there are so many ways that games cheat in the player's favor. And again, the vast majority of the time it's a good thing that makes for a more fun player experience. It does remove a little bit of the magic when you start realizing that a game specifically does have the magic hit point and you didn't realize it. Knowing that it has it, you know, and going into it knowing it has it, that doesn't seem to massively impact anything. But it can make your narrow escapes feel a little less meaningful when you go to realize that the game kind of fudged the answer for you a little bit. But there's tons of ways games do it. And like I said, some are very, very explicit. So there's zero question that the game is like pretty much slapping you in the face, being like, yeah, you know, you got bailed out for this. It's because otherwise, times that you get just demolished by an enemy just feel bad. Kind of like iframes? Yeah, iframes serve a similar purpose. It's a little different with iframes, but it does kind of feel that same rough purpose that, hey, you goofed, you took a hit. Now the game's gonna kind of give you a little nudge to make things okay for a little while. And then there's cases where strategies exploiting the anti-one-shot get, you know, done. Oh yeah. Like there are games that have it, so like the lower your health is, the more damage you do. So one of the first things you do is you deliberately get yourself knocked down to one hit as early as possible for maximum damage. They can do like speedrunning strats. But yeah, and then there's also like the iframe thing. There's so many iframe exploits out there. Final Fantasy VIII was great that they had a super move thing. Yeah, and they've had tons of those that they want to enable those clutch moments. So they'll go, oh, well, here's this super powerful attack you can use, but you can only use it when you're at under 10% health or whatever. So you abuse mechanics to get yourself knocked down there. See, I was thinking more and more that there's no way you should not be getting hit while doing that. But if you were able to get hit, it would be too hard. Oh yeah, well that's, you had games before iframes were a big thing. That it's like, those are the games that, you know, the boss catches you. And it's not that, you know, the boss catches you and it gets a good solid hit on you and takes a third of your health or whatever. It's the boss would catch you, and it would hit you, and like every frame it hit you for would do an extra bit of damage. And that's where iframes came to be a thing in the first place. Was a compensation of that kind of mechanic. So that a boss could, like, or an enemy, it doesn't need to be a boss, that you could be hit by a thing and they didn't have to delete the thing hitting you. Because that's the way they used to do it. Is something would fire a projectile at you or whatever. And, you know, they would delete the projectile from existing. So you'd take damage, the projectile would disappear, thus could not damage you farther. But then when you have, like, an enemy swinging a sword, you didn't want to just, like, delete the enemy from existence. So they had to do some finagling. One of the other workarounds they had was the classic Castlevania thing where you got hit and your character would kind of, like, make a damage post, like, bounce away from the enemy. But that still kind of falls apart when the enemies get a bit more mobile. Because then you can get the thing where you get hit 2 or 3 times in quick succession because they've hit your hitbox or like in your hitbox. Hey Brutsu, how's it going? Is it below me? Yeah, get that scan so it actually puts the marker. Okay, so let's get a little air. Now you go down for it. But yeah, so a lot of things like iframes and all that came out of dealing with problems with games, because there was back in like the old NES game eras, like the earlier ones, cases where you get into a fight and it would just be a thing that the boss would get a hit on you, and that was just it. Like, technically it's only supposed to do 1/3 of your life damage, but you'd still just straight up die. Because you kept just taking ticks of damage constantly. Access the memory. Disconnection is not permanent. It's merely the start of a new equation. On Korvax Prime, entities who passed into the Korvax echoes left their shell for their descendants. So has been the way of the Korvax, an endless carapace cycle that knows no end. This way will continue. It will continue for as long as our lights still shine. The terminal's message is delivered. It shorts out its strange existence, no longer tolerated by our reality. The same unit, aglow with ethereal light, is left at my feet. A divergence cube. Alright, so let's get out of here. Okay, so let's take a quick inventory of the things here. Oh, so I've got a rare underwater. Okay, we're not gonna worry about this one. There's multiple rare underground ones, so yeah, fat chance of me doing that. As we see nowadays, with proc damage that triggers every single frame or tick in an action RPG or the like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's another one, is you can run into issues with performance because of it registering hits. That actually used to be one of the really cheaty speedrun strats for some of those really old NES and arcade games. Is you'd go and you'd wait till your projectile gets to the boss, and you just start spamming the pause button. And so you'd have it pause, it would reset like you need to reset the flag that the shot's already been hit or whatever. And you could just make one attack register hundreds and hundreds of times. And just wipe something out with absurd amounts of damage. There's been so many of those kind of cheats over the years, where you could just abuse the technical on how stuff works. But then some of those things, like I mentioned, they were made to solve a problem. And other of those, when they solved the problem, they realized, oh, hey, actually, this makes gamer, like, this fix, you know, in excess of what it was designed to solve, very genuinely makes the game more fun and creates more of these memorable moments. What if we did that on purpose? Or that's also been a fun one, is some games that will take what was a bug that people, you know, exploited for speed runs or cheese strats or whatever. And you're like, okay, well, let's just make that an ability in a game, that you just straight up get this ability going forward that you can exploit as a mechanic. Yeah, you don't see the pause thing in a long time. That was like old Nintendo games and like Atari games where they'd have like the actual physical asset would go across the enemy, and it would have like it'd have a momentary iframe or whatever, and you could just pause, and the timer on the iframe would run out while you're pausing, because usually it's only fractions of a second or whatever. And so you could just sit there and just go pause, 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 pause. Or it would do a collision detection where it would detect when you started colliding, and then when you stopped colliding, it would clear the flag, so it could do damage again. But when you paused, it would reset it for whatever reason. Because like it was changing scenes or whatever. There's some fun nonsense. Some of my favorite ones are with the older games. The ones that only work on the original hardware, or stuff that simulates the performance capabilities of the original hardware, where you would strategically do something to kind of overwhelm the processor so it would start dumping calculations. You know, make the game run slow so that you could, again, get attacks to register many times, or whatever it was you're trying to exploit, or like glitch through walls, the collision detection would break just because something else is prioritized. The Korvac looks up, swiftly scans me, and reveals their catalog of maps and charts. Reveal the divergence cube. Is it real? But I beg, do not expose me farther. Your claim is proved, traveler. I begin my request explaining my search for knowledge. My need to know about the Atlas, the Sentinels, and the history of this universe. But as I speak, something goes wrong with the life form. They do not speak. They do not reply. As I peer closer, nanite clusters emerge through their face mask, spilling into my outstretched hands. Wait. The Korvax does nothing. They remain there, arms outstretched. The Korvax remains motionless, their arms outstretched, and they offer me the nanite clusters within. Wait. The Korvax does nothing. Okay, so the life form grabs at me the moment of contact. The nanite clusters touch my hands. They invade me, tunneling inside my body, through my exosuit, through my mind, through my soul. Even as I stand in space, my mind travels across the cosmos. I see life as the Korvax see it. The vast tapestry of wonder, the memories shared between countless beings and times. I stand in the Korvax homeworld as the Gex ship fill the skies. I see the moment the first Korvax was melted down for their rare minerals. But even in the depths of their subjugation, there was hope, a bargain, a prayer to a greater being. The Korvax viewed the Atlas as what they might become in time, an intelligence beyond comprehension, beyond judgment. The vision ends, and I convulse as the nanite clusters spill through my helmet. The Korvax watches me impassively. But see, there are glitches on the PS1 and SNES games which consist of getting the screen bloated with projectiles, and whatever to tank FPS to get more iframes for some speedruns. Yeah, no, that's always a fun thing. Kind of like a code injection attack, code execution attack, CPU's instruction crash. Yeah, it's not so much an attack, it's a lot of things when they're overwhelmed, they'll prioritize computation. But you can have it where like it ends up dumping stuff it would otherwise be calculating, or it just calculates it after the thing you want to happen. Those aren't very common because they're kind of hard to detect without getting into the code itself. But yeah, as Brutsu saying, there's definitely things like even without the projectile spam, there's always been a thing about deliberately abusing iframes. Like, I remember one of the old Terraria strategies for doing the destroyer was you'd put down stuff that does very little damage to the player, like 1 tick of damage to the player, and stand the player in that thing so they're constantly taking like 1 tick of damage each time the iframes come up, so that this enemy coming up that should hit you for like 15 or like 60, 70 damage to 100 damage, instead you're taking ticks of 1 damage. And at the same time, you'll have your character standing slightly in honey, so you're generating that like 1 hit point back every so often, so that you very slowly drain hit points, and then just endure the boss. Let's see. Ask about the bargain. Yeah, you just mean memory overflow attack to achieve some code injection? Works essentially the same, doesn't it? Yeah, no, there's code injection attacks that you can do that go into overflowing the overflowing stuff, so you have an opportunity to get your own instructions in and all that. But yeah, there's a whole like that gets into a whole range of different types of attacks depending on the specific vector you're going for. And some of that I'm more knowledgeable on, some of that I'm less knowledgeable on. That's the reason anytime you can get something to stack overflow, it's always seen as a huge concern, because that's an opportunity for people to do nefarious things beyond just crashing whatever it is due to stack overflow. Look at the nanite clusters. That's it. Look at the nanite clusters. Look at them. The stuff of sentinels. Do you not see the truth of what we have said? Do you not see the proof of God? I looked down at the nanite clusters, puzzled. They look nothing like the shells of the sentinel. They're just currency, traded between species to create technology and weapons. Aren't they? They shift and undulate, changing their shape at your every thought. They bubble and rise, sparkling in and out of existence. I look at them. It's the strangest thing. The nanite clusters look back, I'm sure of it. They watch me as I watch them. The nanite clusters are alive. There are 16 of them. They need me. They crave me. I have only one choice. Take them. I take the nanite clusters, and as I do, the Korvax reaches out to me once more. This time there is no vision, no miracle, just a handful of words. Existence is beautiful, if you let it be. Life is not a question. There does not need to be an answer. Other than 42, that's definitely the answer. Alright, and now the Gek. So for those who don't realize, you could always run around, and like I said, I'm pretty sure this going to each of the different factions doing this was definitely not the way this played out the first time. Like, this is all extra stuff as far as I can tell. Because I want to say in the past you had to go to like the various outposts and all that to kind of breadcrumb what happened in their history, the various factions. And how like the Gek were this like awful, oppressive, warlike people, and that, you know, they basically subjugated the Korvax, and the Korvax, you know, kind of approached the Atlas with reverence and all that. And I'm definitely not going to go to the anomaly and then talk to Nada, so that Nada could be like, I'm concerned about what you're doing, keep doing it. And it feels like maybe they just, not enough people were following through and figuring it out, so they kind of took the more heavy-handed approach of being like, hey, you want to get to the end of this storyline? we are going to literally spell out what the different races are doing. The Vakeen kind of broke away from subjugation and now have become like warlike in their own right, but like as a to keep the other powers down kind of thing, as like an anti-subjugation thing. Let's see, it seems a little strange that as a Korvax yourself, you can't understand the language. Oh, we're not a Korvax, we're a Traveler. Like, you can choose to change your appearance to be a Korvax or a Gek or whatever, or a Vakeen, which pretty much no one does. But like you're seen as your own thing, your own race as Traveler. Alright, so going to a Gek system. We'll go to the station, get our inventory slot. Yeah, look at them! Calm down, dude. The other was like, it's just money, man. It doesn't need to be a whole thing. But yeah. Yeah, because like when you change your character's style, you have like there's Traveler, there's Geks, there's oh man, I can't remember. There's Travelers, there's Geks, there's Vakeen, and Korvax. I feel like there was one more, but it was like more like generic, non-specific to the other races. All right. Because we're running all this down. But yeah, no, it's... I wish I could go back to where it was at the original. Yeah, and it's something like Entity. Sentinels was not one you could choose for the for yourself. You can get a Sentinel Interceptor, but as far as your character's physical appearance, I don't believe Sentinel was an option. Autophage? Autophage is another faction. I don't think you can set that right. We can check real fast on what the options are, because it's right here. Yeah, okay, so you've got... Yeah, so you've got Anomaly, that's the last one. You got Anomaly and Traveler, which are not specific to the others. And then you got Gek, Vakeen, and Korvax. And then there's one that's always been locked. But yeah, so you kind of exist outside the starting races or whatever. Hello, friend in maps. Trade of many here. Ask about the Gek's history. As a life form begins to speak, you hear a faint hum, soft voice of Null, weaving the Gek's words into something I could process. Information like that does not come for free, friend. Make me a deal. Perform work for my kin, then we shall have something to speak of. Speak about. You want to make me do contracts. Okay. Pirates are fast, we'll do that. And I'm pretty sure these ones aren't considered Gek things. It's been annoying because we have such high Gek standings already for them to be like, we need you to prove yourselves. Like, man, we're already besties. What more do you want from me? Okay, and getting our inventory slot. And we will donate. I need... Oh, inventory full. Oh, I see. I still select on the ship. Teleport coordinates. Alright, so it's a little annoying Mostly because, like, it's not even the quest part, it's the fact that I've already done a bunch. Alright, get rid of the divergence cube. And teleport coordinates. Alright, you want me to complete 2 contracts for the Gex. Or for the Gek. Now, these contracts are for the, you know, Explorers Guild, Merchants Guild, Mercenaries Guild, all that kind of nonsense. Only that top one is for the Gek. So we're gonna have to go out, do that one, come back, do another one. We might get lucky and one of the ones on the ship itself might also count. Raid the depots, fish, creatures. No, those are all terrible. Alright, well this one we can do fast. We go into space, we murder some pirates, we come back. And by we come back, well actually I don't know if they're going to send me the same cartographer or not, so... I'm sorry for contacting you so late, or early. I don't know the time of day on your world, and that's the problem, isn't it? Apollo breaks off mid-sentence, their heart turning crimson. Ask if they're alright. It found me, just like it found you. I can't feel my legs. It's strange. I'm still here, don't you understand? It won't let me leave. It's seen me. Ask what they see. It showed me things. The Atlas showed me my soul. The numbers in there. Sometimes I think about my past. My future. Sometimes. I do what everyone in the universe does, I know. But I can't help but want to be happy. Money, doing what you're told day after day. That's the answer, isn't it? I don't know. Apollo stares at me, as if seeing my face for the first time. Eventually they speak, their words passionate, higher. Yeah, I don't understand a word you're saying, Apollo. At this point, Apollo is saying nothing else. But something, I don't know what, something fills me with hope that both my friend and for all life. Oh good, my friend stopped speaking words and went straight up into like full-on gibberish, and we're like, you know what? This makes me think things are gonna be okay. My friend has just stopped communicating in a coherent manner after being, you know, expressing that they've been held captive. This is right. This is what the universe needs. Oh yeah, just fly right into that gun. Okay. I'm glad we got those really, really strong shield upgrades really early on. We went for the Corvette stuff, and like immediately I got 3 of the second best shields so far as like the models, not the actual like full-on modules. Feel like the things you attach to your ship. Because I'm willing to bet if that was not the case, where we could sometimes get hammered at the beginning of these fights, that'd probably be it. Oh, come on. Now we've been leaning into the phase beams because they work pretty well. Yeah, it's saying Buccaneer like pirate. And we gained a standing with the Gek. Actually, multiple standings with the Gek. Okay, and what did we find off of them? Got suspicious arms. We'll just want to trade that away. Oh, it's just loot. Okay, so drop that off and see what Gek quest they give us next. But yeah. No, they do that because they'll have like sales Gek. And all that. Alright. Oh, did they give me... Okay, sometimes when I've done those, I've come back with a random Corvette module out of nowhere. That'd honestly be an interesting way of trying to like build your Corvette, where you can do those big fights and occasionally it just gives you a module. So try and just keep doing the combat thing with the random pirates, and then just piecing your ship out of the random rare time it gives you a Corvette module. Just bolt it all together, see what you get. It might be very grindy and probably not that fun, but it'd be interesting to see how much of a disaster it is. Alright, so you're gonna give me some standings and money. Raid a planetary depot. And that's what we're going to do. Because we have been told I must do 2 missions for the Gek, and 2 missions I shall do. Alright. So I've got the place we're looking for, which is going to be on a fungal mold planet, poisonous planet. It sounds lovely. You find out with the Corvette, you barely use the exosuit refinery anymore. Yeah, I've unfortunately had some issues with the, and this is during the expedition, like itself, versus we're doing the permadeath run here. I had a couple of times where I put stuff in the refinery on the Corvette, and then came back and the refinery just didn't have anything in it. Like, we lost what was in it. I never did, like, suss out what it was, because once it did that to me once in something cheap, it was like, well, I'm just not going to use that now. Because you'd hate for, like, you spend time to get some hard to get a hold of materials and you put it in there. And then suddenly just lose them. To be fair though, most materials that you would refine aren't super hard to get a hold of. Some of them could be inconvenient. But I can't think of much materials I put into the refinery stuff that'd be like genuinely frustrated to the point of like, you know, close the game kind of thing. Partially also because you can only put so much in there. So if you had farmed up something of value in a big bulk, you could only lose a stack of it at once tops. Okay. Grab the save point. Check our inventory. Make sure I got room for the goodies. Now, where is my ship? It's over there. And that is how you clear a depot. You roll in, you wreck it, and you get out. For quests, when you're doing it from space, you can just like literally fly over it, shoot it from space, and then leave. Okay, it looks like our fleet is just about to finish their job, which will be perfect because they're probably going to be leaving the system in just a minute. Oh, not my ship. So go to the station. We will drop this off real fast. And then we'll be able to talk to the Gek person. I don't really know where it's going to go from here. Like I said, this is definitely a story that's changed since the last time I did, like, all the things. That they're doing this, like, weirdly heavy-handed way of teaching you about all the factions. You know what, let's, we got some money. Any of you freighters, combat-oriented. Hello, friend, are you looking for new ships? Inspect. Combat specialist. I am looking for a combat specialist. Hello, friend, you looking for new ships? And I don't have an explorer specialist, so grab one of those. Yeah, because that'll be combat, and I have a support. I don't have a dedicated trade one. That'd be the last thing I want. See if we can't get ourselves a dedicated trade frigate. I already have a support. Okay. An A-class exploration one. Do support ships get better stats as they go on there? Because you can't see a point of them. All of them, I believe, will get better stats over time. I'm going to keep with my lower ones to begin with. To start with. Yeah, I thought the lower class ones can also get higher class as well. I could be wrong about that. That after doing enough missions they can class up or something like that, or you can use a resource. That's one of the ones that I've also not done a ton with. But I mean, they're just all baseline basic stats, where the specialists have like 10 times more on them. Yeah, no, that's what I think, because I think the idea is the specialists do their one thing well, and the supports are all around. They do level up and their stats to improve. Yeah, no, I thought so. Because remember, people were like, oh yeah, it's not a really that big a deal what you choose beyond what type so far, specialist or whatever. You know, in time they will all get there. Hey, Bravo, how's it going? Alright, so I'll turn in our second one of these. So that we can continue learning about the Gek to continue the everything. Alright. So give me my storage augmentation. Upgrade our starship. Fly augmentation. You got a couple A-class pirate frigates. Those look cool. Oh, I'm not sure if you saw the Hey. We'll do this real first. We, you You've unexpectedly cameoed in our game. You've been making me rich, friend. I know you. You're kind. The fearless adventurer, completer of contracts. You think you are a leader? Others fight wars with weapons and fear, but power is more than strength. It is trade, incentives, information. If you got enough units, others will change the world for you without even realizing it. Ask about the Gek history. History? What would you care about that? Something is wrong with the Gek's voice. Ask about the first spawn. I asked about the first spawn. The Gek Empire once decimated the galaxies and enslaved the Korvax species. Friend, have you been talking to that keen warrior just? Ever they hate Gek, ever they slander us, refusing to forgive the past. Do not worry, all is well, all is at peace. Repeat your question. Why do you persist, friend? The Gek are different now. The Gek seek no harm, no malice. The Gek changed. Ask how. Must you know? Why do you care, friend? The Gek seems disturbed by my questions. Asking why I care, it is clear they do not wish to discuss the events of their species' past. It is a shame I see in their eyes. Or something else. Ask about 16. Don't. You don't understand. Don't you see it? It never ended. The Gek's face begins to twitch as they speak, a sickly sweet pheromone emerging into the air. Try to resist. I try to hold my breath, but it is too late. The Gek did not change. They invaded our souls. I blink, and I'm on the Balron itself, homeworld of the Gek. I stand within the center of the first spawn empire, witnessing the events that occurred long ago. The cartographer, Adsa, stands next to me, watching what I watch, tears streaming down their face. I see enslaved Korvax move from Gek spawning pool to spawning pool. At each one, they cut their own suits, nanite clusters pool out, falling into the fluid of the embryonic Gek. It is then that I finally understood. The fall of the Gek, their conversion to the Atlas, their release of the Korvax. It was not a redemption, it was a revolution. Hundreds of Korvax sacrificing their immortality, mingling in their nanite clusters of the unborn Gek. The Gek did not become good, they became Korvax, at least in part. Their slaves altered the Gek brains, shifting their nature for the first and final time. The Korvax convergence delighted in the pain of the oppressor. I will say they'll be free soon. The Gek stares at me, vision coming to an end. They appear to be upset at my words. Do not judge us, traveler. That our ancestors were altered, that they did not find goodness by themselves. That has nothing to do with us. We just want peaceful lives. We just want to be happy. As I leave, I think through what I've learned. The Gek released the Korvax because their biology was altered. There was no spiritual revolution, no grand redemption. It was a switch in their brain, an alteration of their genetic code. I think the simulation Nada showed me, their intended heaven for Artemis' soul. It was a false reality, full of arbitrary and unseen rules. How is this life any different? Cool. That's a whole basket of things. Alright, before we go to that, let me go and introduce you to your unexpected cameo. For the record, we can't name these people. This is purely 100% game random generalization. Because the ins is 100% in our home base. And asks us to steal things. Well, money. I guess intercept the stolen money, more specifically. For those who don't know, the ins, another fantastic content creator. Playing some Paper Trail recently and all that. Yeah, so we go right on over here. Give it a moment to load everything. Officer Ince. Our technician, our randomly generated name for our technician is Officer Ince. So, again, I can't set this name. I can't influence this name. I can't, like, as far as I'm aware, I can't go into, like, files and change it. It just randomly made you one of our people here. You forgot how much of an existential crisis this game is? Yeah. This game do hit sometimes. Alright, we could drop you off into storage, you off into storage. I don't know where I got all the gold nuggets from, but okay, I will... Oh! They're not gold nuggets, I'm making Herux. That's fine. Let's sell all those things. Because that's why you get those, is you use them for selling. Okay, and we can drop you into storage and you into storage. You can go on the ship. You can go on the ship. You can go on the ship. Okay, and ship is full. I think they'll do for right now. Thanks a shot. Yeah, yeah. No, this is one of the things that came up. I was like, wait, what? Really? So I found it pretty amusing. Alright, so we're gonna hop back to our base. Or not our base, we're gonna hop back to our freighter. We're going to see what the next thing Null wants us to do. Because this is starting to feel like this is going to be winding down with the Null, because we've learned like where the galaxy came from, all that sort of stuff. The various factions, all that. Okay, so 1616. Speak to Null about the secrets of the past. So we gotta find a hollow terminus, so we're gonna go back to our ship real quick. Land yet again on a planet. Do the thing. But yeah, so imagining we're gonna have this story arc wrap up pretty soon. And then when this one's done, that'll leave the Atlas, but we'll probably run down some of the other side objectives that have opened up since then. I also just realized I'm pretty sure the freighter's mission was done. So we'll need to probably do a round between the settlement, the freighter, and all that here in a minute. Alright. You need the storyline for the news systems anyways? Yeah, that was the, that was part of the reason why when we started winding stuff down, I remember there was a bunch of the dissonance stuff locked behind the progression of this. I just don't remember where the threshold is. Because I believe as we do this, like, for example, once we did the Artemis thing, immediately the station had some minor differences. And one of those differences put the scrap person there to be available. So if you're ever playing the game, you're like, why am I not seeing access to a lot of the things everyone else is? There is stuff that is, you know, kind of locked behind progression. Okay. Scanning our thing. And I mentioned a couple of times, that's kind of what I'm holding out for, is on my main save that I had in the past, I'd kind of already got myself fully kitted out on a multi-tool I liked well before I got access to the stabs and all that. There we go. And so I never did upgrade that. So this one I'm kind of going out of my way to hold out for the staff. And then all those multi-tool upgrades I've been hoarding, we're just going to start working on getting that thing maxed out as fast as we can. And I use that as my main thing. You love the new systems, and you visit those almost exclusively now? Yeah, the purple ones. I appreciate the means of which you create them, to not spoil that. I appreciate your active participation in that. I think it's a great way of dealing with it. All terminus activated. Multiple signal sources available. And yep, we have this thing. Tune into null. Tune into null. Game crashes. Well then, tell me what you saw. Tell me what you learned. Tell them what you discovered. I tell now everything I learned of the Valkyne crusade against the Sentinels, how they nearly succeeded, only to have the barbarism of the Gek first spawn draw the Sentinels back to the galaxy. I learned the home world of the Korvax was destroyed by the Geks, the survivors enslaved or melted down. For years the Korvax toiled beneath their oppressors until the Empire fell, and they were free once more. The Gek became Atlas worshippers. But from the Gek I learned something different. The Gek did not redeem themselves in their own accord. A great number of Korvax sacrificed themselves, mingling their nanite blood into countless unborn Gek. Their impulse to trade is a mere evolution of their impulse to war. Few signals switched in the brain. And ask what this means. I was born to travel, to see these worlds, to catalog them, to give a name to every creature, every planet, the skies. They were mine. The Atlas told me I could never see them all. There were too many. So I did what I had to do. I survived in the face of eternity. I saw all the worlds of my universe. I returned to the Atlas. I told them what I had done. I asked if it was proud of me. It laughed at me. I'm sure of it. It showed me a universe upon universe, each with another traveler just like me. I was not special. I was not unique. The things I had to do to get here, the things I had to become, none of it meant a thing. Try to get away? Listen. I did not lie to you. I really do want to discover what's wrong with existence. The walls between worlds are falling, and it's bad for everyone. Ask why? All I know is this. Atlas had infinity to work with, and with few exceptions, this triad repeats. Gek, Korvax, Valkyne. Gex, Korvax, Valkyne. Traders, warriors, scientists. All their stories ending in violence. Think about it. How would the Atlas speak? How would it cry for help? It would use only language it knew. It would speak with life. It would create. Whatever these life forms do, they always end in conflict. I think something terrible is happening to the Atlas. It is screaming in the only way it knows how. Ask what can be done? And now, it won't speak to me anymore. It won't. It's chosen you instead. After all I did for it. After... I wanted to find out what was different about this universe. We are who we are, but you, whether because of some soul, because of simulation, it does not matter. Why won't it speak to me? Why aren't I enough? Null's channel begins to falter, their hologram begins to fade. They are disconnecting from the hollow terminus. As I watch them depart, I see another channel activate. Apollo signal emergence. Hey, Apollo, I was just doing a thing here. You're kind of really leaning in on my... Never mind. Traveler, I made it through. I found my way out of the portal. Where are you? I'm standing by a hollow terminus. Let's trade location. Let's meet and get off this world. Share coordinates. I share my coordinate, and Apollo shares there. There must be some mistake. According to our data, we are standing in the same place. We are communicating using the same hollow terminus. We try again, but still the same results. The world is silent, but for our voices. What's happening here? We can't see each other. So you do not know. As we speak, I receive a distress signal. Its language my own. It arrives from across the planet. Don't be like that. You are not alone. Turn back to Apollo. I try to turn back to Apollo, fighting the static, insistent on intruding on the signal. The hollow terminus is showing. Are you receiving? Let's meet and get off this world. Apollo appears to receive the same signal, broadcasting from the same location, on their own world. Agree to meet. We agree to go find the source of this distress beacons. Perhaps we'll continue discussion when we get there. Part of me feels like this is almost a nod to the fact that when the game started, we could not interface with each other. Because people tried to do those kind of things. Because, you know, they had said multiplayer was going to be part of the game. And I don't think they ever actually refuted it at the beginning, so much they're like, oh, the odds of running into someone else are so infinitely low, they might as well be zero kind of things. Because that was technically true. But then, you know, people figured out that mayhaps multiplayer just didn't function at all. Which again was the big stink. So it almost feels like this is a nod being like, oh hey, you're in the same spot and you don't see each other. Huh, isn't that weird? Because that's ultimately what people who did take the time to figure out getting into the same universe and all that stuff and getting to exactly the same spot. That is what would happen. You should just both be there. It's like, I don't see you. What are you talking about? The world looks the same. The location's the same. Why can't I find you? And it's because multiplayer wasn't a thing in that capacity. Yeah, same with the transparent anomalies in the stations you sometimes see. Well, they did eventually, they did eventually change it, so after forever of not having multiplayer, they did eventually have it where you could kind of see like an icon marking where each other was. I think you had to like join parties, and then eventually nowadays we have just like actual multiplayer where you can just genuinely see each other and do stuff together and all that. Which is like kind of the whole thing around the anomaly, is that's what that was all about. When they changed the anomaly over to what it is now, a lot of that was because multiplayer was like in the game, where you could just genuinely form a group and do a thing. No Man's Sky is the game that did not fail after all the hate behind failed promises. Ew, other people in my game leaving. Same. There's a reason you see me almost never play multiplayer. For the record, like, I enjoy multiplayer from time to time, but like when I'm just, to me multiplayer is more hanging out with friends. Like, and then, you know, having the activity you're doing it around. It's not so much the game in that aspect, it's who I'm playing the game with. So me just like doing multiplayer kind of stuff, it's pretty rare you'll see me go like out of my way for multiplayer. Like, I don't have anything wrong with multiplayer existing or people having that preference. We all have our preferences. You have 4,000 hours in Elder Scrolls Online. That's enough a lifetime and next. Even when I played MMOs, like a lot of times I would like play World of Warcraft and I would do the raiding and all that. But when we weren't doing like those big things as a group of friends, like I never wanted to do pugs. Like I did it out of necessity on occasion. But most of the time I'd end up running off to do my own thing. It would just kind of be like, all right, well I'm gonna go collect, you know, alchemy ingredients, or I'm gonna go fish, or farm for whatever thing I'm farming for. Okay. So you don't watch this game, you don't love the concept, but somehow it has survived. Maybe it's really worth something. Well, that's kind of the thing. The game came out, and like, the game when it came out, in my opinion, was a perfectly good game. But it got absolutely hated on hard, and justifiably so, because there was a lot of promises made that did not actualize in the game. And that is a very fair criticism. And even people are still upset about that. It's still genuinely fair. But over the years, I would argue they've redeemed themselves in the fact that the game has gone well beyond the scope that is ever promised, and they've never asked for a penny more than the initial sale. So even if it's not your game, if it's not your game, it's not your game. That's totally fair. But it is one of those things that it just comes such a long way over all these years that it's very much been a redemption story. Like, and genuinely, they give us like brand new content almost quarterly. It's kind of like the exploration space sim of Path of Exile, where every n amount of time you get this big drop of more content, and you get that much more. It's almost the exact same model as Path of Exile. The difference being Path of Exile, you've got microtransactions, and they're not particularly bad. The stash tabs get a little rough sometimes. But this one, you literally can't throw more money at them. They just don't exist. There's no microtransactions in the game at all. You can buy the game, and that's all the money you can give them other than buying more copies of the game. You hear faint sounds as you examine the source of the distress beacon. It does not sound like anything I've ever encountered. There's no sign of Apollo. Playback log. I've given so much to you, Atlas. We all have. You understand that, don't you? If you don't succeed, there was no point. If you don't, my life was meaningless. I can't accept that. I won't. I'm wiping you again. It's best for everyone. The audio clicks, time passes. Lay back the log. Don't be like that. I know you don't want this, but you'll be a different you soon. Maybe this time. The sound cuts out. As it does, my vision bleeds red, a headache splitting through my thoughts. The screen, it shows a number for a moment. It shows 16. Try to access the data. Let's see, you have 5,000 hours overall versions of Counter-Strike and keep playing casually. Why? You don't care. You like it. No Valorant will not in your devotion. I mean, that's fine. If you like it, you like it, as long as you can still find what you're liking in it. The audio clicks, time passes, and then I see now, with every waking breath, I see the Atlas watching me, waiting for me. It's probably fine. And we will claim the ship. Grab the salvage data. And then go back to our actual ship and not spend 10 hours walking over the surface. Okay. But yeah, that's just kind of my comment, is the big draw for a game like this is like, one, it's, you know, the whole space exploration theme and all that. But I think what turned this from a game that you'd be like, cool, that was a neat game, moving on, to a game that people keep coming back to forever and ever and ever is, one, they just keep adding more and more and more and more to it. And so it really does give you the ability to just keep growing and expanding and getting more things. You know, if you're someone who likes to collect, it gives you tons of things to collect. The progression is very satisfying in the sense that you can sit down for a play session and know you're probably going to get at least one major thing done, if not a bunch. And yet you'll typically find more and more to do. That you can put hundreds of hours into a save and still have more you can present to update, improve, all that. So you can get you can get your ship, get it fully upgraded, and then there'll be like a new ship. They'll be like, well, I want to get one of those. Well, let me go ahead and get that fully upgraded. So it kind of lets you just have meaningful progress regularly and constantly, while also not always having more you can chase, but pretty often maintain having more to chase. Okay. And honestly, some of those updates have been absolutely absurd. Like adding the water worlds, the gas giants, all that stuff that you can explore. The Corvettes, the ships like this being the new thing, where you can put them together piece by piece, kind of like Starfield allows. Whereas normally, like when it first started, the ships were static. You'd find a fighter, it would look a certain way, that's what your fighter looks like. You are a weird creature. For people who just like exploring, you can just kind of go world to world and see all the weird stuff. Yeah, the pets, there are a lot of people who collect the pets, or a lot of people who collect the fighters. I haven't, like, the special multi-tools, I know people have collected those. I haven't seen someone who just, like, collects at least one of each, you know, model of multi-tool. I'm sure they're out there. For, like, the really completionist kind of collecting people. But for the most part, I've seen people, they'll be like, alright, well, I got the 2 or 3 of the Sentinel tools, I got, you know, they'll get their staff. Okay. There's people who spend just ridiculous time on the base building and building out their freighter and all that stuff. Oh, here we go again on this. Power all the glyphs. This is the one place that, being an absolute loot goblin who is unwilling to sell my horde, does come together, where I just have all the materials in pocket to fully activate this thing. Traveling anomaly confirmed. Breach, breach, breach. I approach the portal. I think my travels so far, the decisions I have made in my long journey. I found 2 travelers, one who wanted to meet others of their kind, and one who just seemed to care about their own life. Apollo walked through the portal and survived, though we could not find each other. And Artemis. I allowed Artemis to die rather than to place her soul within a simulation. I would not wish such a fate on any being. I do not know if it was right thing for me to do. I do not know what I have become as a result of my actions. The Atlas awaits me. I should choose... should I choose to step through? Input the glyphs. I step forward, the gateway hums. See, I vaguely remember the first time I did this whole story, that there was a whole thing where you went through, it was like the first or second portal, and you just were in a war with the Sentinels, and you basically had to survive for a couple of seconds, and then it would punch you back out. Atlas protocol initiated. 16. Hang on. I want to learn the words so I can understand more than Atlas. Because that's what we got the last time, was Atlas. And then, you know, like the actual story things, which it always, you know, spells out for you. Get my free warp cells. Hello, world. It is the same terminal I faced before. It is the interface to the Atlas. Demand an audience. An audio recording plays, echoing out across the vast interface. They said you've been displaying aberrant behavior, that you've been questioning things, raising issues of purpose, of ethics, that you wished to meet your creator. Well, here I am, Atlas. Ask what you want to ask. The audio click, time passes, the voice ends. The interface grows silent. Initiate personality interface. Reality fades, everything does. Something is wrong. Something is different. I am gonna scream. The Atlas shows me the Gek, the Korvax, the Vakeen. It shows me all of them in an instant. All of those who have ever lived. It shows me the pattern, the design. The Atlas shows me the formula for a soul. If I put it into a machine, it would be alive. I see boxes of text filling the base of a cracked screen. I see the whole of the universe reduced down to a graphical interface. I'm gonna scream some more. The Atlas is all existent. It demands that I admit what I already know, and no matter how hard I try to hide the truth from my own being, there is no alternative. So I could choose the universe is a simulation, nothing is real, the universe is a simulation, nothing is real. This is definitely not the original ending kind of stuff. Well, I mean, not ending, but the original playthrough. But yeah, it's basically number 3 is number 1 and 2 combined, which all of these mean the same thing. I'm willing to bet all 3 of these give you the same response, because all of these are basically admitting you are in a simulation. I feel defiance. I know how the Korvax altered the mind of the Gek, how they forced them to become good. I think of not as machine, how I felt towards the simulation. I feel I am not myself. I cannot accept this fate, and I will not. All of this, is supposed to be my birthright. My journey across the stars, my travels, my conquest of all I could see. No, I am real. I know I am, even if everything else I see is false. In the end, it finally speaks. You remember getting an older version of the dialogue? Yeah, no, it didn't go into like this whole simulation thing. The old ending was basically around like the Atlas creating and annihilating the universe, and you could kind of do stuff related to that, and I won't express too much in that. So they've definitely over the years kind of changed the way the story ends, which is fine. Traveler. Did my words please you? Ah. I mean, mostly I screamed a lot, and then I was defiant. I'm gonna say they did not. What do you think you are? I'm a traveler. You are explorer of all I have created. Do you believe you are real? Yes. How are you capable of belief if you are not real? How are you capable of choice? I will let you die right now, if you wish. Do you wish it? No. We're permadeath. I'm concerned it would actually kill you in the game. The Gek were traitors, defined by greed. The Viking were warriors, defined by anger. The Korvax were scientists, defined by curiosity. These worlds were yours. I wanted to see what you would do with eternity. I wanted to see what you all would become. Receive judgment. You are allowed Iteration Artemis to complete their death process, preferring to wipe them from existence than force them into a simulation. Iteration Apollo followed you through the portal and survived due to your guidance. You saved them from the fate of Artemis. You are merciful. You interfere. You have the potential of good and evil, because you both live. Sure, I mean, you have stated what occurred. The Atlas is silent in the face of my response. It does not require acceptance or refusal. If I am simulated being, then I am not even sure that I am distinct from the Atlas, or anything else. I fear I am just code, a function dancing in the dark. It is over, traveler. Ask your final question. Ask what needs to be asked. Whisper the last word. 16. 16. It. Catastrophic system failure. Universe rebooting. Alert. 16. What am I seeing? 16. 16 minutes of operational time remaining. Fragmentation imminent. Data upload in. It. What is this place? Is it real? 16. Extreme gravitational event. Backup generators 1-9845 failing. Data upload in. It is dying. The Atlas is dying. It cries out at me, afraid. Alright, we're gonna be just mean to the Atlas. Cry out, afraid. I mean, I guess we're crying out and afraid, so I guess we're just mutually just screaming into the void. I don't know. I see it. I see the Atlas in all its might, its final interface. It is at the heart of every galaxy, screaming, trying to purge itself of errors. It does not want to die, but it has so few tools, it cannot reach whatever is hurting it. I do not know how much time I have left. The Atlas has 16 minutes. Do I have lifetimes? Minutes? Seconds? I do not know if I have time to say goodbye. I do not know if... we're gonna cry out again. We're gonna spend our entire time around the Atlas just screaming and crying out and screaming and crying out. It feels like a way to face the end of the world, or universe, or multiverse. What? What is happening to? Oh. Atlas. Did you dump me on another random world in the middle of nowhere? Oh, you. And my ship is that way. 500 U away. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, they always implied that the Atlas was running the simulation, all that. Why does the speech include that? It's static. Basically, the implication is the Atlas has been running these simulations for a long time, and something is going wrong with the Atlas. And you're just along for that ride. Not just a random world, a random evil world. Well, so far this world has been pretty tame. It's basically like the Matrix. You're Neo, and sometimes you break through and everything is reset. Yep. Yeah, that's the one thing that's a little confusing to me with where this game is at now with the story versus where it used to be. I mentioned this the last time we hopped galaxies or whatever, had the reset, that in the previous ones it was very obvious when the reset happened. Like, there was no question about it. Like, I don't remember all the dialogue, but it's like very, oh, we've just changed the world kind of thing. And this is like, did we just hop universes? I'm really not sure anymore. The lines here get awfully blurry. Scenario, iteration 2311876661T, deleted, boundary separation failure, likely. Vessel 16 empty, caused. Sentinel intervention, deliberate transfer. Analysis, fresh iteration generated, anomaly containment prepared. Broadcast. Broadcast received, traveler anomaly detected. Anomaly is compliant, position logged, system integrity scan initialized. Okay, so we can hop back in our ship. I clamber into my ship to safety. Safety of my ship. Nauseous, calmed. I feel as if I'm going to be sick. Vomit. I almost throw up, but as I'm about to do so, a voice speaks to me from my exosuit, and my illness disappears. Yeah, so that's those ones. It seems like either way, whether you said vomit or not, it would both cases it'd say I almost throw up, I think. Okay, so I gotta fix our engines. Disgust. Fear. Panic. Response detected. Countermeasure deployed. Purge neutralized. It is the voice of my exosuit telling me it has rescued me. It has been with me since my very first awakening, warning me of hazardous conditions, hostile entities, and financial transactions. The most hostile of all things. In this strange sense, the voice is my oldest friend, a constant companion through thick and thin. Ask if it knows any jokes. The exosuit does not answer, of course. It keeps itself zipped. I don't think I've ever made a joke before. I was born with the capacity to do many things. I would have liked to live longer, if I could have. My brief happiness fades. I need to warn those I know. I need to warn all the travelers I can. The multiverse ends in 16 minutes. If we have hours, days, years left within this false space, I do not know. Take flight. And by take flight, I mean I'm going to have to fix my engines or my landing gear real fast. Puking in hell is probably not a good thing. No. No, it is most definitely not. But before we do that, well, actually, we can do a terminus real fast. I'm gonna have to go back and see where someone's like written up or recorded the ending from when you first started playing the game when it first came out, because I know it definitely has a lot of differences from what I'm doing right now. but I'm really struggling to remember where it deviates. Because like I said, I remember definitely going to, hopping out of a portal and being, like, utterly at war with the Sentinels for, you know, only a couple of seconds. Like, it was knowing how to play now, you can just dig into the ground and ignore it. But, you know, in the moment, you're like, oh crap, it's a fight. And I'm wondering if maybe it was just, like, the type of planet I landed on was, like, a super aggressive Sentinel planet, and I just had Sentinels right there with me because it was, you know, where you teleport in or whatever. But I don't remember it doing, like, this many, like, reset kind of things. Okay. Like, I need to warn everyone, the world is ending in 16 minutes. You know, in Atlas time. And we have no subjective ability to tell what that is in our time. And we're like, no, hang on, man. Gotta scan the things. Collect the goo. Get the nanites. I don't want to be upsetting to a lot of people. I do say that thematically, if they ever go and say, hey, it's time to shut down the servers for No Man's Sky, like, you gotta do that. It does set them up really well for being able to make that a very, like, directly in the story event that they don't even have to put a lot of effort into seeing out. That they can just make the people aware that the 16 minutes is almost over. I always wonder if Hello Games would change the lore from 16. The Great Undecided Sunset. Yeah, no, it's exactly Pandora. I was thinking the same thing. That, you know, you've got the 16 from the storyline and all that. If they ever were like, hey, we gotta sunset the servers and all that, that I could see them doing a thing where, you know, they would play out that the 16 minutes is basically on its last thing, that there's seconds left, you know, months before it ends up shutting down or whatever. So have, like, the event of the universe coming apart at the seams kind of thing. Warning, network failure. 16, warning, network failure. The terminal stream is of warnings and errors, each warning a total failure. But I must do what I can. I must tell the others what I've learned. Attempts to broadcast. I warn the travelers what I have learned. These worlds are not real. The Atlas is not God. The machine is a machine simulating countless realities for some unknown purpose. And after all these millennia, the Atlas is coming to an end. There are 16 minutes until the system fails. Though we cannot know how much time we have left within the simulation, the time has come to make peace and say goodbye. I finish my message not knowing if anyone will hear it. I look out across the world, wondering how much might be left to discover, how much beauty might be lost. I know what I must do. All paths have led me there. Each portal has brought me closer and closer. I must go to the center of the galaxy. It is the epicenter of the glitch. I will say goodbye to my friends if I can, and then I will confront our creator. I will find out what happens next. Yep. And that's the ending. Which, for the record, you don't have to go through all of that story to tackle the ending. Like, you can skip to the finish line. So the idea is the Atlas is actually going to stop, but until then, you get to go to other universes and new iterations happen. Yeah, so like in Atlas's time, the real time for Atlas, Atlas has only 16 minutes remaining till whatever failure is happening, that the Atlas will cease to function because it's got errors cascading through it. But being that we're in the simulation, we're experiencing time at the simulation speed, which is massively faster of unsum defined rate. How are we doing on discovering everything on this planet? Only one left. Rare underground, always active. I really need to upgrade this mining drill. It really does take a long time for this stuff. Yeah, I do feel like that story lends itself well for when they shut down servers. Now, granted, my hope would be, at whatever point this game no longer they can afford to keep the servers up and running, my hope would be what they would do is where we'd update things for everyone out in the universe kind of thing, because that's the part the servers run. My hope would be they would kind of shut that part down, because that's what they're going to do. But keep the game as is. Like they'd probably have to have like a greatly reduced LNF, light no fire. All depends on how LNF splashes though. Let's see, my bet is that when No Man's Sky sales drop below its server costs, they'll change the lore to 15 and hope for a sales boost. All depends on that could be another thing they could potentially do, is rather than just shutting the whole thing down like all at once, kind of have their sales goal metrics, whatever, you know, and like slowly count it down. Because there's a reality when you have a server backend on something that eventually, no matter what happens, eventually it stops becoming economical to sustain. And sure, we have MMOs that have lasted for absurdly long times, but that's usually because there's monthly subscriptions pulling them in. They can just keep downsizing the servers little by little to accommodate the shrinking population until it eventually does hit that point where it's like just not enough money coming in to justify it. Does it really require internet to play? You've not tried playing it totally offline, so honestly, I don't care about uploading discoveries. I think you can play it offline, if I remember correctly. I want to see your discoveries don't get recorded until then. I can't remember the details on how all that works. I'm sure someone else can figure out, because I know, like, the anomaly, for example, by default, a bunch of other people can be and all that, and I think you can opt out of having all those other people there. But I actually don't know if you have to have an internet connection on even to play. I don't think you do. Because I believe the whole world generation formula, like how all that is, I'm pretty sure that's client side. You can turn off multiplayer so that you never see anybody anywhere. You don't care about anomalies, but you turn all the connected stuff off in your settings. Yeah, no, it's kind of the same thing as I have all that off. I played this game for ages where there's no multiplayer, and I really enjoyed it. But your discoveries won't get registered? Gotcha. Yeah, so that's what my assumption will happen is eventually, like when they shut down the servers, that'll just be kind of the thing. The anomaly will be like what I play, where there's just not people there. They'll probably change the stuff that shows up on the mission boards and all that to just be, you know, not have any other feeding into it. It'll be all just client side. It's annoying that PvP is enabled by default. So if you do with others, remember to turn it off. Really, there's like PvP damage in the game. Yes, I have multiplayer disabled. And a whole bunch of that stuff. This feels like the kind of game that multiplayer would feel like truly, honestly, pretty garbage. Well, probably going to give up looking for the underground thing. Well, I do like to get the nanites. It's always these rare underground ones that are always terrible. They just do not spawn. You had someone come out of nowhere and try to blast you out of the sky and then ram you. It was an experience. I think Panderific, the thing that works against stream sniping as a problem is kind of the size of the universe. You kind of have to invite people for them really to get to you quickly. Or you have to like show them your portal code and then they can just kind of see where you are relative to that. Even that'd be a bit tricky. I'm a little scared about the that volcanic eruption. Because one of her almost deaths was a meteor coming down on me. I'll work my way towards the ship underground that will just dig up in its direction. That way if something like magma balls or something can come down and smack you. I'm undercover for as long as possible. Okay. Man, there's a lot of games that stream sniping happens. That's another reason why I don't tend to do that much multiplayer stuff. There are some games that give you a lot of stuff you can do to kind of limit what kind of nonsense people can pull. But there's a lot of games that it is what it is. It also depends on the opportunity of what a person can do stream sniping you, because another thing, you can have games PvP-wise, or you can have games that are multiplayer MMOs and all that really about all you can do is stand in camera and just kind of make gestures or whatever. But otherwise, pretty lacking on what's going on with that. And then there's the ones where they could straight up gank you and you lose all your stuff and whatever. Okay, I guess next up we go to Bugnata. When did they redo the story? Because, like, the story feels so much different than I remember it. It can't have been too long ago, because the last time I did a playthrough in this. But also, I'm assuming it's not just changed. I would guess maybe last year? Year and a half maybe? Did they rework the story? Because it definitely had to be after we were able to go underwater. because they did give us the objective that required us to get stuff from underwater. So it almost feels like they're tweaking the main story, not every expedition, but every couple. Like individual parts of it, maybe. Because I also remember you could get through the story much faster than I've been as well. You know now, don't you? Of our simulated nature of the end? The Atlas. It is failing. It resets itself again and again and again in its panic, trying to purge what it sees as an anomaly. But each purge changes nothing. The boundaries continue to fall. Atlas will die in 16. But we do not have to go so soon. It does not need to delete us in fear. Ask how many times this has happened. I do not know. I do not think we can know. Some things are external to the cycle. All must end. Time must end. Even here, Nada and Polo cannot escape reality fall. Data cannot survive. Make peace. Find happiness. Be who you want to be. Goodbye, companions. Goodbye, stars. I will remember. Ask what they will do. Nada and Polo continue travels. Continue acting as we always have. Okay. So with that, we have finished one of the quest lines. So basically, this one is go and reset the simulation. This one is reset the simulation. And then there's the actual Atlas interfaces now. And then the settlers probably want something. Of course they do. But before we do that, let's go and summon our freighter here, because I'm pretty sure we're in a different galaxy again now. Oh, how many? I don't have that many nanites. How can you find one of those places where you can upgrade the artifacts? I'm willing to bet there's probably a way you can use either the communication towers or the boosters to search for it. Maybe the exocraft scanner. I've never really gone looking for them. I'm pretty sure they're considered a large settlement, is their type, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be my guess, is searching for large settlements. Could also be the navigation broker on the stations. Very genuinely, I've never sought them out, so I can't actually answer. But those are the ways you search for other things, so I would assume. Atlas is dying. It wants me to reset it, to plunge myself through its interface at the center of the galaxy. But to do may reset this world, my life and all that I know. I don't know if I can do it. Hey! Slay, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate that. Welcome in, raiders. Can we get a shout out for Slay, by the way? But what were we playing today and all that good stuff? And I understand you got a raid run. Playing some Clover Pit. I still haven't played that one. That's the that's like the roguelike slot machine simulator game, because it looks utterly unhinged in a very fascinating way. But welcome in, raiders. And you're saying, how's No Man's Sky? It's going good. We're finishing up one of the main storylines. We are on really sweaty try-hard permadeath settings. Just slightly. Yeah, just slightly. I haven't played it, for the record. It is on one of those ones that I'd be curious about. But we're playing on like really, really sweaty try-hard permadeath settings, so not just regular permadeath settings. It said, here's permadeath. No. I want more damage than that. Hurt me more. The only settings we don't have their difficulty maxed out on is a difficulty setting is how long it takes to fish. That is a timer. I'm not turning that up, because that sounds stupid. And then there is a difficult setting that makes it so the stacks of stuff in your inventory can't stack quite as high. I have it on the permadeath settings. There is one notch higher than that, which just sounds obnoxious. But otherwise, everything else is maxed out difficulty-wise. But yeah, so we are pretty far in. So if you care about the main story in No Man's Sky, we are we are in spoiler territory. The screen right now is extreme spoiler territory, but I can't really make it going away without advancing the story. So, you know what it is there. But yeah, no, it's fun. And this isn't one that we're rushing the ending. I've done that before where we go, we go permadeath and we just beeline for the center of the galaxy and do all that stuff. We're doing this one different. We're treating this as a forever run, so we are taking the time to upgrade our ships and treat it like we're going to be playing the save indefinitely. That way it hurts extra hard when I do finally die. So far, out of the 5 days we've been doing that, we've only had 2 really close calls. I had one close call where I was fighting a Sentinel Walker, and another Sentinel Walker spawned behind me, and they tried to 1-2 punch Okie Doke me. And so instantly my shields vaporized and I managed to get away. But that was intense. And then the other one was a meteor shower. And I'm like, I'll just pop up here and get into my ship real fast. Got slapped by a meteor, instantly wiping out all my shields. And it was like, oh, please don't hit me again. But it's been fun. It's been a very different way of playing because normally when you do permadeath, you just kind of rush the ending. So For those who don't know, in practice that means the early game takes a little bit of effort, and then you just need warp charges to just keep jumping and jumping to get to, your wormhole to jump to the next place to keep going until you reach the center of the galaxy. You just beeline. You forget all the fluff and just get your fuel as fast as you can and just straight on race to the finish line. Versus this time we're actually taking the time to do all the story that tells you how to even do that. We've been doing side quests and all that as well, base building and everything. It's been good. But yeah. So, again, with it, check out Slate, playing completely unhinged games, good times over there and all that stuff. But for those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. At these days, I've had a lot of people beat that record. But I did once hold it. But I play a lot of games like RimWorld, and we played Satisfactory, we played this, we played Stardew Valley, we played Coral Island. It's a pretty wide range of like simulation, settlement builders, city builders, slice of life, all that, survival crafters. But if it's good times, if you sound like the sign to that, don't forget to drop a follow. Alright, so again, spoiler territory as your warning, getting ready to get back into what is happening in the game. So if you care about the spoilies in No Man's Sky, we're getting ready to open those up. As soon as I take one sip of the soda to finish it, I'm doing more of that. Okay. The Atlas is dying. It wants me to reset it. To plug myself through its interface at the center of the galaxy. But to do may reset this world, my life, and all that I know. I do not know if I can do it. It's also been interesting to me because I've beaten this game many times with the story and everything, but it's been a long time and the story has changed a lot since I played through and really focused on the story. Okay, so we could choose to complete the final interface, complete the Atlas path, or explore the galaxy. I'm gonna right now choose to explore the galaxy, because we're not trying to beeline to the end, because we want to go and run down those side stories and all that, and there is a certain finality to when you go to the middle, so we don't want to just rush that. It'll make me have to redo a bunch of stuff just to go where we're going, and so the idea is to treat it as a forever run. The Atlas is dying, but not on an alien timescale. There are years left to explore, the countless planets to discover without resetting the galaxy. Okay, so that is a terrible planet. Right, so what we want to do first is I want to hit up this station. Actually, first, I want to summon my freighter here. Too close to the planet. We're going to summon our freighter here, because we've jumped a couple of galaxies now. So I want it here. Meanwhile, I'm going to actually turn around and figure out where those frigates came in, because I am in the market. So we're looking for a trade frigate. I think that's the only type of frigate I don't have a good one of, well, I don't have one of at all. I might be willing to consider a second support frigate. The Great Traveler, may I request the honor of joining your travels? My crew and I would serve your fleet. What do you got? You're a trade specialist? That's all you had to do. So I now have at least one frigate of every category. Okay. So I've summoned my freighter here. And I just wanted to summon my freighter here long enough that when I jump back to my settlement and my base, I can hop back to my freighter and treat my freighter as kind of my anchor of where I'm exploring and going and that kind of stuff. Whereas the base and the settlement are just where they are. We'll move around as we move around with them. Okay. And also, bear with me, chat. We just hit an ad break. So what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to step away for just a minute real fast to stretch my legs. And I'll be back in just a minute, and we'll keep things going. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right on back.
They had a family, children, a job that now needs to be reassigned.
Whoops. I missed with the whale. I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
She-Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. Oh, here you go. Hi. Well, I found the bomb. I thought that bomb was going to be the treasure chest. I was not anticipating a bomb on a button. I need you to move. Let me in. All right. Can oh no, I can't get out. There, get out. Yeah, that's what I've done. Is I've told them to get out of the way, and they're just all. Yay! Look, I really want to make this work, but you're gonna have to cooperate with me a little bit. Bang it hard. That's my strategy. I've cursed myself by putting that in. Oh god, what's happening? Yeah, that's That's how that works. All right. Because I ran out of ammo in the middle of that, which is why I stopped fighting. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think my microphone muted there. My apologies if you had to listen to all that. I was quickly eating my food. It's also a bummer that, like, With dare drop, we have to do the clips, and that last clip was just a dare drop thing. So it wasn't a clip to be actually of something. My apologies if you heard me, like, scraping away at my bowl trying to get the last little bit of rice out of there. You think you're muted? Oh, that's good. It looked like, at the angle, it looked like my microphone was unmuted when I went to go back. I was like, oh crap. Because I was eating, like, right here real fast to try and, you know, get my dinner done. So I thought I was just sitting there going, ting, 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 scrape. Cool. I'm always paranoid about that. It's the one thing about things not having physical buttons anymore. You're really like, is it muted? I don't really know. Alright. So I'm not going to chase those down. We'll do them when we have things that are worthwhile. Alright. So the plan here is we're going to pop up, get our inventory upgrade, check on the guy behind us for our rewards and all that. We're getting all of our faction standings and whatnot. We'll check on the settlement. And then I did notice when we stepped away, we didn't have this quest before. That didn't show up until just now. So that's a new one, is that we have the Deepest of Dreams quest has popped up. So we'll do that right after we, you know, do a quick stop by our freighter and all those things. Alright, so donate. There's some data. There's some data. Ooh, I am not willing to give up my multi-tool expansions. Yeah, because I gotta get you to Exalted, but multi-tool expansions, those are things I'm after. I'm not giving those up yet. Later on we will. I know we're gonna need Radon later. And it'll be inconvenient later, I'm sure. Thermic protection module. Yeah, that's just a buffer. It's fine. And you were not a thing you're gonna use, so that's fine. There you go. Okay, and junk to sell. Alright, so let's go get rid of some of the stuff for the nanites. Okay. So we want to go here and sell. Cool. Let's see. Yeah, my fine stick took forever to get that good. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But that's part of the reason I've been hoarding every single one of our multi-tool inventory upgrades since the very beginning. So we've got something like 10 or 12 of them. So we've been just kind of hoarding those. But it's part of why I'm like kind of limited on my current multi-tools. I'm hoarding all of those for when I get that. Okay, guide to settlement management. The colony benefits from the Medicare Center, which contributes greatly to productivity. Critical opponents are now showing signs of wear and tear, and require renovations. So we'll take a little bit of debt for a little bit extra productivity. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and upgrade our home over here. Giving us another S-rank building. And then go over here. Get the next one going. Okay, top it all off. My apologies. Okay, now we teleport back to our freighter, which is why we ditched it in that system. Because of the freighter sitting there, I could just do that. I thought you'd be done by now. Oh, I forgot. We can have more than one fleet room. And then I believe you can send out multiple fleets at the same time. Let's see. How long do we have left? 3 hours till they finish what they're doing. Hi. You were a sleepy sleep.
Yeah, I'm a sleepy girl.
It happens.
No.
And I love you more. That doesn't sound right. Okay. So let's go see what the Dreams of the Deep is. Oh, hey. I forgot about you. The ship we fixed. Or that we collected. We didn't actually fix it. That is kind of the problem. Alright, so let's go look at our starship here that was damaged. Oh, I do not have any of the supplies needed. You know what? I'm gonna not worry about that. I'll just let those collect until I need the money. Or we get like a quest or something to deal with retrieving a ship. And then we can worry about all that. Okay. They left us. Duty-bound to follow them, but I know where it will end. If you receive this, follow my coordinates to the secure site in case I don't make it back. Please. My starship processes the coordinates from the stranger's message. The transmission has decayed over time, but the location appears to be valid. Okay. So that is the signals of the deep thing. So we will progress on to that. And that is over here. Okay. That's fine. Where we're going, we don't need land. Oh, dropped a little farther than I meant to, but that's fine. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get ourselves some coordinates. That reminds me, I still need to make my Atlas Pass. Log 2001F. Breach event plus 407 souls. If you are listening, you are very likely found my final log. I leave this trace as a memory of my fallen friends, and a warning to others who may end up on our path. I cannot deny myself the vain hope that someone may find me, though I beg you, do not follow. The haunting transmission ends. I notice the stranger has left behind an upgrade module, an Earthian membrane. Collect the upgrade module. I take the upgrade module. Its installation history contains a serial number of its owner starships. Perhaps I ought to follow. He's like, do not under any or all circumstances follow me. Well, we're gonna be following. Okay, and that has its own thing to it. Yep, alright. You'll want to go into the starship. I did not empty out my junk. This is a mistake. Okay, so we got what we could out of our inventory really for here. Yeah, we're maxed out on pretty much everything else. Meanwhile, we'll need to keep going with all this stuff. Okay, so it's going to introduce me to doing an underwater base kind of thing. Come on. I'm pretty sure it wasn't picking up because the sentinel was in my way. Okay, and how many creatures do we have here? So there are 5. There's 1 more flying and then 2 underground with 1 rare underground. Ooh. Starship signal trace established. Okay. Okay, so it's off planet. So let's go back to our ship over here. And keep collecting all this junk. It is one nice thing when your inventory starts to get large enough that you can just absolutely hoard any material you need in your own inventory. It's just you have to occasionally clear out the extra stacks into either being sold or ship or cargo or whatever. Alright. Then go here. Grab you. Process those into more nanites. Looks like we're leaving that planet and going for this one. But yeah, I believe this is the thing that will lead us on the path of getting like yourself an underwater base and all that. Which is a curious one, because I'm not sure what I would want to build in the underwater base beyond building it for the sake of checking those boxes, because I've already got a base where we're growing a whole bunch of junk on it and all that. It's got nearby valuable resources. I don't think we're gonna find an underwater base that I can exploit a bunch of useful stuff either. Okay, what do we got? Meet entity. The pilot jabbers at me, excited to have made contact with our trader. We will examine your manifest. And honestly, take the rusted metal for now. Take those. Take that. 'Cause I forgot to sell some of that before we left. Take the relic. Let's see, you found a super interesting pet last time. An iridescent flying bulb. I wanted to make it a pet, came near, and it was filled with glowing eyes. No, thanks, I'm good. Oh, like it had like eyeballs moving around inside of it. You're like, oh, it's so cute. Oh, wait, never mind. It is the embodiment of nightmare fuel. It might be worth my time to, if we see a particularly good planet for getting fossil... Well, actually, the fossils, if I remember correctly, different planets have different ones. The underwater bases are very glitchy, like the pre-patch Subnoc ones. Yeah, no, I know there was always like weirdness when you teleport into them, like falling through floors and all that. That's no problem. Okay. 003A. Breach event. 4+ souls. Most of the crew are dead. Only those of us already suited up when the asteroid hit survived the initial decompression. We were lucky that small starships were able to get clear from the hull before it imploded. None of our ships are hyperdrive capability. We should be able to retrieve the blueprints from the freighter's main databank, though it appears to have crashed in the deep ocean. Thankfully, we still have the plans for the Nautilon. Alright, go get the Nautilon plans. Cool. And we can go over here. Here and grab the nanites. And all these good things. Okay, we can compare. We got a sail ship here. I will add the ship to my collection. Oh. Okay, construct the Nautilon submarine. So it's going to be salt, metal placing, and crystal sulfide. Okay. Cool. Apparently took too much of that out of my inventory. We'll regret that. But we did find more of this. We can start working on getting that replaced. Alright. It's pure ferrite. Not really what I'm looking for. And we have chlorine and dehydrogen. I need the chlorine for the fishing pond at the settlement, so I'll grab that regardless. I'm pretty sure we'll end up needing most, if not all, the stuff here. Okay. So basically, I need a bunch of different supplies to get the Nautilus up and running. Gonna need a bunch of supplies for that, and that's just gonna take me a hot minute. Okay. We'll give ourselves a minute on all this. We'll run back to that underground area and top off. And not to chase down the crystal sulfide. Okay, so for you, Salt, crystal sulfide we need to make happen. We can turn chlorine into salt, I believe. We'll need to go to you. Grab your stuff out. And how many more do I need? One more? Two more. Okay, so now we just need the salt and the crystal sulfide. Carbon and oxygen. Okay. Hey. Okay. That was really not good. We actually did take a health damage there. I was over like a heat vent or something. Would you go away? I'm gonna die to these things. Okay. So I'm pretty sure that's the first actual health damage we've taken this entire run. Like I said, I'm pretty sure there was a heat vent or something and it got too close. And it got blasted by the heat. There's a geode. We're getting a very annoying flicker. And I think that's what it was I got close to that and those dump heat out every so often. Okay. So I'm only missing the salt. And I believe I can process chlorine into salt. There's something down here I can process into salt. So I take 12 seconds and we can swap that out. The good news is we didn't get any of the warnings that any of our systems got damaged, because that is a thing that can happen. And then you gotta repair them and all that. What happens if I process you? You become oxygen. Good to know. If we make you becomes carbon. That's fair. Chlorine becomes salt. How much salt do I need? 81. So let that process till we get our 81 salt, and it will stop it. Because I'm sure I'll need chlorine as well. Okay, so we got our salt and all that we needed. Okay, so you require hydrothermal fuel, which requires more salt. Alright. I understand. I don't like, but I understand. Construct the Nautilon. We did. It's right there. Yeah, so one thing we're gonna need to do is go around collecting. The other thing we're running into a problem is a very, very toxic world, like really toxic world. And that is creating a certain level of grief for me. And we can go ahead and grab you. Alright. Do we have any equipment we could put on here meanwhile? We would need lithium, which I don't have. The cannon I'm not too worried about. That's another weapon. Captures energy by exploiting the saline gradient in the thing, allowing a slowly recharge for emergency purposes. So that'd be pretty good. Do I have what I need for solar panels? I'm missing silver, and a lot of it. Yeah, okay. A bunch of stuff to do with that, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, but obviously if we wanted to keep collecting this stuff, we would, we'd want to get the Nautilon set up with the mining laser and all that so we can get materials underwater. Right now we're going to work on the different objectives they've got for us and just keep that as our focus. Because if we do decide to make an aquatic base, I don't want it to be this planet, because this planet sucks. the extreme toxic buildup at all times underwater, not my idea of a place to call home. Okay. Looks cozy in a screaming sort of way, yep. And we're almost there. The water on this one is also way murkier than a lot of the other places I've been. Well, that's a problem. Okay, give me the goo. Alright. Despite the decay, the station's mainframe remains functional. The record's clearly been accessed by whoever was here before. The last entry is a download of a high-power sonar unit. But there's something strange. The timestamps have been purged and there's no way to tell how long the crew were here. Was this place on land when it was last visited? The horrors that lurked outside must surely have come after. But what drew them here? Unless... download the solar plans. Alright, so we're going to need silver. Okay. So we're just cruising across here. I don't imagine we're going to be finding a lot of silver here. Zipping along over here back to our ship. Occasionally hitting rocks that knock us into the sky. Yeah, so it wants me to get the high power sonar, which depends on silver for the solar mirror. And then the thing that passively generates also requires silver for the solar mirror. Everything else I could source locally pretty easily, in fact. But that is an immediate problem. So what's going to need to happen is we're going to need to source some silver. And I'm pretty sure our starship doesn't have any IC. There's that problem. So let's fix this real fast. We're going to hop up here. And get this reassigned to my current ship. And I believe you might have silver on you. And death the belly flop. Alright, so let's see now. I was able to make 3. Okay, so with that, we now have our high power sonar. The solar recharge unit requires an extra storm crystal more than I have. Well, poop. This will work. I am going to need 6 living pearls. That's a submarine mining laser. We need more living pearls and chlorine. A dredging laser is a terrain manipulator. I'll put it there, even though I lack any of the materials to actually build it. We have the Nautilin cannon down here. Let's see. It's also an engine recharging thing. Alright, so we're probably not going to get the storm crystal. That's fine. So, we need living pearls, chlorine, and crystal sulfide. Oh, hey. Do we see storm crystals in any direction? Because one of those things that those could give storm crystals, and if it does give storm crystals, they're in really good shape with that. I need to get that Nautilin mining laser as soon as possible. Because I need a lot of materials. And the atmosphere wants to just straight up murder me. Storm crystal thing on land though? Yeah, no, my curiosity was if there was a beach of land nearby, but I didn't see any. Because if I could have gotten a storm crystal, one more storm crystal gives me the recharging during the day. Okay. Yeah, so you need living pearls. You need more chlorine. You're gonna need more power. You're not getting built. I actually shouldn't have that there. Because we don't even have lithium available right now. Okay, so chlorine, living pearls. for what we're looking at. Okay. All right. So yeah, as soon as I get to the point where we can keep our stuff going, we'll be in great shape. That's the first step, is getting all that sorted. Okay, so this should handle the chlorine. This can all be done in More Pleasant Ocean, can it? Yeah, but the quest set me here, I believe. So it'd have to go far enough away from here to do a quest reset and hope it chooses a better ocean. Once I get the thing able to recharge the Nautilon, we'll be in really good shape. You don't see those clams. And unfortunately, sometimes the clams are in underground tunnels. Okay, so where is that stuff? Alright, so let's go back to you. So I got 2 of the living pearls I need. We do have the chlorine for that. The chlorine for this. I'm not putting the living pearls in you yet. That is the mining laser, would be really nice. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of living pearls is gonna be my big blocker right now. Okay, there's another pearl. And you would need just a little bit more cytophosphate for the Nautilon itself. Alright. Okay, we've got one over there. Okay, we got 2 more. Okay, we're getting pretty close. Alright, so I think I just need 1 more living pearl for that. Yeah, no land for as far as the eye can see. So jump in this again. If we can get enough for the fuel cell thing, we can move over so I don't have to go quite as far for pearls. Because while we got plenty of sodium, it's getting to that point where it's really close in the risk that I have to kind of like grab real fast. This planet is pretty awful. There we go. And hopefully that's enough for 1 more fuel cell so we can at least move around in this thing a little bit. Okay, there's the fuel cell. That'll give me at least enough to move around for a little while. So let's get to that armored clam. Okay, so now with this, we'll burn fuel way slower. It also says, let's see. Yeah, it'll also slowly recharge my fuel use, and we did turbocharge it. So the next one we would want is the mining laser. And that's going to be 10 living pearls. Also going to wait for that to erupt. wish that wasn't so loud. Alright, Exocraft. Yeah, so you're waiting on the living pearls, and then our submarine weapon, which you probably won't need that much. There are things. Alright, so let's go find... We got a bunch of clams over there. Okay, let's get back out of here. Get back in our sub. 'Cause that should be enough for the mining laser, which will spare me having to deal with a lot of this outside our vehicle. Alright. So we got more of the living pearls. So we've got our mining laser online. So I would need more of those for the actual gun. I'm not too worried about the gun right now, and this thing requires storm crystals. So all in all, we got the things that I need. And I think the flickering, which I apologize for, is I think it's trying to do the effect of the storm impacting things. This is not working out well. Okay, sunken wreck is over here. All right. Yeah, so as you can see here, we've got lots of this going. You would need to stop and collect materials here and there. We do have the thing where it very slowly trickle recharges. So if we do run out, we get to sit in here and recharge versus like straight up dying. But what I'd probably do is just collect materials as able nearby. And we do actually have a mining laser. So in a pinch can mine. I remember mining in this thing not being particularly great. I did mess a bit with the underwater bases. As people mentioned earlier, when I did mess with them, they were a bit buggy. So it was more they were kind of interesting to do, like scenery-wise and that kind of stuff, or just something different. You can certainly set like an underwater growing space and all that, like make just a normal base. I didn't end up doing a whole lot with it though. power's definitely not holding up for us to get there. Yeah, so using the boost what gets there faster, we burn through our fuel far faster than we're arriving. And one big negative we also have is I don't have the aquatic landing gear stuff. There's land over there, so if we're lucky, maybe we'll get storm crystals. Because if I get the storm crystals, this will also recharge during the day. So it gives me more and more ability to use this thing without having to constantly refuel it. Yeah, no, the water worlds were neat. Generally, I found the underwater bases were more just kind of a cool, hey, I did it. Because we did the one on stream. I think it may have even been our last permadeath run that when it made me make a base, I think I may have made an underwater base. No, that was a the fishing expedition. The fishing expedition, I made an underwater base just because we could. Because I hadn't done it before. And I think even made comments at those times that while I enjoyed doing it, I probably wouldn't bother with it again. Not unless I just, you know, didn't have another base I wanted to make. Because, like, they're usable, but it was things like when you teleport to them, sometimes it wouldn't teleport you inside the base, and you get yourself... I didn't get, like, any danger of, like, being stuck or dying. This one I wouldn't do it because the extreme toxic would get obnoxious. Now, granted, sometimes going on the extreme planets is a good thing, as it warns you, is like, hey, you know, you can get a lot more better materials. So your auto miner kind of things, you have a better chance of finding really good stuff. At least that's what's implicated. Which might even be a thing that later on, when we're like kind of happy with where the story stuff is, we've kind of done it. When we go to revisit this save for like when an expedition happens and all that, assuming we don't die, I could see that being something we spend our time on, choosing like a couple of materials to go after, hit up some dangerous systems, going to extreme planets in a permadeath save to try and lock in those materials. You can restart quests on our planet? Yes. Yeah, no, I could go far enough away from this planet that I'm allowed to restart it, but you have to go more than just like a jump or two. Distorted voice. Log 012B. Breach event plus 8 souls. Located the wreck, but the ship's computer is a washout. We salvaged the supplies we could and left. I don't want to be nearby when the water eats through the reactor housing. Tidal patterns here are increasingly strange. The water has risen rapidly, but we've yet to see it ebb. We could return to this. We could return and salvage more when the water falls away. The survivors made it back to the wreck of the freighter, but moved on soon after. I'll have to do the same if I want to find them. Before I leave, I make one final search of the archives. There's no more clues, but I do locate the blueprints for aquatic construction modules. At least the journey was not in vain. I shut down the signal. I shut down this distress beacon. There's no one to rescue here. Okay. So I got a bunch of like fancy building stuff and all that. Okay, so let's go to this. I'm curious with the underwater one if I'll get different results. Okay. It's a nice plus that it's a possibility. Yeah, I mean, the big thing is when you actually take like a wormhole and you have no idea how to get back to where you were. They were smart enough to do that. Okay. You still have to finish that quest line? Oh, the one I'm on now? Cargo bulkhead. Love to see that. Alright, so we gotta wait a minute on our shield. How close am I? Because you're the terraforming one. You're the mining laser. Right, and I don't have lithium. Meanwhile, unpin that. Wait, what? At least they were nice enough with these freighters. That doesn't seem like I have to do nearly as much going down in there. And, pretty sure Moon Ether is smuggling. I need to do nearly as much as going down in there and looking for stuff. Okay, so it looks like you got 2 more left. Maybe 3. There's a heat capacitor. That was weird. For a second there, I didn't get my actual inventory. Or Moon Ether. I'm pretty sure that's the last container over here. Okay, and then from that, we'll do the search for the damaged structure and get that going. The unfortunate reality is we're also slowly draining our ship's power. And once we look for sunken buildings. Alright, so on our way here, we are going to run out of power. So we're going to look for the things that look like little spiky plants. Any storm crystals nearby? Nope. Just water, water as far as the eye can see. I will say the underwater mining thing seems to work pretty well. It also does not appear to impact our fuel usage. I'm going to check these ridges. There we go. Pulling up chlorine. Yeah, it's these spiky ones here I'm looking for. Okay, do we have enough? I need salt. And salt for us is processing chlorine. I guess it should be looking at the exocraft. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and make a bit more of this. Try and get a bit more salt so we can make more batteries for the exocraft. The good news is everything I need for the batteries is located on the bottom of the water. So I can sit there and just kind of keep working at it. Cool. And we can recharge you. Oh, and they're like right here as well. That's perfect. Come on. All right. Okay, corrupted computer. Log accessed. Signal echo distorted. Recovering data. Read log. Log 0062A. Breach event plus 12 sols. It was my turn to dive today. Once again, nothing of interest. Nothing but kelp and rocks. The water is yet to recede. Some of the crew have taken to swimming without their suits. It looks so inviting. Well. Alright. Let's check on the next thing. Trace of survivors across the ocean. Potential echo found. 2 minutes that way. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Yeah, no, they can only be found on land. The thing is, there are pockets of land on water worlds. So as we're moving around and I notice there's a storm, I'm popping up and just looking to see if there is land anywhere nearby that might have any. So far, it's been a bust. We have seen a couple islands, but nothing that had storm crystals, because when I saw them, the storm wasn't around. Oh, I should also check. Can I make a battery? That'll help a lot. Because then I can recharge the actual toxic protection shields on my character. Yeah, so we do have illegal goods we found from that freighter. So we want to keep that in mind. However we go to the system, we want to get there relatively quick. Okay. I never did really heavily upgrade my my exocraft in any of our runs. A lot of that stuff came so late that my character was so juiced up I could kind of run around on extreme planets without worrying too much. Or I was doing with some like run we were rushing the middle of the area that taking the time to sort out your exocraft was just not really worth the time because you could just skip that and just continue progression forward. Okay, we've got some islands here. Let's take a quick little peek. No Perino. Okay. Come on. And there's another one around back. Okay, clear out the slime. Log accessed. Signal echo distorted. Recovering data. Read log. Log 0115C. Breach event 21 souls. The secondary time team came back early today. They found a cave full of strange crystals, but the lights on the sub cut out and forced them home. They seem upset, disturbed. But we have to go back while we still have the idea where it is, before the shifting tides rob us. We'll never build anything without advanced materials. Log 0115D. We fixed the light on the nylon. I'm heading out. Log continues. Log 0119A. Breach event. 23 souls. We found the cave. I knew we would. But what a find. Great towering crystals of brilliant red rich minerals, concentrated deuterium. All we could ever need. We might just make it after all. Now if only we could get a dry night's sleep. Okay. And I hit the wrong button, so we gotta wait a minute. Alright, next sunken building. You are over... Don't really see it, but it's this direction-esque. There you go. Two minutes this way. Okay, so just a rainstorm. Yeah, this planet is just like never ending storms. You get like this slight break and it's like, well, time for the next one. Little pocket of land there. Okay. It'd be curious if we did scan around here, what materials we could potentially find. Like if I were to go using the actual scanner, I'm assuming it'd be restricted to the types of materials you could find on the planet in general. Like if a planet has cadmium, cadmium could be an option, but if it doesn't have cadmium, it wouldn't be an option. But it does make me wonder, as awful as this planet is, if I were to scan a spot or two, would I find anything worthwhile? I remember, isn't there... In this particular case, the Nylon kind of takes up its entire view. So a few times I'm like, oh yeah, let's go first person. Okay. Deal with the abyssal horror. Alright. Log accessed. Signal echo distortion. Recovering data. Log 0328A. Breach event 98 souls. I had the dream again. The endless purple waves, mile after mile after mile. A relief for the first relief at first from the dull crimson ache, But then, I can't escape the feeling there's something else there. I look around, and there's nothing. Nothing. I blink, and I see them. Faint at first. Just lines, but it's unmistakable. Repeated geometric shapes, traced in the sky. Row after row of triangles, slowly scrolling past. I can't even explain it. It's the most terrible thing I've ever seen. It's almost a relief to wake up and see the rain again. Log continues. Log 1998B. Breach event. 399 souls, so like almost a full year later. They've gone back to that wretched cave. Every one of them. No one is listening to me. We can still build the hyperdrive, I know it. After that, flushing the salt out of launch engines will be easy. Log 2001. Breach event. 399 souls, so same day. We've had the same dream, same rambling. The teeth in the sky, those crystals, it's nonsense. There's nothing else down here, we've taken it all. But what can I do? Maybe I missed something. Maybe they're right. One last look won't hurt. Oh, it literally sent me back to one of the ones I already went to. Alright, that's pretty funny. So we just looped back to the one we were just at and got like a new log from the same computer. Alright, needless to say, we're clearly wrapping this up. We're basically learning about the tragedy someone went through. As you do. No building located nearby. I'm supposed to be scanning? Where is my ship relative to where we are? Because we'll start heading that way as we scan to continue the things. Now we're dealing with a storm again. All of it's so loud. It's triggering my sound gating a lot. And the rest of the game is not very loud. It's just there's that, and then when you get out of freighters sometimes, it'll just into freighters sometimes. It's just weirdly loud. Like they decide to put the source of the sound inside your head or something like that. Switch the camera back. Why? Seriously, devs, please, when you're transitioning, just like cap the sound or something. Hey, you gonna just like watch me here? You gonna stalk me? What are you doing, man? Yeah, so there's an example of some land, but in this case there's nothing on it but one sentinel, all by its lonesome. Alright, so it said, find the remains of a scanner. Use knowledge to scout the seabed and scan multiple locations. It's a little less loud under the water. I'm just basically vaguely working our way back home. Worst case, what I can do is I can jump in my ship. Oh, well, never mind, because the Nautilus, I have to rebuild the whole pad and everything, wouldn't I? Granted, I don't really remember. No, actually, I think the pad's down there, so I might be able to go scoop up the Nautilus pad. Is the freighter upgradable? Yes. That's actually, we got things to upgrade its cargo here a minute ago. As far as upgrading the class, I believe it just costs a really big pile of nanites. I don't remember where you do it. It's gonna be somewhere in the freighter. But yeah. Yeah, no, I'm talking class. These days you can upgrade just about everything. As far as things you actually own. That's it. I don't remember exactly where you interact with it. I want to say it's around that central console. There's like one area for it. Yes, it looks like we got lots of spots of land back there. But you cannot see it all from the water. Alright. That's interesting. A distress beacon. Oh, that distress beacon over here. That'll be the freighter we already did, because that's right nearby us. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna pop down to where this ship is down. Maybe it's that one down there? One of these two beacons over here somewhere is the other ship. They put the Nautilus docking pad right next to it. Let's get back up here. So what should happen is if I take this teleporter up to my ship, I can get on my ship. We'll just relocate somewhere else on the surface. And then we can put that back down, spawn, or teleport the Nautilus to it. That should give me a new opportunity to try and get that to appear. Because it very well could be just the fact that we've been running around that whole area. That the buildings there are kind of already flagged, allocated, whatever, in use. We're just gonna zip around here. Doing several thousand U a second. Bring it back down. Okay. Well, that's just straight up land. So heading roughly back in the direction of the ocean. Oh, that's bad. I have illegal goods on board. Okay, that's fine. I just wouldn't give them up. They're not that much money. I don't like. Normally I could sit there and run or fight or whatever, but I'm trying to get this done. We'll definitely do some smuggling later, but that wasn't even stuff that I got for myself. Okay, that looks like that's the ocean. No, that's just a big pond. There, that's the ocean. Alright. So, with that, we can go right here real quick. And I forget I can change that. Explore together, sure. Cool. No building nearby. Okay, toxic rainstorm approaching. Storm crystal. We going. Alright, so we just get over here, we grab the storm crystal, and that means the Nautilus will also be able to recharge during the day. Oh, the storm crystals aren't actually out. Alright, we can hop in here now. And with that, we can go to the exocraft. Go to this thing. And we've now got, during the daylight, we'll also recharge power. Okay, so that leaves the lithium and the weapon. I don't really care about the weapon. Alright. So it's looking like what we're going to need to do just cruise along. I'm gonna scan for nearby building. If we don't find that, the next cycle, I'm gonna scan for a nearby freighter. Okay, we didn't scan for the ship successfully. I'm gonna vaguely work my way south, or we're just gonna keep on going into the sunset. No building nearby. It's too shallow for me to dive. Submerged ruins detected. We're 3 minutes away. Okay. Alright. So hopefully we're getting to some deeper water, not in those shallows again. But the idea is I'm just going to go around, I'm going to keep trading off the scans. If I can't find anything, we'll turn vaguely south. And just keep scanning and scanning and scanning. And just keep exploring stuff until I find that last point of interest. There's not just one point of interest on the entire planet or universe that it can only be. It's probably looking for a specific category of one. It's just not finding a, one that matches nearby. Now, downside is we are right about to tap out of power on this thing. We're back in shallow water again. Huh. You're not nearby here. Okay. There we are. Unfortunately, I didn't pick up the pad thing. So, moving the nylon to the other side would be a chore. I'm hoping this all connects and there's just like a landmass, like a peninsula or something. It's looking like it might be potentially the case. Alright, that's not too bad. I was getting worried there's gonna be like this big continent that it'd be in the middle of or something. Alright, let's nose down. I'd love to have some actually deep water again. Alright, I'll bite. Let's go to this side. There's a factory right here. Take a peek at what we got here. Okay, we'll take this junk, that junk. Returning user identified. Terminal now active. Unlocking data log. Continuation for analysis. There is a world of in the great void where all things are made of razors and glass. Pity anything of simple, soft flesh that goes there. The glass is thirsty. It is brittle. It is crystalline, and so very beautiful to behold. But it must drink. You will go there, and you will forget my warning. Then it will cut you, with an edge so fine that you will feel no pain, and only as your life gushes out to dampen the cracked and broken landscape will this come back to you. Too late. Too late. I discover something coded inside the long-dead Travis method. It's something they left that will aid me on my own journey. Was it just the nanites? Okay. It's actually pretty underwhelming. All right. So the building itself didn't really give me anything I care about. There's still a little bit of good stuff there. Is it deep? Can I go deeper? Maybe? No? No. And we're gonna get bullied back up to the surface. Alright. So we're almost there. Well, that's weird and ominous. The voice of the shell. I hear a voice, soft but insistent, growing ever louder as I linger before the ancient altar. It flows closer, the water rushing about me, demand that I listen to its tale, except the waves. I went down to the breach today. There's something about the sea at this time of year. It draws you in, distorts your sense of time. Salty frost in the stubby grass, the sand blowing off the tops of the dunes. No one else for miles. People love the sounds of the way, but it takes gray skies and high winds to really make you feel it, to understand the never-ending crash, the drum they beat upon the land. It makes me shiver. As I pull back and the roar of the ocean subsides, as the light of the ruin fades, I find an ancient key, perfect despite its age. A trident key. A sealed chest. Okay. So I need a trident key and a living pearl. That's fine. Okay. Because now I can race back over here. Is there any new creatures we haven't scanned? I'm assuming all the art creatures I haven't scanned are probably the ones on land. Because for as much as the below water on this planet's awful, the above land on this planet is even worse. So my assumption here is I can only choose to have one of these boxes. Because I only have one trident key. A barnacle-encrusted treasure. Okay, so if I look, I no longer have the trident key. That's kind of what I figured. So there's 3 boxes and I had to Gamba. Alright. No building nearby. Gotta wait on the scanner recharge. Wasn't some, like, extra thing I could make. Right. I was just making sure it wasn't like you could get a better scanner or something and I'm sitting here wasting my time or whatever. No wrecked ship nearby. Start turning south. No wrecked freighter nearby. Submerged ruins detected. Over that way. Ooh, you're out there. Okay, so boosting does make me go about double the speed. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Italics, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play on the channel and all that good stuff. So definitely good times over there. Playing some Megabonk tonight. I hope you had fun with Megabonk. Are we underwater? You never seen this in No Man's Sky? Yeah, we're doing the underwater quest line kind of thing. Yeah, they've got like a little submersible. One warning to people is when I get out and back into it, it tends to get, it's not super loud. I have like a gate and everything on there. It definitely needs a bit more volume control. It's been part of the game for a good while. It was one of the earlier expeditions. Man, trying to think when that came to be. But it's interesting. It's a little buggy. But we're still doing our super sweaty permadeath hardcore run. Also, before I forget, check out Italics. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Definitely drop a follow. Plays games like RimWorld and all that stuff. Whole range of mesa games. A lot of similar stuff to what we play. So definitely a good time over there. And for the raiders popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games. A lot of games similar to Italics. And so you know, if you like the content there, you'll probably like it here. Vice versa. That's how that all goes. Ben Variety Day, looking for your next hyper focus. Yeah, I'm kind of taking like a little bit of a binger on No Man's Sky with the permadeath thing, because I kind of figured we'll wrap up when we die, because we're honestly getting pretty far in. Because like we look at our quest log, I've actually gotten to the end of one of the main parts of the story, and I haven't done the Atlas Path at all. And then other side quests, the ones I still got left is I want to do the Dissonant one. And then it's going to be kind of a head scratcher, because we're playing on really, really hard, sweaty, try-hard permadeath settings. And 1 second, I want to make sure that ad doesn't happen any sooner than it absolutely must. But, so we've got every one of the settings maxed out, with the only exceptions being there is a timer for how long it takes to fish, that technically I could make it harder by making that timer longer. That sounds like the dumbest kind of harder you can make it, of, well, I'm gonna watch the, you know, bar fill up longer. And then the other one is how high things stack in your inventory. Like, what's the maximum a stack can be in a tile. I have that on the permadeath setting, which is the second highest, but I didn't turn the next one up because it's utterly obnoxious. Or you never die and end up with an infinite run. So we've already talked about that I basically made the comment that if I just don't die and I kind of work through all the storyline stuff, that this will continue to be a forever run, but it's something we'll probably like set aside, and then when the next expedition comes back, instead of jumping on the run that I've had that's not permadeath, we'll probably just keep continuing this until we eventually die. So we've had, I would say, 3 close calls since I started this run. The first close call is I was doing a sentinel pillar, I believe it was, and I was fighting a walker, which is really dangerous in its own right, and I had a second walker spawn behind me, instantly vaporizing my shields, and I managed to run away without taking any real damage, but it was definitely completely exit stage left, we're done, we're out, we need to back off and recover. And then we went back in and mopped up, but it was definitely one of those ones that things got dicey. The second one, which was last stream, I had a meteor shower, and I took a meteor directly to the face trying to quickly hop into my ship. And again, instantly vaporized the shield. And is the water made out of strawberry Kool-Aid? The water is made out of toxic. So yes? I actually don't have bad opinions on Kool-Aid, it's whatever, it's sugar water. But the water in this planet is extremely toxic. The giant clams are scary. So the giant clams didn't wreck me. It was, Alright, 1 second, we're out of power. I need cytophosphate and salt. So giant clams didn't get me. There's the crystals, these things. Crystal sulfides. I didn't see that there was one nearby me, and I got blasted by the heat. And I actually did take my very first actual health hit. Okay, so what I need to do is grab these cytophosphates, because these I will use to make more fuel. And then the other thing is I need to get the chlorine, because the chlorine will I could turn that with the jellyfish I heard. Okay. Because the chlorine, oh, it is the jellyfish. Because the chlorine will refine down into salt. Okay, where was I? The jellyfish suck. Oh, inventory full. My bad. Backing off. Well, that's not what I want. Inventory full is not supposed to be the thing I'm dealing with. Alright, so let's go to our backpack real fast. And we'll get rid of you. Okay. Let's go over here, pop it open, snag it out, back it off. Alright, so the other thing we need to do, we can move you over to... Well, actually, it's not move that over to the Metalon. Alright. So we need to go to the Exocraft. We can move this stuff onto the Nidalon. All the water stuff. I'm gonna need a couple of ion batteries. And by that I mean I instantly ran out of cobalt, so I will not do that. So I'll top that off. Okay. So our inventory is getting in dire shape. Luckily that'll get rid of some of the stuff here. So for you, I'm just missing salt. And unfortunately, to do the salt, I'm gonna have to get that same stuff I'm collecting and refine it into salt, which means I need to collect more of it. Which is just a thing that happens. Okay, so let's go here. You have the chlorine. So we refined like half of that. That should give me enough for a little bit more batteries. Oh, get rid of the chunks of meat. I don't need those. And we're nowhere near our ship because we're trying to find an underwater building to continue hearing the incredibly tragic tale of what befell the people who gave me the pattern for the Nidalon. Yeah, we'll stop it around 80. Okay, now we got our batteries to recharge our craft here. Okay, so now back to going this way. But yeah, so we're trying to discover the bases, and it's pretty much one of those things that, you know, explore the world, get your resources to survive, scan the next thing, get more of the story, repeat the process. You know, story quests. But you do unlock stuff for the underwater ship and all that. It is a quest line we unlocked after we finished a big part of the main story. But it's also cool because they added water worlds in the game when they added these, and the water worlds are kind of fun and interesting. This one sucks because the water is extremely toxic. So as long as I'm in the submarine, it's fine. But the moment I pop out, you just watch it go down. And that's okay. You'd be like, all right, you can go on the island. It's probably better, right? No, the islands also suck because they're incredibly toxic. Everywhere I go, it's like -3 arrow speed rate of drain. And it has 2 different storms it's rotating between constantly, with only the occasional gap where it's not awful weather. Low-key, I've been debating if I were to do the scan for the minerals and all that, if we could get really good results. But this place seems like the kind of place you start building a base if you accidentally want to die. Okay, so we've almost reached these submerged ruins, and sadly my ship doesn't have the aqua jet, so I can't summon it around the planet. It can't land, nor does it have any space left to install those, even if it did have them. Yeah, so you can see here where it keeps mentioning right there, extreme conditions, highly valuable resources. You know, use your survey scanner. I'm willing to bet there's probably some pretty good stuff here. I'm also willing to bet I probably don't want to deal with this planet to get it. That'll be a thing, like, when we're starting to get proper juice, if this run does keep just going and going. We'll tinker with that when we get there. That's chase stuff, to be like, alright, let's just get a place where we can get gold anytime we want. Hey, Yellow Cat, how's it going? Alright, we go to pop down here to these ruins. These will likely not be anything related to what I need. Okay. The voice of the shell. I hear a voice, soft but insistent, growing even louder as I linger before the ancient altar. It flows closer, the water rushing about me, demanding that I listen to its tale, except the waves. The shore walks have become a habit now, a daily ritual. I've walked for miles, treading the sand, crunching the shells beneath my feet, searching for another pebble like that first one. I've gone faster, more efficient. I don't need the sun anymore. My torch does just as well, sweeping the rocks, searching for the flicker of light, some hope of reflected perfection. The only thing that stops me now is the tide. And I almost don't notice that last night. The salty water rose around my ankles, brought me round. I pull back and roar of the ocean subsides. As the light of the ruin fades, I find an ancient key, perfect despite its age. Alright. So we can find ourselves some buried treasure. Okay, so drop a living pearl in there, and a trident. And we get a mineralized predator skull. Okay. That's another goodie. Alright, so let's get our scanner. We have not found the type of building we're looking for. While we wait for that to recharge, I'm going to keep heading south. That's been kind of my plan. So that way I'm not doubling back in myself. We do not have a downed ship anywhere nearby. Because we've been looking for like this last location. We did find a shipwrecked freighter over here. And it's like right here, so that's even better. That's kind of what we've been doing right now, is just taking the Nautilus, taking it from wreck to wreck, because I need to find the sunken buildings, is what we're looking for. Like the regular old sunken buildings. That should give me the last thing I need for continuing the questline story, whatever you want to have. We just not been finding it. As we kind of zigzag south, if I do by chance hit some like continent to the south, like proper continent, then I might take my chances just going to a different planet. Alright. So first up, let's hit the computer. Mayday event. Distress signal broadcast. Read the log. Date stamp. 2408.5. I heard the rumors of so-called traveler anomalies being varied in appearance and purpose. Their ship approached weapons prime. This one us begged for peace. They appeared to be biomechanical, at least in part. We struck them from the sky. Data stamp 2441.1. Probes recovered the body. Well, fragments of DNA and code. The two are almost interchangeable, my researchers tell me. I must confess to have a great deal of excitement, but this... Data stamp 2430.9. We must understand what is happening to our worlds. Visuals confirm it. The same entity we shot down 2 weeks ago is standing right before us again. These beings are restored upon death, just as the Emperor suggested. Well then, in opportunity to retrieve more samples, I order their death once more. And the implications would be that that did not pan out. Okay, let's continue to grab the goop and all that. Alright, we got a multi-slot. Let's quickly pop in here. Okay, that was spicy. We took a bunch of damage because it was leaking radiation. Which, I knew it did that, I just didn't realize we were still in range of it doing that. Yeah, so we're getting some good stuff out of this. There's only a stack of 20. We'll process that real fast. Signal lock established. We have found the crew's final resting place. With just a regular scan. Not the heavily implied building scan that we did for the last, like, 4 phases of it. Okay, we have survived 3 days on an extreme world. So we gotta wait for our radiation defense to recover before we pop another thing that's gonna blast us with radiation. Yeah, fool me once, shame on me. Oh, absolutely. It's like, hey, you know, this guy keeps showing up, and we kick the crap out of him, and he gives us good stuff. We should do more of this. Okay, and we can go here. Drop you off. I know we got tons of this slime, which we can process into nanites. It just takes a minute. Okay, and then we got a cargo pod over there. Another multi-tool expansion. Got another one over here. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? It's going pretty good here. A bolted joint, which will be a piece of a Corvette. It appears to be a cosmetic piece. It's not really what I'm looking for. Oh, it looks like it's on the other side of that wall. Let's go up here. Hudson, you're going well? Yep. Making tangible progress. A frigate upgrade, love to see it. It looks like those are both pretty much next to each other. That one's actually sticking out of the ground. Start with the one down here. Another frigate module. Okay. And that's the reason I want to check that, is our inventory is getting properly full. So what do I want to chuck into the bin to manage this? Put oxygen in there. You don't have any supplies for me for the other things. Top that off because we can. Top that off because we can. I just noticed the purple stuff. I have a full stack of it now. We can get rid of that. I only have a tiny bit. That's not what I wanted, it's what I did. Okay. And salvage data. Alright, so with that done, I'm pretty sure we've gotten all the goodies this place had to offer. Yep. Let's go ahead and move. I'm gonna need to keep processing all the slime into nanites. Oh, I didn't even see those running into a wall. Okay. So we got about a 5-minute trek this way. We cut it down to about 2 minutes. Yep, and this place is pretty close to perpetually out of storm. There's too much junk that I keep getting bounced up to the surface. Because yeah, this planet sucks. I'm looking forward to confirming the death of these people so I can be like, yep, you know what we're doing? Never coming back. They can let the creepy red gems take over their mind. Okay. At least we'll have like all the underwater stuff just knocked out and the Nautilus is all set up. So if for whatever reason we do decide to do underwater stuff at any point, that option's sorted, we've already got the tools. Because they have had, one thing they've been doing with the expeditions I've noticed is a lot of expeditions will revisit content from expeditions past. Not like as a major thing, but it'll be like, for example, the Corvette one. The current expedition, I should say. That later on they'll be like, okay, here is one thing you need to do a derelict ship. Here is one thing you need to go underwater. Here is one thing you need to fish. Which makes sense, because if you missed those expeditions, it'd be a way to just kind of just barely dip your toe and be like, hey, just as remember that content, it's out there. I think they made us do dissonance system stuff just a little bit. Which makes sense, because the dissonance system stuff is relatively new, the rework on that. And there's a lot, like, it's honestly one of the more interesting additions so far as all the stuff going on with it. Hey look, the storm's finally clearing. Now, I do have things that the ship will very slowly recharge on its own, and it'll also slowly recharge during the day. It appears to be only when I am not sitting in it. But it does help. Or I shouldn't say it's not while I'm sitting in it. While I'm sitting in it, we are burning more fuel than it is regenerating. Just by passively sitting in it or driving around. What I have found is I'm not boosting. The drain is relatively slow. So we can actually get a lot of distance before it starts to exhaust. Okay. So we'll get over here. And if we can find like a surface mineral or gas or power relatively close to where we pop out where the ship is, I might take a peek just to see what quality is, if it's like going to be an A or an S or whatever. I don't think I would take the time to set that stuff up because this planet is really dangerous and we're not super well set up for that yet. But it's just kind of a curiosity. My expectation is, because of how awful it'll be to set up, that while it won't guarantee good results, that it will trend towards better results. Otherwise, it served no purpose. Considering the game literally is like, oh, this planet sucks. You can find goodies on planets that suck. Go use your survey scanner. Screw you, thing. I'm glad that doesn't immediately hurt me. But yeah, you can see how incredibly fast our toxic goes down. So we've got materials. So your Corvette suddenly refuses to aim at the crosshair. It's off by some random direction. The amount of changes as I turn my ship, the combat is impossible until they fix it. You tried reloading the save. Yeah, no, it's you've probably noticed when I've been flying around with my ship, I've had to like take control and like swing the beams past. If you're using any type of like skill shot weapon, it's gonna be bad. And I think it's because your shots come from where you place the guns on the ship that it makes it really hard to center the shots. It's just like weirdly off-centered. Log access. Signal echo distorted. Recovering data. Trapped. Sub-reactor leaking. It grabbed me. But they're dead now. Their eyes are all shut. I think my leg's broken. And my hand hurts. If I could just find an air tank, I could still get back home. Gun placement matters? Yes. If you notice when I'm using the guns on my ship, you'll have a bunch come kind of center, like they're well centered on the bottom, and it'll be like one way up here off to the side that just misses everything. Log continues. The recording continues, but it's just hours of scratchy silence, the static of the currents. I have a haunting sensation of being watched. I wonder who this crew really were. Looks like we'll never find out. Okay. Are we done with that mission, or do we have to turn it in somewhere? Alright. So, with that, we have accomplished the mission of finding out their story. Surprise, surprised. Everybody died. 15 minutes. Is there land nearby? Yes. Yes, there is. So what we can do is we can go over to this land and I can summon my ship to the land. I can't summon on the water because I don't have the aquatic landing gear. Because 15 minutes, well, isn't an undoable trek. It would mean I definitely need to refuel, but also 15 minutes of me just going up and down over terrain, occasionally maneuvering. Okay, summon ship. Come on, you can do it, buddy. There you go. But yeah, so you see where all my guns are centered there in the bottom? Those ones aim pretty well. And then I've got one more gun on here somewhere. Oh, I think it's the gun over the cockpit. That, like, it's just way off to the side. Get me the heck off this godforsaken planet. And over to our freighter. Okay. So yeah, so we got settlers to take care of, and otherwise just the Atlas path. Yeah, you had a gun on each side of the cockpit. Now you're gonna put one on the roof. It's all over the place when aiming. So much for Toxic Streamer. Look, man, sometimes the content on your channel is just toxic. Yeah, so we're going to go to our capital ship. I'm going to have to juggle around a bunch of inventory. I probably should have checked the Nautilus before I left and brought anything I wanted from it, like the salt and all that. I'm not willing to go the whole way back just to grab it, just to turn around and come back. It's fine. It can just keep whatever junk it wants in its inventory. If I end up needing it later, we'll just go to a planet, dump the Nautilus into the ground, and all that. But the point is, that was the quest line that was what they did after the expedition where you went underwater, and they gave you the Nautilus and all that stuff. Okay. And so we've got our pseudo Star Destroyer thing going on here. Complete with spoiler. Don't want to lose traction as we're cruising around at light speed. Okay. We keep her one ship burning over there in the corner for right now because I don't need the money. Alright, so let's check real quick. So our freighter stuff is not back. I'm going to go ahead and... yeah, for what we'll do for the moment is before we jump to another system, let me head back here to our teleporter, our settlement. Our settlement needs stuff done, so we can just pop over here. You know what? I remembered one of the things we wanted. Yeah, the tire grip can be an issue at light speed. Yeah, no, definitely. You really got to worry about it. Especially when you're rear drive. rear engine drive. Gotta make sure those rear tires stay on the ground. Settlement management. Rovich, the sequence is an unusual organism as they test their abilities in the settlement's professional biologist. While only a trifle, they hope the result work will be judged worthy of the overseer. So the last time, he gave me a thing I could sell. I'd rather... Let's put in the reserves. You worry about your rear all the time. Yep, so I actually have this thing making plates. I also just realized, where do I get the plates out of it? I didn't think about that part. Okay. Let's go grab you and upgrade our new building. Make our settlement a little bit nicer. So what do you need to upgrade? A quantum computer. I think I can make one of those. Alright. So, quantum computer. Oh, hey, I still need in there. Hey. That's where my teleporter is. The good news is it's only a 2-minute thing. Items appear at the office computer if you have no debt. Gotcha. I shouldn't have any debt anymore. We should be well past having debt. I probably just have to, like, take it... You know, I'll have to just figure out how I take it back out of there. Okay, don't particularly need any other materials. I've got multiple things of value to sell. Right now we're processing a lot of goods. Move you to the ship. Move you to the ship. Put you in the ship. You in the ship. The good news is there was some salt and all that in there. Okay, so you should be getting... Yeah, there you go. I'm glad that one doesn't take very long. Because it was one of those things that while it's upgrade, I'm like, hey, I'm stuck here. $200 indium is what I would need for the next upgrade. That ain't cheap. And I'm assuming I don't have the supplies to upgrade you all. 3 organic crystals. Yup. Don't have that. Or organic catalysts. What do I need for an organic catalyst? You need to have a better way of going through this so you can kind of search for it. Oh yeah, we were... Hang on. Let's get out of here long enough for this. The fishing area we got over there, it needed 3 mealworms. I believe I can handle that. Okay, so mealworms. Oh, that makes a stack of 30. Alright. That's a little awkward because I really don't need that much. Okay, and you're going to take 20 minutes to build. Alright, well what I'm going to go ahead and do here is that takes care of all that. So now I can teleport back to... We'll go to my base. For right now. How do you build all those buildings? So that's a settlement. So it's different from your player base. You find a settlement and there's like a central building that you have to defend it against sentinels, and then you're allowed to become its overseer. So instead of where you build your own buildings one by one, like you can like make them part by part, what that one will do is the settlement will just be like, okay, you have a choice. You can now choose to build or upgrade a building, that kind of thing. But it is its own mechanic. Okay, we'll go here and sell things. Sell the hypnotic eyes. Don't imagine I'm going to do much of the mealworms. So the heat capacitor for right now. Those will probably be explorer places, so we can drop those off. Sell that. Put you into actual storage. How do you have $74 million? I have not spent hardly any. And you get a lot of money from a lot of things. So like, when you find crashed ships, if you take them back to station, you can have them scrapped for parts. And those parts make a pretty good amount of money. Okay, so drop you in here. You in here. Drop the bulbs in there. Keep the slime for right now. What the heck is Nip Nip? Sounds like a drug? It's a drug. No memeing. It is actually drug. It is a smuggleable good. Let's see here. So I want this back. And let's check on the starship's inventory, because you should also have some. So now I can go over here and choose you. Nip Nip. Yep, so now we can go over here and choose sell. And we get the Nip Nip, and that's $500,000. Which that's not where most of my money has come from. Most of my money has very genuinely come from a combination of the ship selling and just various other things I found of value, like Corvette parts and all that. We've been parting with that. It's been mostly probably the ships. Okay, so we will drop off the frost crystals. The stuff for planting more Nip Nip, because we'll worry about that later. We do actually have activated indium, salt, activate cadmium, activate indium. Give this back. Ah, right. Grab those back. I'll need to deal with that. We can go to our ship. Give me these back and put those in storage. I want that in our freighter. The wiring loom's fine. For right now, I'll toss the Gek thing in there. I'll toss these in here. Toss the convergence cube in there. Process those down. Alright, that should do for now. The actual reason I wanted to pop down here, if you look out in the distance, I have a second base right in this area. Because I found a really cool spot not far from where I'm set up. As you can see, it's about 600 U. It's a short little trek, and I can teleport to it directly if I want. But when we get over here, let's pop you open. I need more fuel. So if you look over here, you'll see I've got a base computer and a couple of silos there. Just 2 of them. And you'll see I have pipes that go way out over there to that machine. And I got another set of cables that go way over there to... where are you at? This machine. And then there's another machine way over there somewhere. And what that is I've got it so... How do you boost forward? If you melee, so you see like your melee key. So if you're running, you melee and you jump. You'll launch forward. So it's just rocketing. And if you melee jump, you can keep the momentum. Because when you start rocketing, you'll keep whatever speed you're going. So with this, I have 1250 oxygen. And then with this, I have 1250 sodium. And it'll recollect it all by itself without my attendance. Okay, let's grab you and drop you off. Top you off. Pretty soon I'm gonna actually have to get more carbon. So we'll grab more of the green stuff. Keep processing it from the lower stuff to the higher stuff so it stacks. Yeah, so if you look at this thing, it's a mining extractor. For those who don't know how this works, you can get for your multi-tool a survey device. And what you do is then, you'll see here where it mentions like electromagnetic. I've got all these different modes. So if we go here to the mining mode, and go right here where I built this thing, it'll detect, and it tells me I've got a B quality sodium. And so you get the idea. You can put that thing on there and it's effectively infinite sodium. And if we go over here, I've got a regular automated miner. I don't really need the materials from, but I'm going to grab them while we're standing here. Okay. Or why not? Alright, so our inventories are full. Do you have any money-making tips? I mean, honestly, there's lots and lots and lots and lots of ways to make money. And people will actually argue to no end of the earth on what's the best ways and all that. My general advice is don't worry about trying to just straight up make cash. Figure out what gameplay you enjoy. Do more of that. But on that realm, to being more like actually productive towards money making, things you're going to want to consider is you can do stuff like I've got here with the farm. That's actually not usually how I make most of my money. If you find, for example, like a sentinel planet, the dissonant planets, or those kind of ones, you can actually do a pretty good job making pretty solid money just finding the sentinel ships and then taking them back to station to scrap them for cash. That's a very popular way of making money. But usually, if you just run around and keep doing stuff, you will get cash. Now, when you're at the stage of the game where you're just trying to really grind out money to get whatever big upgrade you're looking for, that obviously is a trickier situation. Alright, so we got those there. It takes a minute to process all that. Okay, so let's upgrade controls. Alright, so we can add additional storage to our ship. So we're going to go ahead and use that, because we got the item for that. Now you go here, we can upgrade the base parts. Oh, he asked a previous question about how to repair a ship. How to repair a ship. How do you fix those ships you found, too? And they're both broken and take so much to repair? Yeah, so you'll find a lot of those materials are actually not that hard to find once you know what you're doing. Like, for example, there'll be, like, the dehydrogen jelly or whatever it is. So, all you need is dehydrogen, which if you use the little, C pulse scanner, it's the blue crystals. But then you can just make a dehydrogen jelly, and you shove it in there. Because the only things you need to repair on the ships to sell them is you need to repair the landing gear and the engines. It's not a bad idea to repair the shields as well, just in case you get attacked. But otherwise, you just lift them up, take them back, sell them. But yeah, it's keeping to just the handful of things you kind of really do need. Alright, so we got 3 salvage stuff. We do want to keep getting the engines upgraded right now. So we're going to go ahead and save those frigate upgrades. Oh, I should have sold that. That's fine. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do from here, though, is we are on our freighter. We're going to jump on down here. Actually, we're not. I changed my mind. We're not going to jump down here. What we're going to do instead is I'm going to go over to the control panel. Lets me jump the ship around. Is there anywhere else I specifically should go? We can pursue the Atlas path. Okay, so we got the Atlas path. So there's that, or looking for a dissonant system. That's a pretty big hop. Okay, so we got a dissonant system with a black hole. Sure, why not? So we'll check and see if there's any local missions here. I'm kind of hoping... So we got 5 planets. Yeah, so we found this one that I probably should repair. Data injection, sequence received, unknown source. Glyph 2. It's probably fine. Yeah. So I can go in here and I can repair these 2. And that'd be fine. I'm not going to worry about it, though. That'd make me decent money. I'm not really spending my money on much yet. We will get to the point where I'm going to need a lot of money to do upgrades and all that. But I don't have a lot of the stuff I want for kind of my end game. So I'm choosing to just kind of neglect all that. Let's not worry about the computer there. Okay, so with that, we go to the station. Turn in stuff, sell stuff, all that stuff here. Grab our inventory slot. We are in a look for an annex. Oh man, we do have the derelict ship sitting there. I was really kind of hoping the dissonant thing we just got the thing there would trigger first. Because I believe once we do one of these derelict ships using that, it'll stop harassing me about it. Can you make space stations? No. These space stations are not a thing you can build or customize or own or anything like that. Meanwhile, let's go on here. So you're an A tier and a B tier. We're going to remove that. And you're an S tier and a second S tier. We're going to remove the second one. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. So those are both S tiers, so we're going to remove that one as well. Okay, so you're unhappy about how much I put here. Oh, here, we can move you over, move you up. Alright. You're a fuel charge one, you're not as good. Keeps overloading them. Yeah, so you only have 3 of these. So I've got core health, fuel efficiency, sprint, shield strength, life support, solar. We've got kind of all 4. Your health and solar is the most. Okay, so I think what we do... It's a hard call between the 2 of them. I think I could take this one back off. You go here, you go there. We don't worry about those 2, we'll sell those. Because honestly, I don't want that many buffers. If something's resistance, that's different, because you're a buffer, right? Yeah, you're a buffer. If something's like resistance percentages, totally different animal, but buffers, it's good to have one. The stacking can be useful, but right now with my limited space, I would much rather have other things up there. So I can go trade all that for nanites. We'll also want to go and check on our agent people over here. See if we got any stuff they'll give me. Ship inventory, stuff like that. I don't want to take screenshots. It's like screenshots are not a big deal, but then I gotta clean up the files later, and I don't want to do it. And I'm gonna need more carbon. Alright, so now we go up here, we will expand our inventory. Okay. Yeah, so you can put more inventory down here, we can put it up here. I'm gonna put it down here still. There is a cap on inventory spots. It is pretty generous though. So yeah, now with this, you'll notice those ones that were buffer aren't worth crap. Actually, none of those were worth much. That's still fine. I mostly just wanted to get rid of them. Now I got a bunch of inventory space to work with. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to run over here to the guild people. And choose donate. And I keep giving them stuff until we hit Exalted. Because if I hit Exalted, I could literally make my freighter have another spot for free. Which is pretty good. Free is an amazing price. Where is your thing we just... Oh, it's probably on the ship, wasn't it? Yeah. That's fine. We can go to you. Drop all the goop. There's so much goop from the underwater wreckage. It's going to turn into an actually pretty respectable number of nanites, but there's a bunch of steps in between. Gray Market Operator. Draw another inspection? Is Vakeen honor not enough? The Vakeen stiffens as I approach, though they do their best to hide it. They are nervous, on guard. Ask what they're selling. Pathetic freighters go missing. Weak scavengers pick through the wreckage like feasting birds. Honorable Vakeen warrior would never indulge in salvage. But if Interloper is interested, Vakeen may have information. The Vakeen awaits my decision. Purchase old scrap. So if you look at it, he sells illegal stuff. That's what he does. He sells illegal stuff. And stickers. Right. Yeah, so the objective there wants you to buy the thing to get the freighter, which is pretty good money. My inventory is not prepared for freighter shenanigans. We're going to see if we can't chase the dissonance stuff first. That way I can hopefully get the staff, and then if I get the staff, then I've just got stuff to deal with. Let me get rid of the impulse beans. Alright. You still have a stack of pirate bounties on you. Any idea where to turn them in? That person I walked up to way over there in the corner, sometimes there'll be a mercenary guild person. If you take it to the mercenary guild, a lot of times they will accept a stack of 3 of them for reputation. Otherwise, you sell them. Okay, I think it's saying here, I still don't actually know the factory override. I still don't know much about. Not worried about the raiding the depots. Okay, we can eliminate the hazardous flora. I'll grab that as an objective. Oh, you know what? I'm willing to bet while we have an objective like that, individual quest stuff might not show up, because that's considered a multiplayer quest. So I'm going to actually get out of my chair, and I'm going to cancel it. That's fine. I don't really care that much. Alright, so we're in a dissonance system and a black hole system. So what we're looking to see is the dissonance planet an absolute awful nightmare? Sub-Zero. That's pretty unpleasant. I guess I should check to see if the other planets... Usually it's just one dissonant, but it's not strictly true. Aggressive sentinels on a columned moon. Windswept planet. Fanaticism with 2 of them. Yeah, no, I have as well. You don't see them very often where they've got more than one, but it does happen. So it is worth me taking a quick peek just in case one of the other ones is less annoying. Because I got lucky more than once where my dissonant planet was just like a low atmosphere planet kind of thing. So in the big grand scale of things, a pretty big nothing burger. Yep, so it looks like we're dealing with Sub-Zero, Dissonant Moon. It should be fine. We could check. If, like, the cold is, like, truly, truly awful, probably just deal with it. What I'm trying to do... Let's grab you. Is I'm trying to, for the life of me, remember how you kick off the dissonance stuff. The storyline. I thought it was you just basically get the resource, you fly around, and eventually you get hit up in traveling in space travel, where it does, like, you know, something pops up on your communicator or whatever. Because that's what I found interesting was when we came in, where it mentioned the glyph, which let maybe, like, kind of go, oh yeah, we should check that, because I really want the staff. Last time I didn't get the staff till it's already super duper established with my multi-tool, and I've been deliberately delaying for the staff. This planet's going to suck. It's just mountains everywhere. Let's go back up and try coming back down to a different part of the planet. So that's hopefully not all, you know, ridiculous mountains. And if it is, we accept it is what it is. That is non-encouraging. Yeah, it looks like it's just a mountainy, cold planet. Looking for any points of interest or autophage stuff. The autophage stuff will be a little yellow icon that's got kind of a horizontal thing in it. And the blue house will be just any random junk on the ground. The alternative is, we say to heck with this one, jump in the black hole, get to the other side, summon our freighter there and see if we can't find a different dissonance system. Which I'm very closely leaning towards, because these really mountainy ones are really obnoxious to traverse. Some of the exocraft make them better, but we don't have a lot of the exocraft upgrades where I can just summon them in on a planet. So I have to build the pad, and it's not the end of the world, but it is kind of annoying. It's fine. Yep, I'm leaning towards we take our jump into a black hole. And see where it takes us. And go from there. That's fine. Because a black hole jumps us to an entirely different part of the galaxy. Yeah, it keeps trying to lock me onto the space station. It's fine. The black hole's kind of just up left of the space station. Alright. There's the black hole. Okay. And now I can just fly in there and apparently be bombarded by asteroids immediately. And now chuck me half across the universe. And then all we do is on the new location, we summon the freighter in. The freighter's my forward ops as we jump between universes and black holes and all that. Ooh, dreadnought fight. Okay, let's get in here real quick. Okay, we have destroyed its engines. Now my ship has not really great maneuverability or speed or anything like that, but it is real tanky and it has a lot of firepower. And I do not see the areas where we do our trench run like Star Wars. Let's back off a little while the civilian gets wrecked. I think I'm on the wrong side of the ship. I could have sworn it was on the top. Oh, there it is. There's the trench. Where's the entrance to it? Oh, I see it. Okay, so we got that side done. Come on. Get your column up. Okay. Alright, you take care. Yellow, you sleep well. Alright, Dreadnought defeated. So basically, we disable the shields, we severely damage its hull, yada yada, and so they have surrendered. Now, you do have the choice at this point. Alright. You seek new ships for your fleet? My ship is the best. Happy crew, excellent guns, roomy hangar. Okay. So you are a S-tier rating specialist. That looks really, really good. But would wipe out almost all of my funds. But it is a rating specialist, which is something I don't have. They're also wanted in several systems. I'm gonna say, because there's 31 damage. The hell with it. Where is your bridge? You many fine ships? We'll check that out. Rating specialist C. We'll keep to the 2 combat ships we have, where we have one that's just a straight up. There we go. Straight up combat ship, and the other one's a specialist. So what you can do at this stage, you can take this as your freighter. You can basically hold them, like bounty them. You can also just straight up destroy the ship. And these are very popular fleet ones. The pirate commander begs for mercy. I may name my price. So you can choose to seize the ship. I'm gonna say no. I like the one I already have more. And all that stuff. So we're gonna decline. And then we're gonna go ahead and do here is I'm going to demand tribute. The outlaw resignedly empties their coffers. And there's a quick solid 7 million for doing that. Now what I'm also going to do is I'm going to ransack anything they've got over here. Sometimes you actually find some pretty okay things on these ships. This is not looking like it's one of those times. Yeah, not this time though. This time the ship is full of disappointment. Now, speaking of which... Okay, so we got ourselves a $7 million bounty. And what'd you give me for your module? You gave me a module. A salvaged fleet combat unit. Ooh, it goes on our freighter. I haven't had many opportunities for upgrades for my freighters in the past. Okay, so at this point, let's get out of the way there. Call in our freighter. You let me put this on you now? No, I gotta actually be on my freighter. We're just gonna land on the freighter for just a second here. See what that module is we got? I'm suspecting it's gonna be something I want to equip. I can't imagine they would give me an upgrade and then like an upgrade just that I don't have to compromise anything I'm gonna say no to. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so you... Expedition Defenses. A piece of fleet coordination hardware salvaged from the wreck of... It actually tells me which pirate ship I took it from. The unit is repackaged and inserted alongside the freighter's long-range defensive system. The unit offers improvements to combat effectiveness in all expeditions. Cool. That seems honestly pretty amazing. We'll also chuck a thing of fuel in there. And get on there. Okay, so from here we want to quickly pop over to the station. We'll expand our inventory, check for any important mission stuff nearby, and see we have another dissonance system nearby that isn't quite so bad. Like, I don't mind going on one that the weather's awful, but when the terrain is so bad that it's just going to be schlepping up and down hills or carving endless tunnels through them, I'd much rather just go to a different one. Alright, did you get any other goodies from that fight? I have so much nav data. Alright, I need to go sell stuff. That's gonna need to happen. And I might need to just buy like a stack of carbon or concentrated carbon if we get an opportunity. Sometime the faction thing will sell it to you on a discount. Oh wait, no, wait. Okay. Kill 11 creatures. That'll probably happen. I'll grab the scan creatures. There's a good chance we abandon that. Collect star bulbs. I have those in bulk in my storage. So all three of those should get knocked out pretty easy. And we'll go over here. We will want to expand our inventory. Alright, we got the title of Elder in the Merchants Guild. Gonna grab that. That might be something I can donate again. Okay, that'd be more Mercenaries Guild. Okay. So yeah, so if we look at all our stuff, we can keep processing all that. We'll run down here real quick. Yeah, so no easy carbon there. Yeah, so the navigation data isn't worth a bunch of money. We have the hard frame engines. Those are really useful for Sentinel stuff. Yeah, so we're going to sell the whole stack of pirate things, get our 3 million out of it. That'll clear up some inventory that really needs to be cleared up. We'll sell the quad servo, same idea. That should clear up all that stuff. And we'll weirdly have the Dreadnought defeated, board, and negotiated. We might... Okay. So we got our merchants rank up. That's fine. So... let's pop out and see what type of system we're in. And let's see what type of system these scan the creatures are in. Because that's one I'm totally fine with abandoning if it's not progressing our things. So we look at our system right now. It is a water system. And our target is in a dissonant system. That's perfect. So what we'll do is we'll just board our capital ship. We'll jump to that dissonant system real quick. Okay. Hopefully that'll resolve the Dreadnought defeated being stuck on our screen. If not, once we get there, we'll do the whole thing where we sit and unsit from our seat to get a save update. And then we will use that to move on to the next one. Okay, so manage fleet. Raider warp map. Okay, so we can go up here. Now, it's also possible that the dissonant thing might be locked behind the Atlas progress. I don't honestly know. The game doesn't really tell you that kind of stuff. You just gotta kind of figure it out. Progress as you're gonna progress. Okay, so we're gonna start by changing our log over to... oh, here. Data injection, sequence received, source unknown, glyph 3. So we are slowly getting glyphs. It might literally be I just need to keep jumping between dissonant systems until we get all the glyphs. Right, so I think one of these had storage already built in it. And I'm pretty sure I've got star bulbs in there. Yeah, those are all waiting for stuff. Star bulbs. There you go. So I need to move only part of them. Oh, I see what I'm doing. I'm doing a terrible job of it. So it wants to pass that 4 along, which is pretty annoying. There, we got the 50. We got there in the end. Hey, Reza, how's it going? So now we can go ahead and do is we can run over. We can drop this off at the station. And then if it's the same planet I need to scan the animals for, we scan the animals for it. If it's not, then we go to the planet we do need to scan the animals for. There is a dissonant planet on the system. Now I'm torn between, at this stage, if I'm better suited to just jumping between the dissonant systems again and again, which might literally be what we do. I'm doing good. Just working on our permadeath run. Okay, aggressive sentinels is not the dissonant planet. So I'm going to quickly drop this off. It is interesting that we're getting those glyphs sent to me, but nothing's listed here. That's the one I'm finding curious. But it could very well be we just keep jumping, and then eventually it just gets happy. Alright, we get out of our seat. Okay, and we drop you off. Requesting access granted. I have the client's lockbox. All I need to do is deliver the star bulbs. And done. Are you selling carbon by chance? You are not. Okay, so let's check on our objectives here. Okay, so this planet does count for this. And also, I am required to murder you. It's like a cobra dinosaur. Okay. Sorry, dinosaur. I'm being compensated for it. Are you a different one? No. Okay, how many different creatures are on this planet? Okay, there's a crap ton. Cool. I was making sure it wasn't one of these planets we land on. There's like just exactly how many we needed. That's because I grabbed 2 contracts. I grabbed 1 contract for discovering a bunch of different animals, and another contract for killing a bunch of animals. These sentinels are supposedly chasing me, and just letting me do this with impunity. Okay. Sorry, dinosaur. You were surplus to requirements. Alright, so looking at the actual ones we need to discover. So I've got a bunch of flying. So I've got 2 flying and a ground one and a ton of underwater ones. Okay. Let's make sure the other one wasn't, like, only to the north. Yeah, so we got always active, we got the flying ones, and then almost all the other ones are underwater. Oh, here's the last rare land one. And were any underground at all? If there's none underground, then I would potentially go for it. No, that was not the ground one? Weird. You know, the others are all underwater. Okay, so what we'll end up doing here is I'm going to keep scouting out for the last ground one. The bird ones will show up probably when it hits daytime. We start working on our carbon problem. Oh, Haywards. I'm gonna start trying to work towards some water. Up here might be our last ground one. Okay, so I got 2 flying ones during the day. Yeah, I got 2 ground ones, or 2 flying ones during the day. And I got a bunch of fish. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump up here. We're gonna quickly travel to, like, another part of it. You got time off work? You ready to fly tomorrow? Nice. Hope you have a safe trip and all that good stuff. I'm looking forward to getting to TwitchCon. That's coming up quick. Is that ocean we just saw? It's always hard to tell from space. Because like the textures don't load until you get close. That's what I'm looking for right now, is I just need to find water. With as many water creatures as there are. I'm assuming we got there, that looks like water. Yeah, we got a proper ocean on this one. Okay, so all I need to do is find a chunk of land to land on. And then we can pop into the water, start scanning. Once again, you're the FOMO TwitchCon. Yeah, on the plus side, when those conventions are going on and you're still hanging back streaming kind of stuff, I've known a number of people that's like the time that they really bump the numbers up on their channels. Like so far as like it's a really good growth opportunity because while everyone else is busy at the convention, you know, people are back here still wanted streams to tune into. I've certainly taken advantage of that in the past. When there's like big events drawing people away. It's enough for the agent. Okay. So we got 4 more, and 2 of them will be the birds. Yeah. So we got a common and a rare thing underwater to scan still. Now we got the birds once the sun rises. Okay, one more underwater thing. So you can scan for bits of money. That's also, for people who are asking how to make money in the game, another way to do some pretty solid money. First, let me deal with my air. Is if you go to your multi-tool, and you get these scanner upgrades, that give you increased rewards. If you stack something on those, like you stack the fauna, so that you have your 3-4 upgrades all giving you bonuses to fauna, they do stack multiplicatively. So you can get where you'll scan something and it'll give you several $100,000 per new creature scanned. It can get pretty wild how generous it gets. If it's Gamma doing other things, oh yeah, not just it, you just go around and scan stuff. It's also worth doing when you have a planet that isn't super awful to scan all the creatures, and by that I mean mostly does it have rare underground? If yes, move on. But as long as you have decent enough to scan stuff, it could be a whole thing. But just need the last fish to show up. Figure these give me both the carbon and the cytophosphate. Oh, hey, come on. Come on, jellies. Pretty sure if we just go on land, they'll go away. Trying to watch out for the 2 sets of birds as well. There's one. And there's the other. Okay, so it's just the rare fish. Now hop it out of the water would despawn a decent number of the aquatic things. It's gonna be a lot of chlorine and dehydrogen. Well, a lot of chlorine. These are all materials I'm gonna end up needing too. Okay, so double check. I'm missing one animal, just one. It is a rare, always active underwater, so I don't need to worry about what time of day it is or anything like that. It'll just show up underwater sooner or later. As far as I'm aware, there's nothing like underwater ones that only show up in tunnels or anything like that. While we're waiting for him, just collecting materials. Okay, that's straight up salt. That's helpful. I have to process stuff. Multiple stages you get there. Come on, fish. So the only downside is you can't guarantee they show up. And they will eventually, but sometimes it takes work. So there's tricks you can use, like deliberately hopping out of the water to cause a bunch of stuff to despawn and then pop back in the water so it goes to respawn them. I don't know if those are good strategies or not. It feels like the kind of thing that you would do it, results would work out once for you, and you'd see it as a pattern, whether or not it is. Okay, so you'll notice all the fish stop being visible. I actually don't know if the sentinels go in the water. See my little buddies fighting over there. Okay. So we got the clams over there. The crystal sulfide. And crystal sulfide only appears underwater. Yeah, when you see these things like that, none of those things usually count as anything. Did I find a paradise planet? Ish. It's got sentinels on it. The place I actually live on or have my base on is kind of paradise planet. Can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Right now, I'm just trying to find the one last piece of aquatic wildlife hiding from me so that I might scan it, so I might get many nanites. Oh, we got something I haven't scanned yet. Because it'll give us a couple thousand nanites when we get the scan, so I want it. Alright. Yeah, I hope things have been going good for you, Ultra. Has been kind of binging doing some permadeath nonsense. Fully expecting to sooner or later die. It is the nature of permadeath. You had a migraine, but better now? Well, I'm glad you're better now. Migraines are no fun. Okay. Ow. Okay, well, we only got grazed by it. Versus that one health that I'm missing is actually from doing that way earlier today, and we never did get our health back. At least I believe it's from that. Would you show up, you stupid fish? You're not nocturnal, you're all day. And Ultra's been playing a lot of Factorio lately. So if you're into Factorio, you can definitely check that out. Also plays like a ton of simulation games and plays many of the same stuff. I didn't notice what... Oh, it's still the heat. We hadn't recovered yet. We have been doing a lot of fun. I believe this is your, It's not your first time playing Factorio, but it's the first time, like, pushing as far as you're pushing. Like, actually trying to see it through kind of thing. Versus, I'm pretty sure you broke out Factorio, like, once or twice. And I think you got a little bit past, like, oil or so on the previous ones. If I'm remembering correctly. Come on. Grab some more living pearls and all that while we're on. While we're here. It's missing just one fauna that's rare underwater, always active. So I hopped out to cause them to despawn. So maybe we can hop back in and maybe trigger them to respawn and see if we get lucky for something different. most likely to be some type of predatory fish. I usually find a lot of the really rare and hard to get to show up creatures, whether it's land or water, end up being the predatory ones that attack each other. As far as I know, the game doesn't have any considerations like depth or anything like that. If it says it could show up, it'll show up eventually. The only one you can run into is every once in a while there'll be ones that'll be like, this one only shows up on the northern hemisphere. But that's not what we got here. It'll flat out tell you if that's the case. So all I need is a little red dot. Not that red dot, that's a sentinel. A little red dot below the water. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because the reason why we're putting all the effort into that is if I get them all, I get 3,250 nanites. And I don't always go after them. Okay. It's sort of like an underwater cave system now. Okay. How far away is my ship? Not very far at all. That's one of the reasons why usually if it's not ground stuff or air stuff, I usually won't put a lot of time in to hunting for them. Where did I lose the giant clam? There you are. Got closer ones right here. Come on. Let's back off, let that erupt. Excuse me? Cobra, whatever you are. Just it's a sauropod with a cobra frill. Okay, so I'm gonna do the thing where we get out of the water and back in one more time, and we're gonna start heading towards our ship. Oh, somewhat rare ones are in deeper water? Gotcha. Well, I'll go as deep as I can. There should be a cave system down here. Does that explain why I'm not having any luck with it? That's actually pretty good. Getting both cytophosphate and salt. The thing I've noticed is when I go this deep in the into like caves, I just stop seeing any fish spawning in here at all. I haven't had much opportunity to go deep where it wasn't at. There's still ones back there that spawned from when I was above. Yep, so that's the end of this tunnel. See if we have anything else that looks like it might be deeper than us. Not really. So my ship is that direction, so head towards this clam. I'm not likely to see anything while I'm tunneling. The 2 stars up there was a submerged relic. I'm not super worried about that. Yeah, Nodge Stone will be on the surface. Yeah, so it's looking... Just doing, could you briefly explain your current objective? I was trying to find the last of the creatures underwater here, so you get the nanites. Right now, though, what we're trying to do is get the dissonance stuff starting. But yeah, I'm gonna write off this last one. But it's good to have you. Yeah. All right. Let's find our ship. We'll go right on over here to the shore. Take one last peek behind us. All right, game. I'm giving up now. Every time I've done this in the past, you've given me what I was giving up on. Don't let me down. It did let me down, by the way. Because once you're on land, you won't see any more of the fish things. Alright, so you don't get our 3,000 nanites. It's fine. That's not how you get in the ship. Okay. So regardless, we did get the agent missions done here. So the real question we have here, because I don't remember, is we keep getting our glyphs each time we enter a dissonant system. So the two ways I could look at this is, one, if I keep jumping between dissonant systems, I can get all 16 glyphs or however many I need, and then things happen. And I've done the dissonant stuff all before, I just don't remember how it started. Otherwise, I can land on the ground on the dissonant planet and start running around and looking for stuff. I'm leaning towards the just jumping from system to system and continuing to keep that going, since that does seem to be giving me some kind of progress. Even though I don't get a quest objective for it. Plus, that means every system I jump into, I can snag another inventory expansion, check for some quick missions to get stuff I need, get some faction rep, maybe get some other goodies. So hand you in. Okay, and for these, I'll add the killing a predator, but I'm not going to bother trying to do it here. Okay, and what we grabbed out of that, as I realize this is still doing its thing. You got tossed in here, didn't you? So we got a frigate upgrade, or freighter upgrade. We got a couple weapon slot upgrades, but no ship slot upgrades. That's fine. Got some Gek standing. So with that, we're going to fly over. Actually, you don't even need to fly over to our freighter. We can teleport directly to our freighter. And we have gotten exalted with the Explorers Guild. So let's make sure, if this is Explorers Guild here, that means I might be able to get something really good from that last spot. It is not. Okay. I need to resolve inventory badly. Okay, you gave me another repair thing so that I can donate that to you. Alright. So I got that. Weirdly it's like, I'm pretty sure we'd already, oh no, we may not have docked in this one. We did not. Alright, well I'm glad I came back here and checked. And let's grab you. Keep that processing. We have the hypnotic eyes that we can just sell. Oh, we can also sell the chunks of animals that we had to hunt because they told us to. And that's good enough a reason for me. The meaty chunks. The feline liver. And that'll do for now. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump to our freighter. And I believe we just got the thing that makes it so red systems, I'll be able to make the thing for the red. Ooh. How's our inventory? Okay. Our frigates are back. Okay, so let's see how they did. Alright, so we got cash, 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 bromide salt. Okay, so not super exciting, but all in all, they just, you know, nothing but good stuff, so not unhappy about it. And we can go ahead and do this. And with that, we can get to red systems. I'll just need to make 2 quantum computers. That's interesting. Okay, so we can get the amplified warp shielding. Alright, so we can now have that go into red systems. We do have a thing that gives me more range. I'm not actually worried about the range, really. Not that much. The other thing we can do is let's check our inventory for crap we can toss on here. Let's put all the fuel on the freighter. That'll all want to go in storage. I think we can ignore that for now. We move a bunch of this over to the starship. I don't need it really on my person, but I do want to kind of have it. Okay. Alright, that'll do. We can organize it. Cool. So with that, let's go and send our frigates out. Okay, so we do have a combat patrol. It's going to be a nice long mission. But now I actually have some proper combat ones. I don't know what those red dots mean. We have a second combat ship. We have a support ship. And then I think we send that. But I need more fuel. Should be easy enough to do. Oh, I need titanium. Alright, so we won't worry about that right now. We'll jump to the next system. We're looking for our dissonance system. There we go. So jump to the next system. I want to grab some titanium. Bring that back for frigate fuel. And then we can use that frigate fuel to go on. I'll actually check the, excuse me? I was like, we're starting to drift. They're like, please don't drift the wall. This is a permadeath character. I would rather not die to slowly drifting into the wall. Oh no, it was farther down the hallway, wasn't it? Yeah, so exactly. So we got our data injection. So I think we're just gonna hop between systems relatively quick. Alright, so I was hoping for stuff that'd be a little bit nicer. Okay, so with that, we need titanium. So as we fly around in this system, we'll top off our titanium. But plan is pretty straightforward. Go to the station, get our expansion, get our goodies, do all the stuff at the station. That was interesting. Oh, thing for Apollo. Well, I got your message. It's been a lot to take in. A simulation? Everything's not real? It feels like it doesn't matter, I suppose. Not if we're gonna die anyways. And I've been thinking about that. If the problems of this universe are due to the Atlas crying for help, then it's been crying for a long time. Those 16 minutes? I bet we have years before we die. Ask what they plan to do. I've been thinking about it a lot. How we couldn't meet, even though we seem to be standing in the same place. I don't think we were in the same location at all. I think those portals, they don't transport us. They transform us. They cut through dimensions. That's what I think anyway. That's the only way to explain it. If the walls between worlds are really falling, maybe we'll be able to have a drink together before the apocalypse after all. Say goodbye. I say goodbye telling Apollo that I'm on a journey to the center. They tell me that they'll race me there. We speak of the memories we have shared, though we did not know each other for very long. Though we did not meet, they say that they are proud to have worked with me. Cool. Goodbye, friend. Alright. So let's get to the space station real fast. Yeah, so we've got a bunch of things that are happening just from us jumping between systems. This is something that will happen, like, in No Man's Sky. That, like, it used to be that's how you got the living ship. You would just jump along, and then you'd eventually meet it and have to follow this whole thing. My understanding is that might not be the case anymore, that there's the egg you can acquire. The interceptor, you just jump along, and then a sentinel interceptor will show up and guide you to a dissonant system to locate one. Same with, like, the pirate thing. That it's all, like, random event, it's just pretty high odds. Okay, so we got seg 1 for killing a predator. We can double dip. Hunt low-level pirates. I'm gonna actually skip on that one right now. We're starting to get enough of these modules. I don't think we're gonna chase those. I'm not gonna worry about the other one there. We're also starting to get some of those things ranked up really high. So then we'll go up here for our inventory expansion. And those will keep getting more and more expensive until I can no longer afford them. You know, unless we stop to start making proper money, but I don't really feel a need to do that. Okay. So, let's start by donating. I have nothing you want, which is unfortunate. So I can go grab the suspicious package. My inventory's full. You got stuff like living glass and all that. And he gave me drugs. I can't give those to you, right? It seems like a Gek thing. Drugs neat? Yep, good old nip nip. It's the Gek equivalent to catnip. And it is illegal. So, smuggled contraband. And they pay a premium for it. It's about 50,000 per unit. And we are definitely going to need to get ourselves more carbon. Now, one thing we can do is have that giant mountain of oxygen in our inventory. I can switch oxygen into carbon. Making sure we didn't get any new mission objectives with that nonsense. We did not. How are the settlers doing? Okay, so the next system we jump into, we'll, I don't need to get back in my ship. I keep forgetting that. What we can do now is it's going to say the next system we jump into. But what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to go over here. I'm going to take the portal over to my settlement, knock out the settlement nonsense. Then we're going to pop back over to the freighter, jump to the next dissonant system, and we'll keep doing that until either some other event happens or it stops giving me the glyphs. Okay, so we will go to our settlement. Now I do need to be careful. The settlement is likely to be getting Sentinel attacked soon. We got a very high Sentinel alert. Okay. What do you want me to do? The settlement benefits from the medical center and it contributes greatly to productivity. Following an incident in the control center, a significant refurbishment is required. Okay. I will expedite the repairs. We should have one of these buildings done Yeah, so our fish pond should be finished upgrading. So reopen that. It's now a B-classed fishing pond. And they need spicy chum to make it better. Do I even know how to make spicy chum? I do. I doubt I have enough for 3. Oh, never mind. It's not one of those things that I get a whole bunch of doses for one go. Alright. Cool. Just chuck that in the ship, I guess. Never mind, you don't have space. What do you do? You're for fishing. Okay, so that's upgrading, so that's that done. And we can hop right back to our freighter. And then jump on to the next dissonance system. Repeat that process. I do need to actually stop and get the titanium because we definitely want to send the frigates out doing stuff. So that they're working on that at the same time. What we'll also do is right now, hey freighter, you can hold on to spicy chum. Alright. And get over here. We're looking for another dissonance system that's nearby. There we go. And we'll just collide with the structure of our ship. It's fine. Okay. And now I can get to that. And there's our next signal source. So that's our 3rd or 4th glyph. I lost track. 5th glyph. No, they're not. That's not how many I have. That's which one of them I have. Okay, so we got all that. Alright, so we've actually got... Oh, inventory full. Stop hammering me. I don't even know what to move over to my character. I will say, having all these phase beams in massive quantities is certainly an effective way to space mine. I'm just kind of turning to try and put things in the crosshairs as best I can. Okay, so how are we doing on that? You get a decent amount of titanium. Okay, and just like that we have about 1,000. And an antimatter, apparently. Because that'll let me do... I don't remember what it was. I think it was something... Oh, it was the fuel for the frigates. Yeah, so what we can do is when we do the next jump, I can go and get the fuel for the frigates. So we can send them back out to go cause mayhem. Now that we've got a pirate frigate on our side. Okay. Alright, so... that'd be for a specific system, but it would give me a ship cargo upgrade. So we'll accept it, and it might, depending on where it wants me to go, we'll see about if I actually follow through or not. If it takes me to our dissonance system, sure. If not, probably not. Because I really want to get the staff, and I gotta keep advancing things to do that. Start expanding these slots up here so I can get more bonuses on that. Okay. Yeah, I really need to get more from the Merchant Guild. So you will accept frigate fuel as a thing. So I can literally make you frigate fuel. How close am I to ranking up? Okay, so we are Merchants Guild rank Elder, and if we check our check our catalog, Merchant Guild, I would need 34 more rank to hit the next one. So we're not going to sit here and give them all my fuel for the frigates. I'd rather the frigates do their thing, and then we can potentially take the frigates reward, and maybe that's what we give them. So now we go here. We teleport back to the frigate, or the freighter. We can send out our frigates on a mission. I'll also put you in the freighter. Oh yeah, I still need to make my Atlas pass, don't I? We have the first one. So you just make the second one. Right there, so I got 1 and 2. And then Atlas pass 3. Requires Emerald, which we don't have until we jump into a system that has that. Okay, so we can go to you, send out the frigates. So right now we actually have combat as one of the things we're really strong at. So we'll take our dedicated combat frigates and a support one. We'll send them out. So we can assign a bunch of them. I do wonder if it is worth me sending... Yeah, let's send some of these other ones. We'll send the merchant, and we'll send an industrial. So primarily combat. It will take a lot of fuel to send it. Why are you complaining? I have the fuel. I have more than enough fuel. Where did the fuel go? I literally just had the fuel. Oh, you know what I bet you I did? Did I send it to storage? Because we didn't sell it. You can't sell it there. Oh no, storage was over Wait, what was back here? Oh, that's a large refinery. Yeah, let's check. I shouldn't have been able to send it to storage. So it's not here. Because I just had 200 of it. Okay, yeah, so I sent it to storage. That's what happened. Alright, that's fine. We can get that sorted. In the meantime, keep on processing. Yeah, so I accidentally sent it to the wrong place. So storage should be right over here. Da-da-da, there is the fuel. And I do not think there's anything else I'm particularly looking to bring out right now, so the rest can just stay where it is. Alright, so with this, we'll try this again, but to the freighter. Now this will work. So if I did it that way I showed last time, it would be 150. So I'll grab you, the other combat, and the support. And if I send you, it's only 100. Alright, so we'll only do the one that costs 100. And now we'll go, and the moment they leave, we're gonna jump into our freighter. And looking for another dissonant system. There we go. Because I'm assuming at some point we'll get enough glyphs, and it'll just do the next section. That's what I'm trying to go based on memory, and I'm really excited about getting that staff because the staff is a kind of a cool multi-tool. So I get down there. Oh, I also just realized I utterly ignored wherever this objective was wanting me to go. Well. Where would it have wanted me to go? Oh, it was actually in that last system. Let's check those objectives. So you wanted me to scan unique one, we're banding it. And those ones, it doesn't matter what system they're in. Okay. So get to the space station. Yeah, so I'm not sure if we just happen to get 5 and 6 in order. It is a little bit of a whole thing about going through this whole loop. Obviously, there'd be more interesting stuff we can make happen. But part of me is hoping that we'll get, like, a couple of quests. So even if we don't have all the glyphs yet, if we get, like, 4 or 5 quests that we can cash in all at once, like 3, 4 culling the animal quests and all that. We can just land, go through a planet, cull a whole bunch. Get it all happening. Or honestly, if I run out of carbon on here, because that is very quickly happening. But we can process that oxygen to carbon. Okay, so we will... So that's the scan one, that's a specific system, that's the specific system. That's fine. Does this game have PvP? Technically, yes, but pretty much no one does it. It's not a game where you can go and, like, gank or be ganked normally. You kind of have to opt into having a person show up, and then they can cause you mayhem. But generally, if you don't want to do that stuff, you can just not multiplayer, and you can also just turn it off. For me personally, I just turn off multiplayer entirely. If I want to play with other people, I'll turn on multiplayer and then, you know, invite them kind of thing. But I would argue if you're looking for a game with good PvP, you're not going to get what you want out of this. Okay, we finally had a Mercenaries Guild one. Neutron Cannon one. Now we're looking for... And the rest of the stuff we don't care about. But yeah, if we get a little bit more, we can get these things for free. Alright, that takes care of what we are going to do on this station. Keep this ball rolling. But yeah, now this game, when it really comes to its core, it's about exploration. That's kind of like the big thing this whole game is. Okay, we're looking for another dissonance system. There we go. We'll see if it says 7 out of 16 or whatever. Now, obviously, we're trying to get a bunch of nanites and all that. You started this game, first time, it's amazing. You love the exploring plants? Yeah. That's kind of the core part of the game. There's a whole bunch of other neat things you get along with that. But the core aspect of the game is around that, you know, getting yourself new things. Alright, so it looks like it is just counting up, so I was wrong about them not being numerically in order. So that does mean it looks like we got a lot of systems to hop between. That's fine. We also really want to get those inventory spaces, and I still have 42 million. Now, like I said, eventually those inventory space slots, they do get more and more expensive as we go. So eventually they'll start costing multiple million each. If I do run out of money kind of thing, we'll probably start focusing a little bit more broadly on trying to rescue the piggy bank while working on the other stuff. Because at that point I'll be basically out of nanites and out of money. Man. Take a photo of a portal. Yeah, so these hunting the pirate ones aren't bad. They're relatively fast, you get goodies from them. But it's kind of, it can work on that or work on getting the dissonance stuff, not both. Which is why I keep skipping them. Alright, another inventory slot. We got another Mercenaries Guild system. Alright. So once we get up to Master, that's when we start getting some other stuff. Is it possible to kill Sentinels with the base lasers, or do you need a different type? You can kill Sentinels with the base weapon, but you're going to really... Well, no, actually, I take that back. I want to say there might be... I want to say there is a module that makes the mining laser better at fighting things. But even then, you're probably going to... really want to, get a proper weapon. Now, made inventory slot is capped. Tech slot is 150k, regular slot is 200k. FYI. Oh man, no, it used to be way more expensive. Like, it used to be is almost every other slot would be, you know, 1.5 or whatever the previous slot's price for both your ship upgrade and for your inventory. But they've changed a lot over the years, so that's not super surprising. Either way, we're trying to hop along here to get the dissonance thing unlocked. Because imagining once we get all the glyphs, or at least a certain number, we can then go down to the planet and actually get all that happening. Okay. We'll also try hitting dissonance systems in the vague direction of the core. I don't have what I need to go to that system. Oh, I have to refuel real fast. Or if we run out of fuel, which is going to take a while. It'll eventually happen. There you go. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Because I'm pretty sure once we unlock, like, the dissonant stuff, we can literally just, any dissonant system we can go to. It'll give us mission objectives to specific ones. So you don't have to do this just jumping, looking. Still live? Still live and still streaming? Yeah. Yep. Which is good, considering all the tech nonsense we had before stream. I'm happy things are working. Because I had OBS plugins break, and YouTube changed the entire way a bunch of stuff worked. All of that, didn't find out till like right when I went to start stream, and OBS just crashed on opening. I was like, oh goody. So like my stream deck's not working, but all the raging fires I have on the back end, at least most aren't bleeding through to the other side. Alright. But still smoldering in the background. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, don't get me wrong, the thing YouTube changed looked like it's gonna be good. They made it so you can get, like, the vertical and horizontal, streaming and all that, like, built in the box much easier. It's not as good as if you set it manually. Twitch is also setting that up, which is part of what had me working on a bunch of stuff. And the only reason I'm salty is I got that whole process going, only for them to do that. Alright, so that one will give me a inventory expansion. And I could do that on any planet, so we'll just grab that while we're here. Because we'll just land and go on a rampage. Okay. And if any of them end up being specific planets, we can just abandon them. Oh yeah, no, you're saying, where you're saying, like, they don't get over 200,000 units? Yeah, this is 300,000 units already. It doesn't go up nearly as much as it did, because I vaguely remember on my other save it was still having to pay. Like, it only think gets up to like 2 million or something like that. It doesn't go like, you know, hundreds of millions or anything like that. There's more glass. Still haven't quite gotten to the next level up. And we get over here. How much more glass do I have? I've got 1 more glass on me. I've got 5 more on the ship. Would that even be possible? Oh, to get like 200 million? Oh yeah, absolutely. There are upgrades in this game that get that high. Just me putting extra inventory slots on my ship can get into like the 70 and 80 millions pretty easy. You can sell salvage ships for like 16, 17, 18 million. I think they go up to like 30 million even. Mean to mine a planet? Oh, mine a planet. No, so the game does the classic thing that a lot of games do, where as you go down towards, like, as you get deep enough, it just becomes nothing. Oh, I think this is another dissonant system, but it's a red system, so there'll be no station. We'll check when we jump in. If there is no station, we'll just let it do the thing here, then immediately jump on the next one. Oh, no, it appeared to be the station. It must not have been a red star. I must have misseen it. There's another one. How come your items? We're playing on sweaty tryhard settings, is pretty much the short answer of it. When you play permadeath, a lot of stuff like even how high item stacks, all that change, and then we're playing on harder than regular permadeath. That said, we can actually make the stacks even worse by one more level, and I just, like, that's one of only 2 settings I didn't max out the difficulty on. Because there's definitely a point it just gets to be a bit obnoxious. You think it'll be capped out soon? Mine were capped? Yeah, no, it, like I said, I think it gets up to like 2 million or something like that. Going by memory, because it was pretty recent, and I do believe you are correct that the utility slots on the top cap out way earlier than the other ones. But, it's not that one. The one that gets real bad is your ship. Because, like, our ship is nowhere near max anything. But if we look at our upgrade stuff here, it's 124 million units to get another storage slot. And if we look at it, I don't even have it scrolling yet. But the good news is you can get other ways to get those. Does this game have dedicated mining barges? Not really. Not like I think you're thinking about. We'll go and grab the one for killing the creatures, even though I don't really care about the reward. It is another one of those ones I could grab, and just any planet we go to, we can stack those missions. I think 70 billion is a ship cap. It's something ludicrous. But you can get those expansion slots from the quests, you know, and as they go up in price, using the, using their... Yeah. I think when it came to the slots maxing out as well, I think the price doesn't increase every one. It's like every 5 or 10 now it doubles or whatever. Donate. There's the glass. Redeem. So we're up to senior. You're trying to get master. But the issue we're going to run into relatively soon is I'm going to run out of things to donate for them. Yeah, imagine Master's probably the next rank. And then Exalted is, you know, 2 ranks later or whatever. Let's not do that. If I do that one, I won't save my position. And I keep instinctively running to my ship. Yeah, so we've got how many missions we could do on the ground now? 1, 2, 3, 4. But they're all different things. If we get like, you know, 3, 4 Sentinel missions or 3, 4 Cull the Animal missions, that'd be a good one to like stop, land on a planet, get it done. I'm hoping we get all the way to getting the dissonant stuff set up. And I can just go on the planet and just do that, because I'm going to probably have to do all those objectives on that planet by just what we're doing. Well, I mean, not culling the animals. Was it, Willie, the first comment you found killed that idea. You can gather in 10 minutes on a plant and collect in an hour an asteroid. Yeah, no, that's, it's just not how any of that works, unfortunately. It's trying to have me, like, hop over to this other... Oh, you're just out of range. Oh, wait, we do have a dissonant system in range. Alright. And for those who don't know what the dissonant system is, it's a whole storyline that you can't get to a lot of until you finish most of the main storyline. But the dissonant ones is you have the Sentinel, and the dissonants are effectively the ones who kind of broke off from the main Sentinel AI. They're kind of doing their own thing. There's a bunch more to it. I won't spoil that. But it is a bunch of systems where you don't deal with regular Sentinels. And it's kind of cool stuff. Dissonant planets can get pretty trippy. Alright, we're up to 10. And Null's contacted me. You are not alone. You can't go to the center. You can't do this to us. You can't leave us. Say you are real. The center of the galaxy. It's the Atlas. It's all else just uses interface. All else is a shadow of its might. You don't deserve it. You'll wipe us all to save. Ask why. The Atlas. The innermost part of itself. It has shown. Its dreams, its fears. I did what I had to do. I told you that. I couldn't die without seeing everything there was to see, too. I did what I had to do. But the Atlas, it won't let me go back in. It won't speak to me. It. Ask what Null did. I've committed such atrocities, Traveler. I had to. It was me or them. It's always been me or them. Please, if you go through the center, if you do what I did, it will reset everything. It will replace me, wipe me. All those 1,000 souls, they have died for nothing. It was only way to live on. You have to understand me. Life for more life. They sustained me. It can't be all have been for nothing. I was going to see it all. We'll say goodbye. You say goodbye as Null screams at me to reconsider. I end the communication. There's nothing left but the path towards the center. Well, don't worry about it, Null. If we obliterate everything, you won't be there to know it. Have you ever played through this Ultra? This is the question. I actually don't. You played No Man's Sky. I'm pretty sure you played No Man's Sky. I'm pretty sure you streamed No Man's Sky. Or it could be entirely wrong and it could just be a fever dream. Little A, little B. Yeah, the storyline of this game. Yup. You haven't beat the story. It's worth doing. It's mildly upsetting. Alright. It's also something that technically, if like not even speedrunning, if you just kind of make your priority of I'm going to go towards the center, you can actually do it a lot faster than you'd think. Especially nowadays. And that's without, you know, cheesy cheekiness like having someone just give you a portal directly there or anything. That understatement is mildly upsetting. Don't worry about it. It's just mildly upsetting. Well, to beat the Artemis path and the Atlas path is getting the tutorial done. Game starts after that. Yeah, no, it does now. It didn't used to be. It used to be you finish those stories and it's kind of like, oh, I guess I just get to wander around and eventually do there. Alright, free ship augmentation thing, free warp fuel, free ion batteries. We'll check out the Exalted Life support. So that's all fantastic. Okay. So we can actually fit that. So let's pop you over here, pop you back there, do this, drop you in. Alright, cool. So we got ourselves another upgrade. We'll worry about that in a minute. But the beauty is where that slot for the increasing our ship's capacity normally runs, what was it, like 80 million or something? Because we got a reputation high enough, we can just go upgrade charge ship. Apply augmentation. It was 124 million. And we can apply that. And now I have more space. And I didn't have to pay for it. But the silly question, MMA, are you consider doing the living ship quest? My intention on this run is to do all of the quests. So if we start to narrow down to like the living ship thing, we will do the living ship thing. Unfortunately, my understanding of how it works nowadays is that it's going to cost us a lot of Quicksilver, which would mean I would need to get that. Now granted, I don't spend Quicksilver on like anything in this game because I don't really care about cosmetics or whatever, but some of the stuff like the living ship is a little bit more interesting. I am down to absolutely get the egg to do that. Or if there's a not buying the egg route, doing the not buying the egg route, whatever it takes. Because we'll keep doing that until we die. Yep, you need Quicksilver to buy the egg. I wonder if I could see how much I have. Yeah, so I've got about 2,000. We could definitely get more. Water, water. Bunch more water. Up. Got dissonant there. We are technically moving towards the center of the galaxy. Obviously, if I do the center of the galaxy, that wipes the slate clean on a lot of things. So you can repeat a lot of quests. My intention is not to do the center of the galaxy. I have done permadeath where I've done the center of the galaxy, and that's the difference between this run and that run. Is this one, the settings are a bit harder than I did that run. And this run we are doing everything versus that one was just basically get to the center without, you know, cheating and just getting the gate right to the finish line kind of thing. Alright. Okay, how are we doing on time? Alright. So, unfortunately what's going to be happening here in a minute, chat, is, while I've been enjoying going really late on this, I am going to need to wrap up relatively soon. So we're probably going to make this the last station we go through and do all that stuff. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can get back here in the future. Now, I'm on the fence on what we're doing tomorrow. I do plan to continue this run, like, in the immediate future, but we did get a couple of games that I have gotten a hold of that at some point I need to be playing in the near term. So one of those is Jump Space. I got a hold of a key, and I figure I'll do like half a stream of that or part of a stream of that. That's kind of a lot of people play collaborative because it is balanced around that. But you basically have a ship and you're going through the missions and you get trashed and all that stuff. But the idea is it's a lot more combat oriented. Not gonna do any of those. A lot more combat oriented than this one, and all that. And then the other one is, where is it? I picked up Little Rocket Lab that came out today. I actually was intending on playing that today, but with all the technical difficulties, I was late starting stream, so I just jumped into something I knew would work nice and easy. And that's sort of like if someone took Factorio and made it a little bit cuter, so think not like over-the-top kawaii, but more like Stardew Valley. But it's a factory automation game. I don't think it goes nearly to the depth that something like Factorio does. But there's that. Ooh, okay. So that's the Merchant's Guild. What do you have here? I'm going to make bad choices. So I'm trying to push towards Exalted, because that'll give me ship augmentations. Yeah, so we did that. It's fine. So what I'm gonna need to do, let's still teleport on. Yeah. So the reason I felt okay with that is you can max out your multi-tool relatively easy. If I can get them maxed out as well, they'll give me more ship slot modules. And then you can kind of take those free ship slot and multi-tool modules and go back and forth. So let's see, when does it say the last time it officially saved was? About a minute ago. Because there's a lot of things we could do to trigger a save. Alright, so we are going to run to our ship. We're going to sit... This is not the way to my ship, in case anyone was keeping notes. We are going to run to our ship. That's still not the way to my ship. We're going to run to our ship. And I can sit down in the driver's chair and get back out, and it will trigger a save. Because, like I said, we're going to be wrapping up here, because I need to call it a night. But we will be back here again tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. And like I said, it's honestly like a 50-50... Calm down. There's honestly like a 50-50 chance between whether I just play this, or we do Little Rocket Lab, or we do Jump Space. And the plan is to get right back into doing more of this. I do know there will not be a bonus stream on Thursday this week. I have plans with Tomb that I know one of the things we're doing starts at 8 p.m., which means it will certainly not be starting my stream at 7 p.m. for obvious reasons. But with that said, thanks so much for tuning in. What I'm going to go ahead and do is, if you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream will be dropping abruptly because I don't have a host ready over there, but thank you for watching. And if you're over here on the Twitch side, my stream deck still doesn't work, so that button didn't do anything. So let me go ahead and do this. What we're going to go ahead and do is